Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Man-Made Spatial Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's been 5 months since Midoriya Izuku's disappearance. 3 of those months he has been dead. His mother, Inko, was devastated when the police showed up at her doorstep to announce his death. Yagi Tashinori was in a similar state of grief. He had known young Midoriya for less than a day and yet he destroyed the boy's dreams. But that boy needed someone to believe in him other than his mother. His eyes had been so full of determination and hope until he had delivered those crushing words. Unbeknownst to everyone other than his parents, Bakugou Katsuki was crushed as well. Deku had been the victim of Katsuki's bullying for years, and the day he disappeared was the day he told him to take a swan dive off the roof of the building and hope for a quirk in his next life. Guilt was an entirely new emotion for Katsuki. He hated it with a passion and decided to work with a couple of therapists to make him feel better and be better. There was something they all didn't know though. Midoriya Izuku was very much alive and had recently escaped his tormentors. It took him 5 months of torture to escape the League. The scars and memories are evidence of the warfare done on the poor boy. The once hopeful gleam in his eyes was the first thing that disappeared. Next was his habit of muttering. Then his tendency to cry. Those habits earned him multiple new punishments if one of the League found him doing it. Once he found the means to escape, he did so without a second thought. He stole money from the League and bought an apartment under a fake name. It took everything in him not to rush to his mother's apartment and tell her everything was okay, he was alive. But the League was on his tail. So that option was very much off the table. Thanks to the fear of his father, the awful beating, his mother was untraceable and therefore he didn't have to worry about her being in too much danger. The only way he would ever be able to return home would be if the League was neutralized. Time to get to work. Today we have been asked to hold a moment of silence for the child known as Midoriya Izuku by his grieving mother and a few pro-heroes. Today is the 6-month anniversary of his disappearance. The Sidash, Izuku turned off the TV with a growl. He's alive. Not dead, damn it. Raking his hand through his hair, he paced the length of his apartment staring at the corkboard covered in pictures, newspaper clippings, and red string. It had been his favorite pastime this past month as he recovered. There were multiple boards covering the wall, the lowest were only a few feet off the ground. The League had yet to do anything drastic and therefore were the most annoying criminals to track down. He had quite a few leads on other organizations though. It's only been about a month since his escape and he has been training his body as much as he could while he healed. It was probably slowing down his healing PRD, but he had to get rid of the League fast. Luckily, one of the League's favorite punishments was to put a shock collar around his neck and force him to run laps without stopping. They found it amusing to see the scrawny boy known as Midoriya Izuku push himself to the point of fainting. He's been going out at night and fighting criminals as part of his training. It wasn't fun when a criminal would hit a wound unknowingly, but he had to do what he had to do. He was starting to earn a name for himself amongst the hero and villain community alike. UA entrance exams are in 4 months. That means that the League will most likely attack soon. Attacking the newest batch of heroes will let them earn a name for themselves as well as a standing amongst other villains. Izuku thought aloud. Being on his own for so long has let him pick up the teeny habit of talking to himself. It's been 6 months since he's had real, healthy, non-damaging contact with a human. Nobody can blame him for going just a little crazy. He sighed as he stared at the picture of the Todoroki family. The youngest, Shudo, was going to be a problem. If he knew Endeavor, then the poor kid was going to be closed off and determined to show his old man up. Not a good combination for the upcoming vigilante. He also had a few leads on that missing Todoroki child, Tuya, and if word on the street was anything to go by, then he was in for a real headache. Puffing his cheeks out in frustration, he sat back down on his mattress, that was lacking in the bed frame department, and opened his laptop. He had online school to get done after all. He could worry about the Todorokis later when he was on his nightly patrol. Aizawa Shoyuda was having a bad day. First, he had seen the news and the moment they held for that kid Midoriya, That case was still an open wound for most heroes in the area. They knew they had let that family down and there was nothing they could do about it. It was far too late. Then he was told that All Might was going to be teaching at UA this upcoming year. And the absolute cherry on top was Tsukachi enlisted him to try and get the newest vigilante off the streets before he could harm himself too terribly. He's only been on the streets for a little over 2 weeks, but his name was already circulating in the streets. His husband felt quite sorry for whatever villains were unfortunate to get in Aizawa's way as he stomped out of the apartment. Sighing was a normal thing for Aizawa. When you're married to the voice hero Present Mic and taught high school, it was pretty common. So when he sighed while chasing down a mugger, it didn't sound out of place. The thump that followed it, however, was. Aizawa never made any noise. It was a required skill for him to be an underground hero. But then he saw the figure that had tackled the guy to the ground and was currently wrestling with him. The figure had to be a kid. He was no larger than Aizawa's first years. The kid was decked out in a black bodysuit that covered his arms and legs, red high tops, a dark green hoodie with the hood up and sleeves missing, and some matching green athletic shorts. It was the mask that confirmed Aizawa's strong suspicions of this being Rogue, the vigilante he has just been tasked with catching. Coming back to his senses, he leaped down from his vantage point on the roof just as Rogue was tying up the criminal with zip ties. Really? Kids these days? Activating his quirk, he made himself known to the kid, unaware that said kid had known he was there all along. Turning around to face the pro-hero, Rogue offered an excited gasp. "Oh wow. You're Eraserhead. I'm a huge fan." Aizawa narrowed his eyes in suspicion. How did the kid know who he was? And more importantly, why was he so excited to meet him? "Rogue, or whatever you call yourself, I will be taking you to the nearest police station for questioning." "Yeah, sure." The kid deadpanned, keeping a foot firmly planted on the knocked-out criminal. "That would totally mess with my plan. Plus, shouldn't you be trying to get rid of this guy, the actual criminal, so you can go home to Present Mic? Your loving husband?" Aizawa knew his mistake as soon as he made it. He blinked in surprise, and just like that, Rogue was gone. Bakugou Katsuki doesn't know how to live with himself. He has been going to anger management on top of therapy on top of doctor's appointments. He is learning how to control his anger, is working through forgiving himself for Midoriya's death, and has even been put on medication by his doctor. It was a long process, but Katsuki's guilt was his determination. Yeah, an important detail. Katsuki doesn't let himself call Midoriya Deku anymore. It's Midoriya until he can learn how to fully fix the uncountable wrongs he committed against Midoriya. "Hey brat." The mother of Katsuki, known as Bakugou Mitsuki, yelled to get his attention. There were no real bite in her words. Truth be told, she was worried about her kid, though she would never admit it if Katsuki was within earshot. "What do you want, hag?" He sounded so tired, so done with the world that took the only kid that could be considered a true friend. Even though Katsuki had fed up that friendship a long time ago. "Start getting ready. We're going to meet up with Inko for lunch. You can continue studying when we get back." Cringing at the thought of having to see Auntie Inko, Katsuki sighed and put away his textbooks and worksheets. One of the things he was working on was realizing he wasn't always going to be the best and therefore would have to work for his place at UA. Hence the studying. His logic used to be, why waste my time when someone else can do it for me? He had his work cut out for him. He had been a total a-hole, and that was going to take a while to change. Izuku was really good at making himself look older than he actually is. Most would say it was his eyes. They would be described as hollow and shadowed, and in no way were they the eyes of a 14-year-old boy. Maybe the eyes of a 65-year-old man who had seen the horrors of war. That would be a much more accurate description. It was easy to mistake him for a 16-year-old with his eyes and hair, which was now styled in an undercut. When he had escaped the league, the hair that touched his neck reminded him too much of Shigaraki sneaking up behind him and gripping his neck from the back. So he shaved it himself. All he had to do was ask one of his new neighbors, and boom, he had a clipper lended to him. His new neighbors were really nice. They didn't ask questions but weren't afraid to lend a helping hand to their underage child neighbor. Thanks to them, he was eating twice a day, and they even all pitched in to get him his laptop. They understood that wherever he was coming from was rough, and he would need all the help they could get him. That's why Izuku made sure to pay back in the only way he could, keeping the crime rate so low that nobody had a single thing to worry about. Having just finished lunch with Mrs. Kamikyo, who lived a floor below, Izuku got ready to go on a nice walk before he had to do school for the day. Pulling on a long-sleeved undershirt to hide his scarred arms from the rest of the world, he layered a plain white t-shirt on top of it. Keeping on his cargo shorts and red high tops, he hid his face with a surgical mask. Thank the heavens those weren't out of place. Izuku wandered aimlessly around his little corner of the world, stopping by a couple mom-and-pop shops to say hello to the owners, helping a few people that dropped something, and even helping chase down a dog that got free of its leash. See, everyone knew Izuku. He was the friendly face that always lended a hand. Except they all thought he was a 16-year-old boy named Mamiko Hisashi. Hey Mamiko-kun, do you still need a job? Izuku tilted his head towards the voice. Of course, Kiko-sama. Nobody seems to want to hire me. Izuku pouted even though the older blonde couldn't see it. Why don't you come and work for me then? You can be my personal field assistant. She offered, pointing to the now hiring sign in her shop window. See, Kiko-sama ran the local news station that covered everything in about a 100-mile radius. The ratings were nothing to scoff at either. While it was a relatively small station compared to the big ones, it was the most reliable in the area. A slow grin crept onto Izuku's face. I would love to, Kiko-sama, but you would have to show me the ropes. I've never done journalism before. He gave a small nervous chuckle. It was true he had zero experience in the journalism field. Maybe his years of obsessive note-taking would count for something. Kiko-sama just gave him a reassuring smile. Of course. You can start tomorrow. I'll get Jimmy-san to explain the basics to you. Then we can go out and take the news world by storm. She waved before ducking back into her office. Perfect. Now Izuku had a news outlet that he could gather information from while knowing if it was true or not. With a new bounce in his step, Izuku headed back to his apartment so he could get school done before patrol. Maybe tonight he would catch wind of some of the league's plans to add to his boards. He should really figure out a way to start making his boards clearer. One minute he would be working on the league and somehow his yarn trail led to something about Tuya. Maybe adding theories after patrol wasn't the best idea. His sleep-addled brain was definitely messing up the strings. Only 1 month until UA's entrance exam and Izuku finally has the information he needs. All Might, or Dream Crusher, for Izuku, is going to be teaching the Heroics course for Class 1A. The information was supposed to be top secret until the start of the year, but everything has a price. All for One was going to strike to kill. The USJ would be Izuku's first guess. Again, a field trip like that was supposed to be a guarded secret, but it didn't take Izuku too much digging to find out. And if Izuku could find it, the All for One definitely knew about it. So if he were to attack the USJ, that means they must already have a date. Izuku resisted the urge to bang his head against the cork boards he had been staring at for the last 30 minutes. Then they must have someone on the inside. This would be so much easier if I could just go undercover as a student. But no. The league just has to attack the one school I could be recognized at. With a frustrated sigh, Izuku flopped back onto his bed. Is there anyone on the staff I could ask for help? He thought about it for longer than he should have had to. With a jolt, he sat bolt upright. Of course. Nedzu. He scrambled for his phone and quickly dialed the principal's number. He had come in contact with the stoat. He had been curious about his actual species, because the principal had taken an interest in one of his essays. Even though Izuku was now technically enrolled in college, the stoat still managed to find the essay. After some talking, Mamiko Hisashi had made a deal to give the principal Rogue's number if he just gave temporary access to the Quirk Registry archives at a specific time every week. Of course, he had to prove that it was actually Rogue's number, but it ended with a fantastic trade. Principal Nedzu of UA Hero Academy speaking. The principal picked up on the second ring. Nedzu, my friend. Rogue. Nedzu sounded mildly surprised Izuku had called. That's me. Now, I was wondering if you could do me a favor. That demon kid. He was causing too many problems. Why couldn't he be a good NPC and not cause any problems? Just like his dad, They were spending too much time on trying to find this demon brat. Tamura, calm yourself. If you're not careful, you could disintegrate your neck. Shigaraki's head whipped towards the calm voice of Sensei. He slowly retracted his hand from his now bleeding neck. That's right. As long as Sensei had a plan, everything would be fine. He needn't worry about the kid known as Midoriya Izuku. Kurogyri. Any word on the older Midoriya? With an almost invisible shake of his head, Kurogyri placed the glass he had been cleaning on the bar. No, I'm afraid not, Sensei. That man is near impossible to track down. I'm not too worried though, we have our rat in the police force on it. A contented hum came from the TV screen. Oh well, that is all for now. Get the younger Midoriya off the streets so he can't go to the police. That would disrupt our dear Tamura's plans now, wouldn't it? And with that, the television clicked off, leaving the two members in silence. The Midoriyas need to be exterminated. Once and for all. They cause too many problems. The very angry Bluenet growled. First that Hisashi Biasu betrays Sensei and hightails it to America, then his good-for-nothing son becomes villain enemy number well, in the vigilante standings. Don't do anything too brash, Shigaraki. We must first deal with All Might, then we can get rid of the Midoriya clan. Starting with our dear Izuku. Kurogyri, ever the voice of reason, picked up another glass and silently listened to the maniacal laughter that followed his statement. He said his piece. Now it was up to Sensei's protege to come up with a successful plan. Of course, we can't forget our true goal. All we have to do is wait to attack. The brat will figure out our plan of attacking the USJ and will try to disrupt our plans, then we can take down the symbol of peace and the kid. Crazed laughter that belonged in an institution filled the bar, signaling the returning league members not to enter just yet. Izuku couldn't catch a break. Ever since getting Nedzu to agree to his favor, things have just seemed to go downhill. First, Eraserhead somehow tracked him down after he had just fled a crime scene and came way too close to catching him. This was the exact reason he hated to do vigilante work during the day. He just happened to stumble across a civilian eraser out on the town with his husband and son. Like, how bad was his luck? Then once he finished classes, he was late to work. And now he found himself in a sticky predicament. What's he supposed to do when a scared little girl runs into him followed by a rather suspicious man dressed in a bird mask of all things? The hell is he supposed to say? Or do, for that matter? Sighing, he offered the girl a tired smile before lifting her and balancing her on his hip. She and the man seemed surprised at the action. So was Izuku, but he didn't show it since he was the one doing it. He rarely dealt with kids, so where was this coming from? God, he was too tired for this. Excuse me, but what are you doing with my daughter? The weird man with the bird mask demanded. You either tell me what the hell is really going on here or I go with plan B. The man growled and pulled off his glove to reach for Izuku, causing the boy to sigh and make sure the girl had a secure grip on him. Plan B it is, I guess. He launched himself in the air, avoiding the man's outstretched hand at the last moment. Using a couple of window ledges, he landed in a crouch on the nearest roof. This wasn't going well. Not only was Izuku not dressed for vigilantism, he was in complete civilian clothing. This man knew what he looked like and what he sounded like. Not good at all. Okay, I'm going to need you to tell me what his quirk is. The girl stayed silent as the building rumbled. Great, the kid was too scared to talk. Not that he could really blame her. All right, how about a nod if he has to touch something with all 5 fingers for his quirk to work? His suspicions were confirmed when she gave the smallest nod. And that's when the first spike made of the concrete of the roof appeared at his feet, causing him to jump back. It was how many spikes followed that made Izuku's decision for him. There was no way he could take him on alone. That would be suicide. Who even was this guy? Nothing about him clued Izuku in on the answer, which was odd since he had a pretty good handle on all crime going on around this area. Okay, kiddo. Hold on tight. The girl's tiny fists held onto the fabric of Izuku's shirt for dear life as he leaped off the edge of the building. Witnesses, later on, would say they just disappeared into thin air before they hit the ground. Their disappearance was quickly followed by an enraged scream after a man circled the building. Izuku didn't know it yet, but life was about to get a whole lot more difficult for him because he had just made a very powerful enemy. Well, sheet. Midoriya Izuku was not ready to be any sort of father or older brother figure for anyone. So what does he do when he suddenly has to take care of a random little girl he just rescued? Stare at her and contemplate where his life went wrong, of course. Isn't that what you're supposed to do with children? Speaking of children, the little girl was still holding on to Izuku like if she let go he would disappear. Hey, I don't think I ever asked you your name, kiddo. Izuku's heart cracked a little at the sight of her teary eyes as she looked up at him. Very. My name's Eri. He offered a warm smile and began to pry her off of his side. Then she was light for a kid her age, too light. Well, Eri, let's see what we can do about your outfit. Then, if you want, you can take a shower and we can watch a movie, okay? She nodded and Izuku set her down on the floor. Let's see, I'll get you one of my shirts to change into so you have clean clothes once you're out of the shower, alright? Her eyes widened at what Izuku had no idea, but his best guess was she wasn't used to people showing her genuine kindness. The shower's just behind that door there, I'll be right out here so just call if you need me. He gestured to said bathroom and she hesitated for a moment. It's okay, Eri, I won't let anyone get you. Dio, you want me to stand outside the door? She gave an embarrassed nod. Alright, kiddo, let me get you something warm to change into and I'll come to turn it on for you. Izuku went to grab one of his clean hoodies and a pair of gym shorts. They would both be giant on her, but they would be the most comfortable. Letting Eri grab his hand, he went into his small bathroom and turned on the shower. Okay, kiddo, the green bottle has shampoo in it and the black bottle has conditioner. I will be right outside the door and your clothes are right here on the toilet. Once he got a nod, he ruffled her hair the tiniest bit, not entirely sure if she was okay with it, before withdrawing and closing the bathroom door behind him. What am I supposed to do with a child? He mumbled, his hands raking through his hair. Oh, I know. I can call Kiko-sama and ask her how to take care of a little girl. So, that's exactly what's did. The squeal that came from Kiko-sama when Izuku admitted to having a new roommate could rival one of present Mix attacks. I can't wait to meet her. How about we all go to the mall tomorrow to get her some clothes and things? You won't have to worry about a thing, I'll pay for it all. Izuku spluttered his protests, but Kiko wouldn't have any of it and insisted that it was no problem. How did I score such an amazing boss? How did I score such an amazing assistant? Seriously, my office was a mess before you came. She laughed in return. He had only been working for her for a short time, but she wouldn't stop commenting about how much more organized her office was. Meet you around 10 tomorrow? A hum of confirmation came from the other end and Izuku said his goodbyes as soon as they had a time and a meeting place. Well, that went better than expected. Surveying his tiny studio apartment, his eyes froze on his cork board wall. Right? He's a vigilante. Not exactly the best role model for a child. Wait, where'd that come from? Was he seriously thinking about keeping her around? With a drawn-out sigh, he massaged his temples. This was happening way too fast for his liking. He'll have to skip patrol for a couple of nights to get Eri settled in. Even then, she might be too scared to stay by herself for so long, and how would he explain the wall exactly? He was so lost in his thoughts, he didn't hear Eri finish up her shower and exit the bathroom. Mister? Her voice, which came out of nowhere in Izuku's opinion, called out. I need to be bandaged back up. Sure enough, when Izuku went to look, he found a couple of newly scabbed over cuts on her arm. How did those happen? He wondered briefly to himself before nodding at her request. Alright, let me get my first aid kit and we'll get you all fixed up. He wandered back to his kitchenette and dug through the cabinets. He kept a couple of first aid kits in his kitchenette because it was much easier to patch himself up in there. They're ugly, aren't they? Eri's words were barely mumbled loud enough for him to hear, which caused Izuku to look back at her in confusion. HM? What do you mean? She looked at him, her head tilted. My scars. They're ugly, aren't they? She looked so certain that Izuku would agree it was heartbreaking. He hadn't even really focused on her scars, too worried about the scabs to notice the already healed wounds. Of course not, kid. I've got some nasty scars as well, so it wouldn't be fair to call yours ugly. He finally found the kit and pulled it out of its place. He started to make his way back over to her. Really? Her eyes widened in surprise at his statement. Can I, see them? Maybe it was the way she ducked her head out of embarrassment, or the way she fidgeted like Izuku used to when he was younger that made up his mind. Promise not to ask too many questions, okay? Once she nodded, Izuku slipped off his shirts to reveal his very scarred chest and arms. Eri gasped in surprise. Izuku hummed and rolled up her sleeve to start wrapping her arm. His body was quite the sight, with everything ranging from stab scars, handprints left by Shigaraki, deep gashes that probably could have led to him bleeding out if that hadn't wanted him alive, and little nicks from smaller things. What do you want to watch? We can watch whatever movie you want. Eri stared at her newly bandaged arm for a while as Izuku moved onto her other arm to give it the same treatment. Can we watch The Little Mermaid? Ooh, you like those American classics, Izuku couldn't even remember the last time he had seen The Little Mermaid. Who's your favorite character? Flounder. He's funny. Eri was almost beaming. She wasn't smiling, but instead her eyes, her features had just lit up with joy. If she was any other kid, she probably would have giggled. You think so? Well, I like Sebastian the most. His musical numbers are my favorites. Izuku whispered as he started on her legs. The only thing he really remembered from the film was the song, Under the Sea. Hey mister, what am I supposed to call you? She suddenly asked as he finished up her first leg. Well, that depends. Are you planning on staying with me, or do you want me to hand you over to the pro heroes? Eri looked hurt. He would even consider handing her over to the pros. I want to stay with you. A soft smile graced Izuku's features. Well, then you can call me Aizu, but not in public, okay? Nobody can know my real name. When his tone suddenly turned serious, Eri made sure to remember his words so she wouldn't slip up. She didn't want to disappoint him after all. Okay, Aizu and I. Izuku's world seemed to stop. He was speechless. This little girl he barely knew already gave him the title of older brother. It's official, he would die for this kid. Or maybe die because of this kid. Do you want something to eat, kid? I've only really got ramen tonight, but tomorrow we'll have a better dinner. He offered up. If he was going to be her big brother, he would have to get more serious about meals. Once he got a confirmation from Eri, he made some instant ramen for the both of them. Humming as he twirled through his small kitchenette, Eri watched with her newly bandaged knees drawn to her chest. When the ramen was finished, he gave her her cup and set his on the tiny coffee table he had in his possession. He ducked in the bathroom to grab his hairbrush. The poor girl's hair was a mess. You mind if I do your hair, kid? She shook her head, and Izuku got to work after starting the movie on his computer. That's how Eri spent her first night in the apartment of Midoriya Izuku. Watching classic American cartoons and getting her hair played with. They both fell asleep in each other's arms that night. Izuku providing a stable comfort for the scared child. Though none of the teachers or detectives would admit it, the fact that Rogue hasn't been active recently was concerning. His last sighting was a month ago when Aizawa almost caught him during the day, oddly enough. The only reason most of the teachers even knew about the kid is because they found out Aizawa was the sole leading pro hero on the case. Others had tried to join but were quickly chased off if their methods were deemed too forceful. Any news on Rogue? Was the most common greeting in the teachers' lounge now as they all prepared for the upcoming school year. The optimists of the bunch suggested maybe he had come to his senses and stopped with vigilantism. But everybody had heard the rumors. Apparently Rogue had unfinished business with a group called the League of Villains, the same group that kidnapped the Midoriya kid. It was theorized that maybe Rogue was one of Midoriya's friends who just wanted to make the kidnappers pay. But no one knew the real reason. Aizawa, you must come to the monitor room, the physical is about to start. Ectoplasm called. With a few grumbles, Aizawa exited his sleeping bag and got off the couch in the teacher's lounge. Following Ectoplasm to the monitor room where all the UA teachers would watch the physical part of the entrance exam. Do you think Rogue will try out? From your descriptions, Shoyuda, it sounds like he could easily be a first year. Yamada, or more commonly known as Present Mike, suggested. If there was a drop of hope in his voice, nobody decided to mention it. I think not. I may have failed to mention I had a lovely phone call with him the day Aizawa almost caught him a month ago, and I asked him the very same question and he said he couldn't test for it. Principal Nedzu spoke up. The teachers all froze. What did he call you for? He had to want something, right? Midnight questioned. He asked me to upgrade the security at the USJ for when the new Class 1A goes actually. What? Wait, how'd he even know about that? Yamaha asked, keeping his voice in check as his emotions rose. Mainly curiosity and surprise, but anything could set off his quirk. I fear he suspects an attack from that group, the League of Villains, on that day. He has also asked that I not allow him to be arrested if he should show up to lend a hand. Netsu just decided to completely invite the second part of his question. The principal's statement was met with silence, and one by one the teachers in the room turned to watch the exam begin instead. What Netsu said could be thought about later. They had possible students to pick. Izuku swears his break from being rogue was only supposed to last a week at most, but Eri just had so much going on he couldn't leave her alone at night. Like she had so much emotional baggage that Izuku had to very carefully help her with. He would trade the whole world for the light in her eyes when she realized she could trust him. She's even started smiling pretty regularly now. But just because he's not on the streets doesn't mean that he had completely hung up his mask for the time being. The boards had been added to, and so had Izuku's network of information. He had been working on his skills with a computer, even mastering a few college classes within a week. Being a hacker was a relatively new experience for Izuku, but he liked to think he was getting the hang of it pretty quickly. Eri had officially claimed the left space next to his bed. She had a small twin mattress covered in blankets and stuffed animals. Kiko-sama, or Mizuki now that they talked regularly outside of work, even bought her a computer so she can do her schooling. Izuku was quite proud to say he had helped her officially catch up to her grade level. Aizu and I. Can we go to the park? Eri asked, tugging on his sleeve. Izuku tried to take her to the park pretty regularly so she could socialize with other kids her age. School was about to start back up, so that would get harder to do. Sure, but I need to get some things from the store down the street beforehand, alright? Eri nodded and went to go change into the clothes she wore to play in, while Izuku signed out of the class he was taking and changed into his long-sleeved undershirt. Grabbing his face mask, he stood by the door waiting for Eri to come out in her play clothes. Once she did, they walked hand in hand to the family-owned corner store that was just down the street. Eri prattled on about how cool UA was and how she was so going to go there one day, while Izuku just listened with a smile. Sometimes it was easy to forget she was only 6. He had figured that out after some digging, since Eri herself didn't know her birthday. Ni-sen, watch out. Izuku processed Eri's warning too late as he crashed into someone's chest. That someone grabbed him out of pure instinct. Now, Izuku had suspected that whatever god watched over him hated his guts, but that was only reconfirmed when he saw who he had just bumped into. It was none other than Todoroki Shuto. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. Izuku's face was flushed in embarrassment. Hey, just because he's emotionally scarred doesn't mean he can't get embarrassed when he just bumped into a cute boy, someone. Just watch where you're going. The dual-haired teen ordered as he helped Izuku regain his balance. Okay, but wow, that was kinda cold. Oh, your eyes are so cool. Todoroki looked surprised at the comment and looked down to see Eri standing next to Izuku. You know what that's called, a mudo? Izuku asked, picking her up to balance her on his hip. She stared at Todoroki as she tried to think of the word for his two-toned eyes. Heterochromia, she announced finally. Izuku gave her a high five and turned his attention back to Todoroki. I'm sorry if we made you feel uncomfortable, but everyone says real-world experience is the best for learning for someone her age. Todoroki looked at him incredulously. How did she even know that word? He asked. Izuku gave a shy chuckle. Well, I'm pretty far ahead in my studies and I like to teach her medical terms in my spare time. Suddenly realizing that Izuku should introduce himself, he scratched the back of his neck with his free hand. I know you probably don't care, but I'm Mamiko Hisashi and this is Mamiko Ari. He offered his hand, which the other teen hesitantly took. Todoroki Shuto. He sounded so tired when he said it, like he already knew what was going to come from Izuku next. But he was not prepared for the sympathetic hiss that came from Izuku. That was definitely a new reaction to someone finding out he was the son of Endeavor. You poor BSTRD. Endeavor must be a beach of a father. Todoroki's head snapped towards him. What Ash? Eri cut him off. Ni-sen, you're not supposed to say those words, she scolded with an accusing finger. I've told you a bunch of times to stop talking like that. Her scolding only earned a laugh from Izuku. Anyways, if you want to, you can join this total stranger and his sister as they go to the park. Helping to get the neighborhood moms off my back about spending too much time alone, but only if you say yes. Izuku didn't know why he was inviting Todoroki along, but maybe if he said yes then he could learn a little more about the boy. Todoroki considered it for a while before shrugging. Sure, it wouldn't hurt, I guess. You and Ari-san are nice enough. Yay! Eri cheered, clapping in excitement. Alright, I just need to pick up something from the store right there, then we can head over to the park. Todoroki nodded and stepped out of the way. Setting Eri down, she grabbed his hand once again and started talking about how cool underground heroes were. Todoroki trailing along behind them silently. I've been looking after Ari for a month now. There were some complications with our family that I wasn't comfortable with her being around. Izuku lied easily. It was the same thing he told everyone. Todoroki was no different. I can understand that. Izuku internally cringed at Todoroki's words. Oh yeah, Indehor. Look at me, Sashi. Eri called out from the playground as she successfully started to swing across the monkey bars. Izuku smiled and called out his congratulations. She had been trying to do it that well since she moved in with Izuku. Anyways, I work for the local journalist as her assistant. He redirected the conversation between him and Todoroki so maybe he could learn something about the boy. Oh, was all Todoroki said in response. Izuku gave a startled laugh. Don't sound so sad. I'm not going to ask you for an interview. You're not? His head was ped to the side in confusion, like a cat, Izuku faintly thought. Normally that's the only thing people want. A peek at my home life. Well, that's pretty shitty of people. You're your own person, not just the son of the number 2 hero. Izuku huffed, missing the surprised glance Todoroki shot him. Ari, come back where I can see you. He shouted when he realized Eri had strayed too far out of his line of sight. Izuku was completely oblivious to the stirrings of inner turmoil that he had created within the other boy. This whole neighborhood is full of the absolute nicest people. They really help me with taking care of Ari if I need it. Izuku beamed underneath his mask, just thinking about how helpful everyone here has been. They aren't even bothered by me being quirkless. They just see a kid in need of help and don't hesitate. You're quirkless? All Izuku gave was a hum of confirmation. Problem with it? No, it's just that I've never met anyone who's quirkless. The greenette's mood suddenly soured. Of course you haven't. Most of them commit suicide or are killed just for being weaklings. It was true that the hate crime and suicide rate against and amongst the quirkless population was disgusting. Todoroki was surprised by the amount of venom that came from the boy. There was a lot of pent-up anger in those words alone. Izuku, however, was caught up in flashes of old memories. Vermilion eyes and hot flashes of pain. Kaken. He quickly cleared his mind of the memories. Katsuki couldn't reach him here. Mamiko Hisashi was quirkless. Midoriya Izuku, however, now had a quirk. A quirk he prayed to the heavens he had never gotten. A quirk that reminded him of the most painful 5 months of his life. A quirk he wasn't born with. One that he had gotten via painfully syringes and cold metal tables. Midoriya Inko was consumed with grief. Sure, it had been 10 months. But it had been 10 months without her child. She was a mother who had lost everything. First, her good-for-nothing husband left her and her darling baby when Izuku had only been 6 months old. He claimed to be going on a business trip to America and he would be back in a week's time. Then his face was plastered on the news as a wanted criminal. He didn't come back. Inko raised Izuku all on her own. His bright, beautiful smile, the hope in his eyes that shone like a star's. When he turned 4, he was announced quirkless. It had been a big blow to him. Dreams being crushed just because he wasn't as strong or fast or as powerful as everyone else. He still dreamed the impossible dream and Inko supported him with her whole being. Then the bullying began and Inko could do nothing to help her baby. Nobody cared that the quirkless kid got beat up or put down. All Inko could do was comfort her hurt, crying child. She watched the light of her life grow up into a timid, lanky boy who was incredibly smart. Inko made sure that he knew he was worth the world's weight in gold to her. She made sure that he knew he wasn't alone and that she loved him with everything in her. But tragedy struck once again. Her baby, her Izuku, had been kidnapped. The heroes and police force searched for him for 2 whole months. Then at the end of the 2nd month, he was announced dead when his body had been found in a dumpster. Her baby was dead. Her darling boy who never gave. Who always smiled. Who never gave in to the taunts of classmates. What did Inko do to upset the deities above so that they took her child? Her sunshine? It had been 10 months and Midoriya Inko hadn't smiled. She was a ghost. The only thing that kept her tethered to the world was her best friend Bakugou Katsuki and her family. Her weekly dinners and random brunches with the Bakugous were the only thing that kept her sane. Katsuki admitted to bullying her Izuku. Inko had been devastated. The only kid that had ever been Izuku's friend had been bullying him for the past decade. Then she realized how hard Katsuki started working to change for the better, and so she forgave him. Some pro-heroes, as odd as it sounds, still dropped by the apartment for a cup of tea. Inko didn't question them even though she thought it odd. Izuku, as depressing as it was, wasn't the first civilian they had failed to save in time. But instead of moving on with their lives, they came to the place he grew up to learn about the boy they had failed. Izuku and Todoroki ended up talking for hours. They talked until they felt closer with each other than they had ever felt with anyone else beforehand. They exchanged phone numbers and parted ways when Eri had tired herself out to the point that she passed out in her brother's arms. He carried her back to their apartment, humming a random song under his breath to keep her relaxed. He dropped her off at the apartment, then went to the floor above to collect their dinner from a nice old couple. He's gotten in the habit of paying whoever gives them their meals 1,000 yen, just under $10, as a thank you. Mizuki was more than generous with his monthly paycheck, and he could really but his own food to cook, but most of the apartment owners insisted they do it. It was really too sweet of them. Now, Izuku didn't know much of Eri's past. All he knew was that the Yakuza known as the 8 Precepts of Death took her from her grandfather after her quirk manifested and she accidentally killed her father. But after that she refused to talk about it. He knew that he would have to get it out of her somehow because she rarely slept in her own bed. Nightmares plagued the poor girl. Izuku wasn't much better off. He would hear the whispered words of Shigaraki. Feel the phantom pains that his scars produced. Relive the pain of getting his quirk. Eri's problems were similar with reliving her trauma in her dreams, but she would refuse to talk about it. Instead, she would crawl into his lap if she woke him up, curl into a tight ball against his chest, and sob. Eri, I've got katsudon, he sang as he unpacked the food on their tiny excuse of a dining table. The girl immediately stirred, rubbing the sleep from her eyes as she padded over to him. Is it from the nice people upstairs? She asked with a yawn. Izuku smiled and hummed his confirmation. Of course. They're the only ones who make it for us, silly. Izuku teased, lightly tapping Eri's nose as she sat in her chair and waited for him to sit. They said their thanks and dug in. They ate mostly in silence, long enough for Izuku to make up his mind about something. He set his chopsticks down and took a deep breath. Eri, I'm going to go out tonight. I'll leave around 11 and I won't be back until at least you'll need to call me if you have any nightmares or if someone tries to come in, okay? Where are you going, Izune? Do you have a date? Izuku couldn't help but fluster at her question. No, sadly your brother's love life is pretty bland. I'll tell you all about it in the morning if everything goes well, okay? Okay. Izuku couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. Eri just had that effect on him. She was just so sweet that he couldn't contain the smile that she brought on. He doesn't deserve her. At least he doesn't in his mind. Never let somebody tell you vigilante work is like riding a bike. Because it's not. You don't just take a break and expect to be perfect. You can't expect to go back to fighting the level of villains you were beforehand. You've got to start out small, until you've gotten back that experience and you can move back up. So that's exactly what Izuku did. He set his alarm for 11, got a couple hours of sleep, and suited up when it went off. Before he left, he made sure his and Eri's apartment was totally secure. If he didn't, it would have caused him horrible anxiety all night. He gave Eri a soft peck on the forehead before hopping out of the window and locking it behind him. I know this sounds a little weird, but when I explain his quirk it will make sense. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, Izuku took down quite a few small time muggers and would be arperes until he felt warmed up. In hindsight, a month of inactivity wasn't the best idea, but Eri was just so cute. It was going well, and Izuku had worked back up to the level below the one he had left off on. He decided to take a break around 1 a.m., drinking a cup of coffee on the roof of the coffee shop. Now, Izuku had known that Eraser had been following him for the better part of 20 minutes, but he didn't expect the man to hold a civil conversation with him. Rogue? But did Izuku detect uncertainty in the great Eraserhead's voice? Yeah, Eraser? It's really me, if you were wondering. Where have you been? We all thought you were dead, kid. We? Well, me and the police, that is. Embarrassment. But Eraserhead isn't a motionless robot. And all of the UA staff, I bet. Although it is nice to hear my two father figures are worried about me. Izuku took a sip of his coffee, swinging his legs back and forth. Seriously, kid. Where have you been? Tsukachi has been going crazy looking for you. And so have I. It went unspoken, but Eraser's worry was there. Izuku paused. Did these people actually care for him? Oh, that may be a problem. I've had some family problems come up. I was busy taking care of my little sister and couldn't go out at night. It was the truth, but it made it sound like Izuku still lived with his parents. Which he obviously didn't. It was nice chatting, Eraser, but I've got to be home by 2. Tell Tsuka I said hi. And with that, Izuku jumped off the edge and disappeared without much chase from Eraserhead. Tsukachi Naomasa did not consider himself a warrior. That is until Rogue suddenly stopped showing up to annoy the police at 1 in the morning. Then he had to reconsider that idea. Because now his days were filled with worry. He worried the kid was dead. He worried the kid had become a villain and they were too late. It had been a month since they had seen Rogue. An entire month. No vigilante takes a break that long without something being wrong. He had been worrying for a month. Ever since the day the officers realized he hadn't done his patrol. Because damn it, that kid hadn't missed a patrol in 312 months. It was 1:30 in the morning when he got the phone call. Hello. His voice was gruff with sleep as he tried to rub the sleepiness from his eyes. Hey Tsukachi. It's Eraserhead. His heart sped up in fear. Eraserhead. Why are you calling me at 1:30 in the morning? Relax. It's nothing bad. Rogue's just back on the streets, and before you ask, he's fine. Tsukachi slumped back on his bed in relief. Thank God. Did you find out where he's been? From what he told me, it sounds like his parents are fighting. He said he couldn't go out at night because he was taking care of his little sister. Poor kid. But he let it slip he had a little sister. We could use that. I'll get on it in the morning. All right, I'll see you at the station first thing to tell you exactly what he told me. Sleep well, Tsukachi. Try to sleep, Eraserhead. He ended the phone call with a chuckle. He put his phone back down on his nightstand before rolling over and closing his eyes. It wouldn't do any good for the investigation if he couldn't think straight. Tomorrow they would be one step closer to catching Rogue. It was almost 3 in the morning and Izuku was still having trouble sleeping. His adrenaline was still high after his patrol, and Eri had had a nightmare not long after he got home. He was just playing on his phone. He had already texted Todoroki a bit before he said he had to sleep or his older sister was going to worry. He wasn't really thinking when he hacked into the police files or UA's website to find 2 people's numbers. Rogue Bunny has started a conversation with Tsukachi and 1 others. Rogue Bunny, what's up, father figures? Aizawa, why are you texting us? And how did you get these numbers? Rogue Bunny, what? I can't text my father figures? And just because I wasn't on the streets doesn't mean I wasn't doing vigilante work. Aizawa, let me take a wild guess. Your bunny. Rogue Bunny, what gave it away? Aizawa, do you really want me to answer that? Go to sleep, kid. You probably have school tomorrow. Rogue Bunny, yes. DD. Why hadn't Izuku thought of this earlier? This had been a fantastic idea. Now he could annoy Eraser and Tsuka outside of patrols. Izuku went to bed with a smile that night, content with the fact he had constant contact with the 2 men that were the closest things to fathers he had ever had. Who knows? Maybe he could let Eri message them every once in a while. It would be good to have 2 adults ready to take her in if anything were to happen to Izuku. The next morning Izuku decided to take Eri to his favorite cat cafe. Izuku should probably read a book on parenting or something because he was just guessing at this point. They walked in and Eri squealed. "Sashi! Look at all of the kitties!" A few cats flocked to the excited little girl. Eri was a giggling ball of excitement as they walked up to the counter. "Hello. I would like a cappuccino with a chocolate croissant and a chocolate macchiato with a chocolate muffin." "Okay, that will be 1,500 yen. Izuku counted the money before handing it over and letting Eri pick a table. She picked one of the tall tables with the tall chairs that were right next to the window. Izuku had to pick her up and set her in the seat. A few cats jumped up onto the table and their laps. "Sashi, look at the pretty kitty. I'm naming it Hawks." She was holding a pretty orange tabby. "Oh, is the number 3 hero your favorite Imuto?" Izuku teased, knowing he very well was. She just thought his wings were the coolest thing ever. His wings are so pretty. If I ever meet him, I'm going to ask him to fly me around." Izuku laughed at his little sister as she started making helicopter noises. The waitress brought over their food and drinks with a smile. Eri immediately started shooing the cats so they would be able to place their food on the table. "Okay, Ari. The drink I'm about to let you have is a special treat, okay? You can't just ask whenever you want one." Eri nodded seriously, taking in what her big brother just told her. Izuku set the cappuccino and croissant in front of her. "Enjoy." She hesitantly took a sip of the drink, her eyes widening in surprise. "Sashi and I. This is really good. I'm glad. It's mostly milk, but it has some coffee in it. We'll go to the park later so you can work out that excess energy." Eri nodded happily and she and her big brother enjoyed their special cafe treats. Unbeknownst to them, however, there was a couple and their kid in the booth behind him smiling at the interaction. Or at least one of them was smiling, the other 2 were trying not to fall asleep. Wasn't that just the sweetest show? The blonde known as Yamada Hisashi gushed. "They're adorable." Aizawa Shoyuta tiredly agreed. "Dad, you don't even know what you're agreeing to," their purple-haired son Shinso Hitoshi laughed. "I know. I'm just tired. Having a conversation with Tsukachi this early in the morning is not a good idea. Especially if it's about Rogue." Aizawa grumbled, sipping his black coffee. "It's great that he's back. We were all getting worried. I don't understand how that vigilante has you, Dad, the detective, and most of the UA staff wrapped around his finger. You don't even know his name." Hitoshi laughed. "Shut it, brat." Aizawa snapped with no real heat. And so the vigilante and his sister peacefully ate as the Aizawa Yamada family playfully bickered behind them. They would go on to leave and never spare the other a second glance. Eraserhead was within feet of his target and he didn't even know. Izuku was not ready to have this conversation with Eri, but he needed to understand her past. So he wrapped her up in his arms and sat down on the edge of his bed. He took a deep breath. "Eri, we're going to have to talk about your quirk." He felt her tense up in his arms before she started struggling. He tightened his embrace until she started crying. Imuto, it's all right." He cooed rubber circles on her back and combing his fingers through her hair. "Why you're jigan na chininke imam a eminensitarto," she sobbed. "I promise I won't. I promise you." He pulled her away from his chest so he could look into her teary eyes as he said it. "You are my little sister and I will always love you." Eri was silent for so long Izuku thought she had fallen asleep. He was just humming a random song as he ran his fingers through her hair. He was mentally beating himself up. He knew that Eri's past was a sensitive subject. She never even talked about her nightmares. He never should have asked. "My quirk rewinds things." She finally answered. I don't really know how it works. Mr. Chisaki called me a monster. He also called quirks a disease that he had to cure." Eri was shaking now. "When my Q quirk am manifested, I touched my papa. And I killed him." He was going to kill Chisaki. "Is that how you ended up with Mr. Chisaki?" he asked, starting to massage her shoulders so she would relax. Mommy said I had to go live with Grandpa, and some of Grandpa's friends found out about my quirk, and then Mr. Chisaki took me. Holy Mother of All Might. He really did not care that Chisaki was Yakuza. Rogue will be his end. Imuto. You are so brave. You are not a monster. Okay? You are beautiful and amazing, and there is nothing wrong with you. Izuku held his little sister close to his chest as she sobbed. Kamikyo Ayumi considers herself a lot of things. Caring, motherly, protective? Hell yeah. So when two men showed up at her apartment complex, she was the first one to stand up. Her and the other ladies liked to meet up in the complex's common area to talk about their weeks, so they were always the first to greet people. May I help you two gentlemen? Oh, we are looking for a Mamiko Hisashi. Kamikyo immediately tensed. Now why would you be looking for that boy? I can assure you he has done no wrong. She practically hissed. Of course, ma'am. We are just doing interviews of all the boys that fit the profile of the vigilante we are trying to catch. The one with the short black hair explained. Kamikyo was taken aback. Vigilante? How does that boy fit the profile of a vigilante? Who even are you? Coming around here and asking for Mamiko. I am Detective Tsukachi Naomesa, and this is Pro-Hero Eraserhead. Kamikyo looked at the alleged pro-hero. He looked like a homeless man. Kamikyo was ready to yell in frustration when the very boy they were talking about just decided to waltz into the common area, happily talking on the phone. Kamikyo narrowed her eyes when she saw his smile. You talking to that boy again? He froze like a deer caught in the headlights. No. Her eyes narrowed further. She faintly heard him say, Bye Dedu, I'll talk to you later, before he hung up. Mamiko didn't even glance at the two visitors as he skipped over to give Kamikyo a quick side hug. She pinched his masked cheek in return. He finally noticed their guests. Oh, who are these guys, Kamikyo-san? Detective Tsukachi Naomesa and Pro-Hero Eraserhead, apparently. Mamiko's eyes widened when he heard the words detective and pro-hero. A pro-hero and detective in our area? Why? He asked, just a tad of an incredulous note in his voice. We came to interview a Mamiko Hisashi. Are you him? The detective asked. That boy. Kamikyo could feel his grin as he answered. That depends, Tsukachi-san. What's the interview about? Kamikyo smacked him upside his head as he laughed. This boy is Mamiko Hisashi, to answer your question, Detective-san. Mamiko rested his hand on Kamikyo's shoulder. Do you mind if we go somewhere more private for our interview? Tsukachi asked. Mamiko shrugged. Of course, but, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful, we can't take too long because I was just heading out for work. When the detective and pro-hero started walking away, Mamiko leaned to whisper in Kamikyo's ear. Ari's upstairs. Call me when you go to check on her, okay? Of course. Tsukachi was so done with this investigation. They were having a hell of a time finding candidates for Rogue's profile. And once they did, they were hard to track down. Like Mamiko, the kid they were currently interviewing. There were nothing of his existence on any file. They had only found him when they heard a couple of mothers gossiping. The apartment building was actually the third one they had gone to. They had nothing other than a name and description. Oh, and the fact that his little sister Ari lived with him. So, Mamiko-kun, how long has your little sister been living with you? They had decided to sit outside at a cafe, drinking a cup of coffee while they talked. Although Mamiko didn't drink his, instead he kept the mask on. About a month and a half ago. Truth. Why did you two have to move out? Ugh, he hated having to ask those kinds of questions. The kids would always tense up. Oh. Where we came from before we were living here wasn't the best of situations. Our caretakers liked to hurt us a lot, and so I ran. I ran for away at the first opportunity. And one day by chance I ran into Ari. And I just knew I had to take her back to live with me. The guilt would have been crushing. Truth. That certainly was enough to make someone become a vigilante. But there had to be more. Why wouldn't this kid become a hero? Surely that background would have made him want to make society better. Did you ever try out for a hero school? I've wanted to be a hero my whole life. He admitted sadly. So why didn't you become one? I never had a chance. Because of the fact that I was quirkless. Truth. Holy shit. Holy. This kid has been through the ringer. Quirkless, an abusive household, and now he had to live alone and take care of his sister. Tsukachi took a deep breath. He fit Rogue's profile perfectly, except he was quirkless. But he would mad if he let a little detail like that help Rogue slip through his fingers. They weren't even sure what Rogue's quirk was. Are you Rogue? The silence seemed to stretch out. It was long and it was tense. Me? A vigilante? His question was followed by a laugh. I'm sorry, but the only type of vigilantism I could do is helping out locally, like dog-sitting and sheet. He snorted again. True. Tsukachi smiled in relief. Thank you for your time today, Momoko-kun. We will contact you if we have any further questions. And with that he and Eraserhead stood up and left, completely oblivious to the smirking boy behind him. For the second time they were within literal feet of their target and they never even knew. Todoroki Shuto knew emotions weren't his strong suit. He knew that the love his family had wasn't real or healthy. So when he found himself getting closer and closer to a certain greenette who always wore a mask, he was confused. The BSE, his father, said all relationships. That didn't help. His legacy of beating All Might were useless, but Momoko wasn't useless. Momoko was strong and sweet. He took care of Ari all by himself. He took college-level classes. He even had a job. And best of all, Momoko was Todoroki's only friend. He put up with Todoroki messaging him at the ungodly times of night. He stayed on phones with him until one of them had to hang up. He went out to lunch with Todoroki if he just needed to escape for a little while. And while he had never realized how long a school day was before, it was his first day at UA, the other kids were socializing with their new classmates. One boy that resembled Ingenium was arguing with a blonde boy. The rest were up around the room talking. Todoroki, however, was sitting in his seat in the back wishing he could tell Momoko about you. The boy would have been fascinated. He was quite surprised when his teacher flopped into the classroom in a bright yellow sleeping bag. He introduced himself as Aizawa Shoyuda and told everyone to head to the locker rooms to get changed. Todoroki did so silently, deciding that even though Momoko had been talking to him about using his father's side, he would only use his mother's. Like he had already planned. Today we will be doing quirk assessments. Like your old physical assessment tests, but instead you'll be using your quirks. He went on to explain how he could tech however he wanted, and Todoroki may have tuned him out. Bakugou, since you scored highest, why don't you try it first? The blonde kid from earlier stalked up to their teachers, taking the offered ball from him. He wound up like a pitcher at a baseball game before sending it off with a blast. 705.2, Aizawa announced. Excited murmuring came from the class. Somebody made the mistake of calling the exercise fun, and Aizawa promptly announced the person in last place would be expelled. The rest of the tests went by pretty quickly. Todoroki landed in second place overall when it was done, Yaoyorozu placing first. He gave a stiff congratulations before going to change out of his gym uniform with the rest of the boys. He sat alone at lunch enjoying the peace but missing Ari's excited blabbering that came with meal times. Maybe he had been spending too much time around them. Momoko Hisashi, I swear to F, if you don't get out of my office I'll tell Ari you have a boyfriend. Izuku froze. That was not a light threat. But Mizuki, he whined. I need a harder story. You've been giving me all the easy ones since Ari came to live with me. Are you pouting? Her brown eyes sparkled with disbelief. Everyone in this building would be ecstatic if I gave them less work. With a groan, Mizuki covered her face with her hands. Fine. Have the one about stain. Even with my quirk I can't figure out how to word it. Thanks, Mizuki. Izuku grabbed the file and skipped out of her office. He had been wanting this for a while. It would help with him tracking the hero killer. Although he probably already had all of the information. To say Izuku was said would be an understatement. He thought he had at least a month until the USJ. But no. You just had to be difficult and arrange it for the second week of school. He's just lucky Todoroki told him in time or he would have been too late. Do they have any idea how long it took to set up good alibis? It was like they were trying to make it hard for him. Stupid rat. It might actually be Izuku's fault. Maybe they were changing it because he warned them. Trying to confuse the league or some sheet. This was a whole headache. It always came back to the league. Assholes. Hey, calm down. You're almost home and then Eri could raise your spirits, he thought to himself as he took a deep breath. If he walked into the apartment mad, she would ask what was wrong. Eri, I'm home, he announced, pulling off his mask. The little girl rushed over to him and tackled him around the waist. Aizu and I. Welcome back. She crowed happily. Out of habit, he picked her up and placed her on his hip. How was your day, Imudo? It was good, kinda boring though. She trailed off with a pout. How about we go out for dinner tonight then? Yeah. Izuku laughed at her enthusiasm and set her down. Izuku would make sure his home was as safe as possible for as long as possible. It was his only hideout from the world. His safe little bubble. Even the league wouldn't change that. It was late at night. Izuku had already gotten back from patrol and Eri had just had a nightmare, so they were both awake. Izuku decided he was going to tell her. Eri had opened up about her past recently and Izuku thought it was his turn. Hey Imudo? You still awake? He asked quietly. She gave an affirmative grunt from where she was snuggled up against his side. Well, do you want to hear about your big brother's past? Yeah. I want to know. She was very awake now, sitting up excitedly. Izuku chuckled and shifted so that he was sitting up with his back against the wall. Once upon a time, not too long ago, a happy couple welcomed a baby boy into the world. Inko and Hisashi, the mother and father of the new baby, decided on the name Izuku. He pulled Eri into his lap and undid her braids so he could play with her hair. Some complications came up in Inko's and Hisashi's marriage after a while, and Hisashi left the small family when Izuku was only 6 months old. The next day his face was all over the news. Hisashi was a wanted villain. Eri gasped in shock. Izuku went on and grew up with his amazing and caring mother Inko. His best friend Bakugou Katsuki was the son of Inko's best friend Bakugou Mitsuki. Izuku's mind flashed with vermilion eyes and he suppressed a shudder. The two boys were inseparable, wanting to be the best hero duo ever. Soon their 4th birthdays rolled around. Bakugou's quirk was powerful and strong. He sweated nitroglycerin and could create explosions from it. He started to fishtail braid Eri's hair. Izuku, however, was quirkless. Eri stiffened in shock. She knew her big brother wasn't quirkless, so how? Bakugou and his classmates didn't like that. Not one bit. So, the bullying began. The teachers did nothing. Izuku was somehow always the problem, never the other kids. He finished off her braid and pulled her close so he could rest his chin on her head. Izuku never stopped smiling though. He kept his dreams of becoming a hero close to his heart no matter what anybody else said. He believed in himself. He stared at the boards. Inko was his biggest and only supporter. They were each other's pillars. Izuku smiled fondly as he remembered his mother that loved him. One day when Izuku was 13, Bakugou decided to be extra mean and say something that would get him in a whole lot of trouble. Izuku fights tears. The words still taunted him, especially when he was at the edge of rooftops. As Izuku went home, he was attacked by a villain made of a green sludge. He was so scared. There was nobody around to help. Eri gasped in fear. But then he heard it. It was All Might. All Might freed him and captured the villain. When Izuku came to his senses after passing out, All Might was about to leap away. He chuckled darkly as he remembered. So Izuku did something stupid and reckless. He grabbed All Might's leg as he leaped away. They flew through the air and landed on a rooftop, where Izuku asked his idol a question. Izuku had to pause and Eri noticed, but still she asked in a soft voice. What did Izuku ask? He asked if he could still be a hero even without a quirk, and All Might told him to be realistic. That he should be a police officer or a doctor but never a hero. Izuku was heartbroken. His idol, All Might, had said he couldn't be a hero. If Eri suddenly felt tears falling into her scalp, she stayed silent. Izuku started his walk home. His mood the worst it had ever been. It had been the worst day of his life. Then he stumbled across the crowd. He pushed to the front and found the sludge villain attacking Bakugou, and the heroes were just standing there. He had to take a deep breath to quell his anger. So timid, quirkless, scrawny, Izuku leaped over the police barrier to help his friend turned bully. The heroes shouted for him to stop, but he didn't. He desperately clawed at the villain. And before anybody can react, the villain let go of Bakugou and dived for Izuku. In Izuku's surprise, the villain easily took him over and escaped. It had all happened in less than a minute. His whole life had spiraled out of control that fast. It was infuriating. The villain took him back to his home base, and Izuku was introduced to the League of Villains, a group that his father betrayed, and they had decided to take it out on his son. Izuku was shaking. Eri felt like she was going to throw up. 2 months later, Midoriya Izuku is announced dead to the world. 2 weeks after his public death, Izuku is given a quirk in the dark labs of the League. 2 months after that, he escaped the torture. And then he started over. He bought an apartment and took a couple of weeks to heal his injuries before he started volunteering and working. And a few months later, he found this little girl who he took in and claimed as his little sister. Eri recognizes the end of the story and lets a few sympathetic tears slip down her cheeks. And that is your big brother's past, Imudo. Izuku wrapped up. His emotions were all over the place. It was harder than he thought it would be to relieve those 13 years, but he did it. Aizu and I. Is that why you have nightmares like me? Yeah. I have nightmares about the 5 months I spent with the League. There were a few details he had left out of his story, like becoming Rogue and Yagi Toshinori's real form, but those could remain secrets. Izuku and Eri laid back down and snuggled into each other. The older's mind was racing while the younger was fighting to stay awake. Hey Aizu and I? She asked, half awake. He hummed in response. I love you. I love you too, Imudo. When Eri awoke the next morning, her big brother was already in the kitchen making her favorite American breakfast food. Chocolate chip waffles. Good morning, Aizu and I. She yawned. Good morning, Eri. I assume you understand that you can't tell anyone what I told you last night. Why do you have so many secrets, Aizu and I? I understand the name thing now, of course, but I'm not allowed to tell anyone about the boards. About how you go out every night. I lie about an abusive household that neither of us came from. Why, Aizu and I? He sighed. Why don't I explain something while we eat? She studied her brother's scarred face. She's pretty sure that she's the only one who's seen him without a mask. Well, other than the people who gave him the scars. Breakfast is served. Eri clambered over to their small dining table and into her seat. Izuku set her plate in front of her with a glass of milk. Her waffles were topped with whipped cream and strawberries. Izuku's was topped with whipped cream and chocolate syrup. He had a cup of coffee. They ate silently for a while, deciding the upcoming conversation could wait just another minute. You know what a vigilante is, correct? Izuku finally asked. Eri had to think about it before nodding. They're neither heroes nor villains, right? They gray area in the system. Correct. A good vigilante stumps police, and heroes and villains freeze whenever they hear the name. Eri wondered where this conversation was going. A small idea tickled the edge of her mind, but she dismissed it. There was no way. Right? What do you think about vigilantes, Imudo? I think that what they do can be considered wrong, but otherwise they're just illegal heroes. But what do vigilantes have to do with all of your secrets? Have you heard of the vigilante Rogue? Eri had heard of Rogue. He didn't have a huge media presence, but he had saved enough people that his name was pretty well known. A pit was growing in her stomach, and she had to set her fork down. Thank goodness she only had a few bites left. Aizu and I, no. Tell me I'm wrong. She almost begged him. He looked almost guilty as he rested his head in his hands. I'm sorry, Imudo. I just can't trust heroes or police. Not after they declared me dead and closed my case without a body as evidence. Not after 5 months of torture. It's okay, Aizu and I understand. It's just you have such a big target on your back because of it, and I don't want to lose you. Tears were leaking down her cheeks. Izuku looked at her, his own tears slipping down his cheeks. Come here. Eri quickly climbed into his arms. Her big brother took on the risks of a pro hero, and instead of just the villains being against him, everyone on top of that was too. Izuku gave a sad chuckle. You know, normal 6-year-olds tell bullshit lies and play in their own little fantasy worlds. not comfort their vigilante brother because he doesn't want to disappoint them. Eri gave him a pointed look and a smile. That might be true, but most 6-year-olds weren't raised in a lab with Mr. Chisaki. I do hope you're aware that he is under investigation. I will have to enlist the help of heroes, but that beach is going down. Izu and I, Eri whined. Stop saying bad words. Izuku gave a good laugh at his sister's distress. He wiped her tears before wiping his own. Do you want to annoy my favorite adults? Any normal person would be slightly scared of the glint in his eyes, but Eri was used to it and even mirrored it. Yeah. Izuku whipped out his phone. Being a vigilante may not be the safest thing, but he sure did want to let Eri in on the mischief he can cause by just texting the two adults. Rogue Bunny, what's up, beaches? Rogue Bunny has changed Aizawa's name to Tired Dad. Rogue Bunny has changed Tsukachi's name to Detective Dad. Tired Dad, I'm teaching right now, brat. Rogue Bunny, well, I have something more important for you to do. I want you to talk to my sister. Detective Dad, what do you mean you want us to talk to your sister? Rogue Bunny, well, I just told her I was rogue. She's disappointed in me. So I thought I would share the highlight of my day with her. Tired, your little sister is disappointed in you? Rogue Bunny, don't question it. Her opinion is very important to me. Anyways, I'm letting her take over. Tired, I hope she's nothing like you. Rogue Bunny, hey, Oni-san is nice. Who even are you guys? Detective Dad, you're his little sister? I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Tired Dad, and I'm Pro-Hero Eraserhead or Aizawa Shoyuda. Rogue Bunny, Oni-san called you a bad word, Mr. Eraserhead. Tired Dad, oh, did he? What did he say? Rogue Bunny, I'm not allowed to say bad words. Detective Dad, good God. You're nothing like your brother. Rogue Bunny, I'm a ray of FNG sunshine, I don't know what you're referring to. Tired it, and the brat's back. Rogue Bunny, hey, can I meet your son sometime, Eraser? Tired Dad, absolutely not. Rogue Bunny, why not? Oni-san needs more friends. Ignore that. She sent that before I could stop her. Tired Dad, you have friends? Detective Dad, this is giving me a headache. I'm gone. And you should be teaching Aizawa. Rogue Bunny, your loss. I'm taking my sister to meet your son Eraser and you can't stop me. In his seat at UA, Shinso Hitoshi was suddenly had the sense that life was about to get interesting. Izuku had thought this down to the bitter detail. And he was going to do it. Eraser thought he had been kidding when he said he was going to meet up with his son. Bichu thought, if Midoriya Izuku says he's going to do something, he's going to FANG do it. He knew that Shinso Hitoshi was in Class 1A. The same class Eraserhead taught, and both Todoroki and Katsuki were in. So he set to work. He may not be the best with mechanics, but he knows how to fix up a voice changer he bought. So that's exactly what he did. He fixed up the cheap changer and placed in his black cloth mask he usually wore as a civilian. On his patrols he usually only wore his metal wolf masquerade mask. He knew it made the villains and criminals unsettled if they could see his scars and his wolfish grin when he took them down. The mask was his inspiration for the vigilante name actually. A rogue wolf. A runaway. An outcast who will prey on others of their kind. Kind of ominous but fit perfectly well. But he could not let Todoroki identify him. That would be the worst thing that could happen on this little, expedition. Okay, Imuto. I'll be back with Shinso, and if Eraser calls, do not answer. You hear me? Okay, Izu and I. Have fun. And don't get caught. She went right back to coloring in her coloring book. She was surprisingly okay with the whole vigilante thing after she let it sink in while he was fixing the voice changer. It was sort of concerning, but they had been in similar situations before living together, so she might have the same views on the world. Once again. Concerning, but not the worst thing in the world if she didn't act on it. He was not used to daytime runs. So, to avoid all suspicion, he left off his wolf mask for the time being and kept his hood down. He skipped happily over to UA, a good 25-minute trip. He wasn't too worried about the whole top security thing. He was a good pickpocket. When he accidentally bumped into a UA student and made their pockets lighter of a security key card, nobody took notice. So it was a cakewalk to get into the school just an hour before 1A had lunch. From there he actively avoided Nedzu's cameras by hiding in the shadows. Rather quickly he was able to find the maintenance door and was able to wiggle his way into the vent system. He may be running on spite. And purely on spite. He had basically memorized the map of the vents, so he was all set to wiggle to Class 1A. Even if he did get the class wrong, it would just be a fantastic distraction for Eraser. Once he realized he had arrived, he watched the class from the vents, waiting for Eraser to leave or at least turn his back for a PRD of time. He couldn't believe his luck when Mike came by and said it was urgent and Eraser just left and said Ito was in charge. Holy shit, this may be too easy. He made quick work of the screws and removed the metal grate. The ceiling was a little ways up from the desks, so if he was going to drop down it may not be so silent. Izuku was glad he wasn't in the public eye, other than a couple of thankful posts here and there nobody really knew about him. So that's why everyone in the class was confused as hell when he landed on a girl with purple hair's desk. Well, everyone except Shinso, who yelped and fell out of his seat. Who are you? What are you doing here? A mini Ingenium asked, standing up from his seat. I'm not here to cause trouble for any of you. Well, except for Eraserhead. I'm here to thoroughly piss him off. Glad to see the changer works well. Izuku stepped off of the girl's desk. As for who I am, that doesn't concern you. I'm simply here to gather Shinso. By the time he made the statement, Shinso was standing up and looking at him as if he was seeing a ghost. What the hell? You could be arrested. How have you not been arrested? He whispered frantically. Izuku was glad he at least had some sense. Wait, arrested? Izuku looked to see who had spoken up. Honestly, the only thing he could use to describe the kid was Pikachu. Just arrested. I'm a wanted vigilante. He turned back to Shinso. Come on. We gotta go before your dad gets back. Rogue. Why are you doing this? Even with the extra mask, everyone in the room could feel his grin. 'Cause it'll really PSS Eraser off. I made the threat I was going to come get you like 2 hours ago. His glee was almost childish. Is that why he was using his quirk on his phone earlier? And you're going to help me study what I missed today. Izuku happily held out his hand. So you're coming with? Great. Just take my hand before your dad comes back. Shinso reached out and took his hand just as the door was locked in. Rogue, you are surrounded. Surrender peacefully. Netsuyu BSTRD. Signaling the police and pro-heroes the second he saw Izuku on the classroom cameras. That's what inspired Izuku to take a moment and flip off the camera. We all know I'm not going surrender peacefully. And what's up, Eraser? Told you your son was gonna meet my little sis. She's really excited, so I would appreciate it if you let us go. Voice changer? That's new. What's it for? Ever the nosy one, Tsuka. But I'll give you a hint. He looked back at the assembled police and pro-heroes. If I were to use my real voice, 3 people in this room would be able to identify my civilian persona. Although only one of those 4 would be able to come up with my name right away. He turned to Shinso. How do you feel about Windows? You could almost feel the moment everyone in the room figured out what he was implying. But it was too late. Izuku had already gotten Shinso over the desks and they had exited through the window. And since Eraser didn't have his eyes on them anymore, they could make a safe getaway. Shinso had known life was about to spiral. He got the distinct feeling only a few hours earlier. But this was a whole new level. Rogue had successfully kidnapped him from class, even though he actually wanted to be there, and they were now standing on a roof a good 15 blocks from UA. Remind me why you just had to do this? Like I said twice already, it's gonna really PSS your dad off and I need to be doing something with my spare time. Work has been insanely boring. Shinso looked to the teen in shock. You have a job? You can't be much older than me. I gotta pay the rent somehow. Anywho, my little sister really wants to meet you and I can take off my voice changer now, can't I? Rogue took off the black cloth mask that had covered the lower half of his face. Shinso had heard his dad talk about the scars, but he didn't expect this. They weren't large, well except for the one that marked his jawline, but there were too many of them decorating his face. Some were only little nicks that would probably disappear in a year or 2. A few looked like cigarette burns. And, holy shit, what happened to his neck? It looked like it went all the way around. Like a collar. Shinso was genuinely surprised to find even though his skin was marked like it was, the boy was still somewhat attractive. Not his type, he had a thing for a certain blonde Pikachu in his class, but he could always appreciate a good-looking guy. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. What? In order for you to meet my sister, you'll have to see her face, and you'll even be able to identify where I live when you're questioned later. Shinso had to laugh at that. You're right, you are an idiot. Rogue let out a distressed whine. It was quiet for a moment while Rogue thought of what he was going to do. I know. I'll be back in 30 minutes tops. If the cops or pro-heroes come by, please hide. I can't handle my sister being disappointed in me for a second time today. Oh, alright. It's not like I want to deal with either of my dads right now. They're probably yelling at everyone currently. Shinso was actually right when he assumed that, because Aizawa was sad and Yamada was stressed. That brat Rogue just straight up kidnapped their son by falling out of a god-made window. This was just unthinkable and unacceptable. Aizawa thought he had sent that text earlier to spite him, but apparently not. Did the brat have some sort of death wish? And so close to the field trip to the USJ as well. It was only a week away at this point, and nobody knew if changing the date was enough to confuse the villains. God, he couldn't handle this kid right now. He was already getting a migraine from his classes and the police's questions. And he couldn't even begin to comprehend what the kid had said before he jumped out the window. Like, what did he mean 3 people would be able to identify him because of his voice? Had Aizawa and Tsukachi interviewed the kid? Impossible. None of the interviewees lied when asked if they were Rogue. So does that mean he knew 3 pro-heroes? Or maybe police officers? God forbid. Did he mean the kids? Next time Aizawa saw Rogue, he was going to smack him for a handful of reasons. Plus, he totally deserved it after today's stunt. Aizawa predicted Shinso wouldn't be home for a while. DMN problem child. It had been 32 minutes since Izuku had left Shinso on the roof. Somehow he got the distinct feeling he wasn't going to live it down. Shinso just seemed like the type to hold a petty grudge like that. Okay, you're all dressed up, now go up to the roof. I'll be back in a minute with Shinso. He had gone and bought Eri a mask, a blue bunny mask to be specific. He spent the last 10 minutes pulling up her hair just so none of it would show when she had her hood up. Shinso wouldn't be able to give her hair color to the authorities. Believe it or not, there were not many blue-haired 6-year-old girls living alone with their brother. He appeared on the rooftop he had left Shinso on. Hey Mini Eraser, I'm back. Mini Eraser? Really? And you're 3 minutes late. I almost panicked because the cops are combing the area just a block away. Oh shit. Let's go then. Izuku quickly grabbed his hand and in a blink they were on the roof of his apartment complex. All Izuku would ever admit his quirk was good for was escaping. One day he may have to come to terms with the fact he is no longer quirkless and his quirk was a beach to get. Bad memories right there. Hey bunny. Eri was sitting on a stack of boxes, swinging her legs back and forth. Nisen, is that Mr. Eraserhead's son? Shinso, meet my little sister Bunny. Bunny, meet Shinso. The purple-haired teen gave Izuku a look. Her codename is Bunny? Well yeah, she actually came up with the idea of me calling myself Bunny online for my hacking, so I gave the name back to her. Shinso nodded and looked around. Where are we? A secured random apartment complex. That's why I ran over time. I had to make sure we would be safe here. Izuku was lying by the skin of his teeth and Shinso was believing it. Can we play heroes? Eri asked excitedly as she hopped down from her perch on the boxes. When Izuku got a small nod from Shinso, they started playing heroes and villains with the excited little bunny. So what if Izuku was currently sitting on the edge of a roof with Hawks next to him? Hawks was cool and in fun. Way more laid back than Izuku thought a pro hero could be. Especially the number 3 hero. He totally hadn't laid low for 2 nights and was in a whole different territory because he was afraid of Eraserhead. He wasn't hiding from the Erasure hero. Okay, but can you blame him? That man was hella scary when he wanted to be, and Izuku had a sinking suspicion temporarily kidnapping his son did not sit well with the hero. Izuku's life was possibly in danger at this point. He has to be absolutely said. So, little dude, why are you in this area again? You're usually at least 2 districts over. Oh well, You hear about the stunt I pulled a few days ago? Where I, maybe kidnapped Eraserhead's kid from UA. You did what? Huh, yeah, so he's gonna kill me, most likely anyways. Dude. What the hell? How are you crazy enough to break into UA and kidnap a student? Hawks sounded incredulous, but his eyes were alight with pure mischief. Izuku definitely liked this guy. Welp, I was bored. I told Eraser I was going to do it. My sister wanted to meet Shinso. Therefore I did it. I wish I had that much dumbass energy. Hey! The Bakugou family household was different. In a good way. It's been 8 months of 5 different types of therapy. Couples therapy, individual therapy, and family therapy. Katsuki was the one who pushed for the therapy. His anger issues and superiority complex had ruined his life so far. He refused to let it ruin his family. It turns out his mother was borderline abusive. The yelling and sometimes harsh hits weren't normal for a healthy family, so that inspired the family therapy. Now, don't get them wrong, Katsuki and Mitsuki still had Spitfire personalities. But that's just who they were. There was a significant decrease of the anger in household. But no matter how many times he talked to his therapist, he still had nightmares. A lot of nightmares. The one that reoccurred the most went like this. It started off with Katsuki leading his little troop into the woods. They were all 6 and of course Izuku was there. But he was lagging behind. Katsuki found himself unable the taunts and sneers that came from his mouth. His lackeys doing the same. Copying his lead. They went across the fallen tree, but halfway across Katsuki would fall into the shallow river below. Izuku rushing down to offer help to Katsuki. He held out a tiny hand, his words sounding like they were underwater. So of course Katsuki let out an intelligent, huh. Then he would watch in horror as child Izuku turned into a bloodied and bruised Izuku in a torn junior high uniform. Kaken! Help me! His hand wasn't reaching to help him up. It was reaching out for help. Screaming. Bleeding. Disappearing. Katsuki would then wake up in a cold sweat. Breathing heavily. He was gone. The Bakugou parents were used to waking up in the middle of the night to muffled screams and explosions. Their boy had a lot of emotions to go through, and the best they could do was be there for him. And much to their horror, you didn't change anything. Shinso Hitoshi, Quirk, brainwashing, H, was kidnapped by the vigilante known as Rogue 2 days ago. Kidnapping lasted 5 hours with Shinso returned unscathed. That's me. Tsukachi sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was 11 p.m. for God's sake. Why couldn't the kid cooperate? Please start from the top of what your afternoon with Rogue entailed. We jumped out of my classroom window at UA, ended up on a random rooftop not too far from the school. He left me there for a while so he could properly disguise his little sister and came back for me. We ended up on another random rooftop and proceeded to play heroes and villains with Bunny. The integration room lights were slowly giving the 2 in the room a headache as Shinso recounted his day for the 8th time. We went to the arcade for like an hour before going to a random but ice cream shop in Hosu. We vandalized an Endeavor billboard. Dropped Bunny off beforehand, of course. And then we just chilled at the mall until he returned me. Did he say any names or possibly anything about his family? Shinso groaned. It had been literal hours. Why the hell was he still here? No detective. Bunny didn't even slip up and call him his civilian name. They've been fooling more people than us. Tsukachi wanted nothing more than to smash his head into the nearest wall. His quirk was revealing everything the purple-haired teen said as true. That will be all, Shinso. You can sleep on the couch in the break room until Eraserhead gets back from patrol. Detective, he can't be older than me. Hell, he looked maybe a year younger. But the point is his scars. There were band-like scars around his wrists, ankles, and neck. What happened to him? That is an excellent question that we all want the answer to. I should so add you to the group chat. Hawks looked at Izuku with his head ped to the side in confusion. There's a group chat? Yeah. I mean, how else am I supposed to annoy the ever-loving hell out of Eraserhead and my favorite detective? Izuku snatched Hawk's phone and copied the number into his own. Thank God Eri knew how to call him from her computer now. Rogue Bunny has added Hawks to the group chat. Rogue Bunny has changed Hawks's name to Brotherbird. Tired. Really? The number 3 hero? Rogue Bunny, yes really. We've been hanging out. Detective Dad, next he's going to add Nedzu. Wait, I didn't mean it. Rogue Bunny has added Nedzu to the group chat. Rogue Bunny has changed Nedzu's name to Rat God. Brother Bird, Legasp. I'm Brother. Rat God. I know you are completely aware of my actual species, so why am I Rat God? Rogue Bunny. Because Albino Stoat doesn't really make a majestic title. Rat God. That's fair. Tired. Hey Brat. Where you right now? You're still on patrol, right? Rogue Bunny. I do not believe that you should know my whereabouts, sir. Tired. Kid, this is serious. It's about the USJ. Something happened at UA today. Brother Bird. We're on top of Dumbo Donuts in my territory. Rogue Bunny. DMN at Hawks. Rat God. Why are you with Hawks? Rogue Bunny. Izuku shut off his phone. Nedzu was a clever bastard and therefore didn't need him to say anything. He could figure it out himself. Hawks had the audacity to be laughing. What's so funny, bird brain? He didn't get answer because the next second Eraserhead's capture scarf was wrapped around his torso. Wow, new record for how fast can he arrive to yell at Rogue? Taking the brat. We'll talk later. Izuku didn't even put up a fight as Eraserhead dragged him away. USJ was a very important matter because it was the League involved. Assholes. Once they were settled on a rooftop a few leaps away, Eraser dumped him, rather roughly might he add. I'm only alerting you because we think someone broke into UA today. Let the reporters into the schoolyard with illegal quirk usage. What let them in? Some destructive quirk. It mutilated the gate, letting the reporters in, but no known reporter has a quirk that would allow that. Izuku's emotions were about to boil over. Shigaraki Fing Tamura. The very beach who liked to disintegrate parts of Izuku for fun. When's the USJ field trip, Eraser? Tomorrow. Oh shit. Time really does fly when you're having fun, doesn't it? At least he had a rough idea of the situation. Just because he was laying low a lot more recently doesn't mean he didn't notice the drop in activity. My best guess, Eraser, is it will be a whole hell of a lot of low-level thugs. You've noticed the silence recently. If you see a man with blue hair and is covered in hands, do not engage. He can hurt you very badly very fast. Eraser gave him a hard state. I'll see you tomorrow at the USJ, Eraserhead. With a quick two-fingered salute, he fell backwards off the edge of the roof. Eraserhead hadn't even noticed he was backing up. Izuku had more important things to do than patrol right now. For starters, he had to make sure Eri would be safe all day long. Why wouldn't the League and Yakuza coordinate plans? They both didn't like him. And then he had to make sure none of those villain assholes hurt the 4 people that he cared about too much. Just take a wild guess at those 4 names. And of course he had to mentally prepare himself for the trauma that would resurface with seeing the ugly mugs of Kurojiiri and Shigaraki. Get ready, beaches. Rogue's coming. R1. Imuto. You know your brother lives you very much, right? God, he was almost crying, but this has to be said in case of the worst possible outcome. Of course, Aizu and I love you too. He wrapped her up in a tight hug. Izuku was scared. Scared that he wouldn't return to his little sister or their semblance of normal. The League always had him on edge. Even if it wasn't intentional. You've got to know that there is a possibility I won't come back after the field trip. It is slim because I will always fight to get back to you, but you have to know that the possibility exists. Aizu and I. When I do return home, I will likely be bloodied and upset, okay? Aizu and I, please be as careful as you can. Izuku pulled back and held his little sister at arm's length so he could look into her, now teary, red eyes. Of course, Imuto. Anything to come back home to you. Will Shaochin and Toshi be alright? I'll make sure of it. Aizawa has never dreaded a field trip as much as he was today. The only reason they hadn't cancelled was because everyone had been notified of the trip and they had already moved it. Without concrete evidence of the kids being in danger, they couldn't completely cancel the trip. Much to the entire staff's annoyance. Even Nedzu was said, not a nice sight. Izashi. You know the plan. If I don't text you 15 minutes after we arrive at the USJ, then send backup. His husband placed a quick kiss to his forehead. Be more optimistic, Sho, maybe nothing will happen. Zashi, the kid was worried. Last night I told him about the gate and he did his version of freaking out. Cut the conversation short and rush home to his sister. You know this kid well, don't you, Sho? Hizashi teased, obviously trying to lighten the mood. Aizawa happily took the bait. Yeah. Whatever. Be safe today, Zashi, I'll look after Hitoshi. As formal as it sounds, Aizawa briefed his son on the car ride to school. He would be dead if he didn't make sure his kid at least knew what could possibly happen. Kid, you need to know that the danger of the League if villains has not passed for this field trip. The only reason I am not forcing you and your classmates to stay home is because a guy feeling isn't enough to reschedule a second time. You promise me that you won't do anything stupid, all right? Yes, sir. Do you think the League of Villains will actually show up? I have no idea, kid. No idea. Todoroki had thought it was odd when Mamiko called him on a Wednesday morning. He picked up nonetheless. Hey Roro, you have that field trip today, right? Yeah, what's up? Is something wrong? I don't know how to explain it, but I've got a bad feeling about today. It's probably stupid, but... Miko, nothing you ever say is stupid. That's sweet of you, Ro. The line was silent for a second as Todoroki waited for Mamiko to finish what he had to say. Just be careful today, all right? I don't know what I would do with myself if you got hurt. I'll be careful, Miko. In return, you make sure Ari doesn't cause any problems herself. That earned him a snort. No promises, Roro. I'll see you this afternoon so I know you're okay? Sure. I'll be fine though. There's nothing to worry about. Right? Oh, I just hate to ask this of you, Kamikyo-san. But Ari doesn't need to be alone all day in case I'm right about our parents figuring out our location. Izuku was holding Ari's hand as they talked to Kamikyo-san in her apartment. Please. Call me Ayumi, we've known each other long enough. And it's fine. I'll make sure she's looked after, kiddo. Izuku gave her a grateful smile and leaned down to peck Ari's forehead. You be good for Yumi-san or I won't let you come to the park with me this afternoon. The threat was light, but it would be enough to stop her from completely acting out. He rested a hand on Ari's head and looked back at Kamikyo-san. You will have a slim chance of reaching me this morning, but after about lunch you should be able to call. Alright, I'll make sure she doesn't leave the apartment until we have secured contact. Izuku gave a huff of laughter. You know our protocol so well. Kamikyo-san just gave a toothy grin in return. I better. You know, considering the fact I'm the one following it every time you're at work. Have a good day, Yumi-san. You too, Ari. I'll probably pick her up 1:00-ish just so you know. Make sure you don't sniff out anything too dangerous, Mamiko-kun. I would hate to see you hurt. Don't worry about me, Yumi-san. I'll see you this afternoon. With that, Izuku ducked out of the apartment and checked the time. He had 30 minutes before he had to make sure the buses arrived at the USJ safely. Time to get suited up. Tortu. Aizawa figured he better at least warn his class before they left. It would be pretty awful of him to only notify his kid and not the class. All right, listen up everybody. The room fell silent at his command. I'm letting you know of a very possible situation that we are going to do everything in our power to avoid. All attention was zeroed in on him. Good, the brats were listening. About a month before the entrance exams we got a call that the USJ field trip dates had been compromised and to proceed with caution. So we recently changed the date to today. But with what happened yesterday we have to consider that the date has once again been compromised. This is a very real threat from very real villains. They wish to cause panic and harm. We have put safety measures in place so that backup will arrive if it is needed. Do you brats remember the vigilante that kidnapped Shinso? He'll be there too as a supervisor, so please do not attack him. The room was silent as Aizawa let his warning sink in. This was serious. He needed his kids to know that. With that out of the way, let's go change and then we'll head out. The class filed out of the classroom with mild murmuring. Aizawa made sure they all got ready fairly quickly so they could leave faster. Who knows? They might actually be able to teach something before the league showed up. Izuku leaped across rooftops to get to UA. There was an easier way, his quirk cough, but since it reminded him so much of the league he didn't want to use it. He had a maximum of 5 minutes to get to the buses before they left the campus. Good thing the adrenaline was pumping, else he would never make it. Since he was in full gear and in a rush, he had no qualms about flinging himself over the cement fence that surrounded the UA building. Spotting the buses, he rushed over and leaped to sit on top of one. Only once he was sat down did he allow himself to take a deep breath. That was the fastest he had roof-hopped since he couldn't shake Eraser that one time. The loud congregation of voices alerted him to the emerging Class 1A. Thank God he remembered his voice changer. He didn't need anything else to stress about. Rogue. Eraserhead sighed when he saw Izuku sitting atop the bus. Hey Eraser. Or would you prefer Aizawa-sensei? I must say your classroom is quite nice. Izuku hopped down from his perch. You done a head count? Snapped a picture of every student. I think sometimes you forget I'm the veteran in this situation. Eraser's deadpan wasn't even different from his normal beach face. But since Izuku liked to hang around the hero, he could tell the difference. Ha! So you admit you're old? Izuku narrowly missed the capture scarf. His laugh came out a bit garbled with the changer, but it still reached everyone's ears. Okay sheesh. Let's get this show on the road beaches. Our 212. Sonic is either a god. So thing may have spiraled fairly quickly for Izuku. He made the mistake of talking to Kaminari, that Pikachu kid, and they may be quoting a few things. Kaminari stood up and pointed at Izuku. Or could kill God. He added. The entire bus could feel Izuku's grin as he pointed at Kaminari. And I don't care if there is a difference. They finished together, soon falling into hysterics along with Ishido, Shiro, Kirishima, and surprisingly Shinso. Oh my god dude, I need your number. This is way too much fun, Izuku wheezed as he made his way back to his seat. Hell yeah bro, fair warning, I spam memes at 2 am. No problem. I'm usually on patrol at that time, so I'll probably be up. Unless Bunny forces me to sleep once in a while. Izuku huffed fondly at the image of Eri waking up at his alarm and refusing to let him leave. Bunny? One of the kids asked. Hey, Izuku hadn't memorized names yet, even though he did have access to all of their student files. Yeah. My little sister. She and my friend are all I've got. Of course he doesn't know about all of. Izuku gestured to his vigilante getup. This. Double life. Shiro asked. The beach. I got to hide from Eraser and Tsuka somehow. Izuku smirked to himself as Eraser glared at him from the rearview mirror. I heard that. Just because you have immunity today doesn't mean we won't end up catching you, brat. Keep telling yourself that, old man. I'll tell Nedzu about you hacking into the American government. Izuku froze. He wouldn't dare. Why am I not surprised you hacked your way into the American government? Shinso groaned, sliding further down into his seat. Hey, I was looking for somebody that owed me. Izuku was practically pouting. These hero hopefuls didn't need to know he was looking for his fugitive father's new name. Technically, the BS already did owe him. Our 3. All right, you nasty gremlins, we have arrived at our destination. Izuku had changed the setting on his voice changer so it sounded like he was announcing over an intercom. Everybody listen up. I'm aware that so far it has been fun and games, but once we step into the USJ, I want you all to be on high alert. Eraserhead growled, fixing each kid with a hard state to make sure his point was driven home. After a moment of silence, Izuku spoke up. Yes sir, Eraser. Let's get this sheet show started. Everybody piled out of the bus to be met with the puffy form of the rescue hero 13. One girl with short brown hair, Uraraka, started majorly fangirling over the hero. Izuku could share her sentiment. He would have been the same way 11 months ago. The price of relative innocence? After getting an explanation of what the facility was all about, they moved inside to stand at the top of the stairs. 13 stopped them and held a quick whispered conversation with Eraser, who then waved Izuku and whispered into his ear. All Might's not going to be able to make it. Izuku couldn't hold back his snort. Of course, the very reason the League is going to be here isn't able to make it. Demon number 1 hero. He grumbled the last part before storming off. He pulled himself up to stand on the stairs railing. 13 pulled everyone's attention to themselves so they could start lecturing on the possible dangers of quirks. Like Izuku needed to hear that. He had had quirks used on him his whole life and understood quirks more than anyone. He was more focused on the sudden energy in the air. Because that wasn't natural. It was very faint, but it was suffocating. Like they were blocking signals. Holy shit, it's starting. Eraser. See if you can send a signal out. Eraser had signaled for Kaminari to try. A minute later the blonde was pale and shaking his head. No signal. And as if they were cued in, 3 of Kurogiri's portals opened up at the base of the plaza, and out spilled hundreds of villains. 13. Get the kids out of here now. Eraser was taking up his fighting stance on front of the kids. But before 13 could follow the command, Kurogiri blocked the exit with another portal. I'm afraid I cannot allow that. Out of the corner of Izuku's eye he saw Katsuki and Kirishima getting ready to pounce. He instantly teleported, if you could call it that, in front of them to block their paths. Don't be stupid, he hissed. Agitating Kurogiri would just get them separated faster. Ah, so the little pup finally has some sense. The mist man hummed. Izuku just scoffed. No, I'm still the same self-sacrificing dumbass. I'm just more logical about my approach. Izuku was now facing Kurogiri. Your teacher Eraserhead should really learn some patience. Tamura would like to say his piece before we eventually kill you all. The Warp Gate villain sounded almost tired of his situation. Izuku hadn't even realized that Eraser had been trying to leap down to fight the villains. Get the crusty beach to talk then. I'm itching to finally be able to fight you. It's been 6 months, you know. I'm well aware. Sensei had not been very happy these past few months. Good. Izuku growled. He could feel the confusion radiating off of all of the hero hopefuls, probably at why he was holding a civil conversation with one of the villains. We are the League of Villains and we have come to kill 2 people. The class rotated so they could see Shigaraki when he was talking. How his voice was projecting so well was a mystery. We have come to kill the number 1 hero All Might and the vigilante known as Rogue. But since All Might does not seem to be here, we will settle for just Rogue. Well, sheet. It was that moment. The moment Shigaraki announced that he would settle to just kill Izuku today that the USJ broke into utter chaos. Eraser was finally allowed to fight the villains in the plaza, much to Izuku and Shinsu's despair. And then Kurogiri decided that was the best time to finally separate all of them. Izuku was too focused on explaining the bare necessities of fighting Kurogiri to 13 to realize that a portal was about to swallow him. And when he did, it was too late. He was already falling through, a wave of panic seizing his heart. There was no reason for them to keep him here. Kurogiri could easily just teleport him back to their hideout. That line of thinking was abruptly stopped as he dropped into a body of water. His survival instincts took over and he quickly looked for a way up and out of the deep water. He barely felt the electric sting on his face as his voice changer shorted out. Izuku's head broke the water and he tugged off his lower mask since it was now useless. He took inventory of his surroundings. He was in the flood zone. Villains presumably with water-based quirks swimming around looking to make fish food of any unlucky students. Just as he was about to go back under, he saw the girl with the frog quirk dropping Shinso off on the boat in the middle of the lake. He waved his arm in the air to catch her attention. Calling out to her would just be detrimental. She seemed to be coming his way when he was yanked back under. He was faced with a man who had a shark mutation quirk. Now, everyone would think Izuku was at the disadvantage in this situation, but it was quite the opposite actually. See, Izuku was used to fighting with heavy limbs that always seemed to go slower and hit lighter than he wanted. All-nighter patrols were to be expected when he was having a difficult day. So fighting underwater would definitely be a new challenge, but he was used to a similar fighting experience on land. Izuku put extra force behind him punch and cracked the villain across the jaw. The shark villain let him go in shock and Izuku soon had something wrapped around his waist pulling him up and out of the water. He looked up to see it was the frog girl. She flung them both onto the ship and they landed in wet messes next to Shinso. After hacking up a mouthful of water that had somehow gotten into his lungs, he looked up to the girl. Thanks for that. No problem. Why does your voice sound different? His voice changer he had almost forgotten. Voice changer in my mask got fried when I hit the water. Damn it, he might recognize me. The last part was more of a murmur to himself. He was in serious danger of Todoroki noticing. What are we supposed to do about our current situation? Because I'm not too confident in my ability to get them all to answer on the first try. Shinso grimaced the slightest bit. Giving himself away so early in the game wouldn't be good. Izuku stood up and noticed all of the villains had surrounded the ship in a large circle. There were maybe 30 in all. Izuku sighed and looked to the plaza. That effing idiot. Eraserhead was going towards Shigaraki. Didn't Izuku warn his sorry but? Heroes. Leaning over the railing, Izuku shouted at the villains. As much as I would like to stick around and kick all of your butts, I have way more important things to deal with. Shouts of offense followed his blunt announcement, but he ignored them in favor of turning back to face his two companions. Alright, what I'm about to do has about a 85% chance of success considering I've never tried it before. Ready? Wait dash. Izuku wrapped an arm around each of their waists and teleported to the top of the stairs. He barely had time to congratulate himself of doing with two people for the first time before he was sprinting down the steps to the plaza. He was not going to allow that crusty a-hole to hurt Eraserhead. That man had a family. He was also the closest thing to a father figure that Izuku had ever had. God damn it. Eraser was closing in on Shigaraki. Shigaraki was closing in on Eraser. A horrified scream ripped its way past his lips, and a mix of desperation, fear, and rage clouded his mind as his fighting instincts kicked in, calling into the depths of his purposely unexplored quirk. The next thing he knew, he was in front of Eraserhead, arms held up in a X in front of his face. There was a thin swirling film of shadows acting as a shield to separate him and Eraser from Shigaraki. That's new. Shigaraki was laughing now. I knew you would come running if I threatened him. We've done our research. Though, we still can't figure out where you're staying. The shield started to crack. Izuku snarled. Hiding from Sensei is no easy task, and yet you've done it for 6 months. I've decided you're a nuisance that needs to be taken care of. Why should I care what you think? Izuku sneered. Seriously, since when did the Krusty Beach monologue like this? Oh, I think you're about to care very much. Nomu. Shigaraki barked. Nomu? Why did that sound familiar? Suddenly a grotesque being that resembled a bird was standing beside Shigaraki. And it had Katsuki. He was very obviously struggling, but the bird being, the Nomu, was holding him in a way where if he set off any explosions he would just end up harming himself. Shigaraki must have seen how Izuku tensed in fear because he was laughing that dry laugh again. That's right. We have your precious Katsuki. He spat. Sensei did some digging and discovered he was your childhood friend turned bully. But your bleeding heart still cares for him. Doesn't it? The shield finally broke completely. So nothing was separating him and Shigaraki. Before Eraserhead could try to surge forward and get Katsuki or fight the villains, Izuku was making another shield. Eraserhead. Make sure your class is safe. I'll get Katsuki. I can at least hold them off until backup arrives. He grit out, not even looking back at the man. No dash, Eraser started to argue, but Izuku was having none of it. Oh. Your students' lives matter more than mine. I'll get Katsuki back to you. I promise. Izuku left no room for argument as he instead put the shield behind him so Eraserhead was blocked off from him and the villains. Let him go, Shigaraki. Nomu. Drop the kid. Katsuki was released from the Nomu's hold. Izuku just narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Nomu. Kill rogue. The Nomu was on top of him in seconds. It tried to grab him, but Izuku just teleported out of the way. He made quick work of making sure Katsuki was returned to the top of the stairs. He took a moment to take in the blonde's expression. Shigaraki had basically just given away his true identity. But thankfully Katsuki just looked confused, probably trying to remember if he was ever friends with a kid with some type of teleportation quirk. Even though that wasn't even his quirk. But one day he would seriously have to explore his quirk. Sometimes he wasn't even sure what it was. He snapped out of his quick musing and got ready to face the Nomu. If his train of thinking was correct, then the thing probably had multiple quirks, but it couldn't think for itself. The Nomu got him before he could get it. Grabbing Izuku by the shoulders, it slammed him into the ground. The air was forced out of his lungs, and he had to spend a few precious seconds refilling them with the much-needed oxygen. The Nomu, of course, took advantage of this and picked him up before pitching him at one of the USJ's walls. The result being a massive crater in the concrete wall as Izuku coughed up blood. "Yep. There goes one of my ribs." Izuku grimaced. Before the Nomu could attack again, Izuku shakily got up and searched his quirk for anything useful. He wouldn't be able to hold his own without a weapon against that brute. He looked down in surprise at the sword that seemed to be made of shadows now occupying his hand. "That works." Izuku and the Nomu rushed at each other. He swung the sword forward and a giant gash appeared on the Nomu's chest, only to disappear a few seconds later. Goddammit, a regeneration quirk. And what seemed like speed and strength quirks as well. He was really starting to not like this less-than-human creature. It was annoying. He and the Nomu started an odd pattern. He was dodging and cutting the thing with his new sword while it just attacked him relentlessly. Where were those poor excuses of pro-heroes? By Izuku's calculations, they were supposed to arrive 10 minutes ago. That is exactly why Izuku is a vigilante. Can't trust them with anything. The Nomu was able to smash him into another hard surface, and Izuku could swear 3 of his ribs were broken, because holy shit it hurt. But he could still fight. His pain tolerance was incredibly high for a 15-year-old. 3 broken ribs weren't going to stop him. An idea popped into his head and he could have smacked himself for not thinking of it sooner. He changed his attack tactic. Instead of just trying to cause damage, he set out to stab the monstrosity in the brain. If he could just damage it enough, it would be out of commission long enough for those DMED heroes to show up, right? God, he hoped so, because he was starting to slow down. He finally found his opportunity when the Nomu went to strike. Summoning his energy, he teleported to up and behind the Nomu. A perfect angle to strike. He drove his blade deep into the partially exposed brain. The Nomu let out a blood-curdling cry before slumps forward. Izuku watched its unmoving form for a while to make sure it would stay down. He didn't really know if he was disassociating or the pain was finally getting to him as he watched Shigaraki leave with Kurogiri. He couldn't understand a DMN word that was being said. He faintly registered sinking to one knee as he hacked up more blood. Oh, that definitely wasn't good. He thinks Eraser was talking to him, telling him to stay awake. He wasn't concerned about passing out. He was concerned about being able to get out with his current injuries. Escaparud caparauta right now. His mind was buzzing with pain and nervous energy. He needed to make sure Eri was safe. He needed to make it home to her. So before Eraser could read his intentions, Izuku teleported the farthest he has yet. All the way from the USJ to his bed at home. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he was out cold in a pain-induced slumber. Eri had found Izuku passed out on his bed. She immediately started screaming. The sight of her bloody and bruised brother laying motionless on his bed had to have been a truly horrifying sight. Ayumi-san had then rushed him to the hospital. Eri had just been aware enough to remove anything that would incriminate him as rogue beforehand, though. It had taken 3 hours for Izuku to awaken. By then he had to go through one minor surgery to help set 2 of his ribs, since had continued to fight even with them broken. Ayumi-san had to make the doctors swear to not mention his scars. She explained that he was a minor living with his sister in her apartment complex to escape his abusive parents. The doctors agreed once they accepted she was telling the truth. Which led up to now. Izuku sitting in a hospital bed, attached to multiple beeping machines and most of his torso tightly wrapped in bandages. Eri was curled up against his chest, tears staining her cheeks as she rested. He was feigning shock as the news started to broadcast the USJ incident. He grabbed for his phone and quickly dialed Todoroki. Time to fake like he wasn't there and didn't know what happened. Todoroki and all of Class 1A was currently waiting to be officially interrogated at the police station. Apparently, since that vigilante, rogue or something, had been there, they needed every detail. His classmate, Shoji, had just gone in when his phone started ringing. He sighed and checked the caller ID. His screen was displaying a selfie Momoko had taken of him, Todoroki, And Ari. Todoroki cringed. The media must have just found out. He answered and held the phone a good 2 inches from his ear, earning a few curious glances from his classmates. Todoroki Shuto, why didn't you call me? The classmates nearest to him reeled in shock. Who in the world was that? Calling the class's ice prince? Sorry, Miko. I thought you were at work and I didn't want to bother you. Kami, Ro, were you or any of your classmates hurt? Nobody had more than a few scrapes. A vigilante came in and took the brunt of the attack from the villains. You may have heard of him, I think his name was Rogue. A hum came from the other end of the phone. Yeah, I've heard of him. He mainly patrols around my neighborhood. Todoroki paused. What was that noise in the background? It sounded like a heart monitor, oddly enough. Hey Miko? What's that beeping sound? I'm interviewing a patient at the hospital for a story. Todoroki's eyes narrowed in suspicion. You're a horrible liar, Momiko. A nervous laugh came from the other end. Yeah. I get that sometimes. Tell me the truth or hand the phone over to Kiko to prove you're actually doing an interview. Fine. You caught me. Earlier today I got beat up pretty badly because I ran into a group of thugs while doing an interview. I broke like 3 ribs and will be stuck in the hospital for the next 3 to 4 days. Ha. Now, let it be known Todoroki didn't raise his voice much. But this time was an exception. You what? Todoroki had not been happy with Izuku, which was understandable. The doctor said he officially broke 4 ribs, only 1 more than his estimate. Sure, he had been in life-threatening danger, but he didn't die, so it was fine. He was fine. He could have punctured his lung or dongate an important organ, but it was fine. Todoroki told him as soon as he was getting let go from the police precinct he would be there. Thank the heavens visiting hours were over before he could. Ayumi-san took Eri back to her apartment and dropped off one of his notebooks and pens per his request. Since he had so much time on his hands, he was finally going to hunker down and write what he knew about his quirk. It was beyond time. It's been like 10 months. He should have done a basic check soon after he finally got out. Quirk, Shadow Tier? Description: I can basically control shadows and make them solid enough to do things for me or use them to teleport small distances. Can also use them to form a thin shield and a shadow sword. More in-depth explanation on each of those aspects. I can make the shadows into solid tendrils that are able to turn a doorknob or latch a window shut. I can teleport up to 20 blocks away. I have only done about 1 block with 2 people traveling along as well. Distance could be greater. The shield was formed in desperation with my arms braced in an X protecting my face. Shield was weak, could possibly get stronger with practice. The shadow sword is the same as the shield. Pure desperation, it cuts through things very nicely. With more practice I could possibly control the sharpness levels. Questions about my quirk? Could I eventually make human shadows come to life and follow my orders? Do my arms always have to be in an X to summon the shield? Can I make more things than just a shadow sword? Additional note, it is possible that this may be a mix of multiple small time quirks. Izuku groaned. That was barely any information. He knew more about Eraserhead's quirk than he did his own. Isn't that sad? He needed something else to do ASAP. Writing about quirks is still a major hobby for him, but when it comes to his own quirk, well, let's just say he is extremely fortunate that his head hurts too much to have a mental breakdown. He grabbed his phone and started mindlessly swiping through news feeds to give him something to do. That's when he stumbled across the news article on Endeavor. What he was about to do was very illegal and could get him in a shitton of trouble, but that's just his life. It would be a little harder to hack on his phone, but he could definitely do it. And he was certain that Endeavor had horrible security compared to the US. So he set to work, hacking into every computer Endeavor's agency had. It was real fun unearthing some very sensitive information that the flaming trash man was trying to hide. So of course he copied everything he could before making the screens black out and leaving his watermark with a little message. Hello Endeavor. My hacker name is Bunny, but you can call me Rogue. And you abusive a-hole. Building a case on Endeavor and pissing him off at the same time. Pure gold. Now he still didn't have much to do, but at least he accomplished something amazing. Aizawa was said. That's the best way to describe what he was feeling. The problem child had just vanished while he was coughing up blood. Watching Rogue take that beating had been the hardest things he had ever done. He had wanted to go help the teen immediately, but the low-life villains had decided to regain consciousness and he couldn't just leave his students to deal with them. Aizawa had seen how tender Rogue had been with the Bakugou kid. Did he know him personally? He referred to him as Katsuki, and that blue-haired villain had said, "Your precious Katsuki." But when they asked Bakugou, he had denied knowing who it was, and Tsukachi confirmed it as true. There was also the concerning bit of childhood friend turned bully, but they could ask him about that later. Today had been rough. Holding Rogue in his arms as he continued to cough of blood had been terrifying. The kid definitely had at least 2 broken ribs and needed immediate medical attention. But the brat just vanished. And boy did the backup pro heroes have fantastic timing. They burst in right after Rogue disappeared and Aizawa was not in a good mood. His vigilante kid was injured greatly, and that could have been avoided if they showed up at the 15 minutes mark like planned. Nobody confronted him about what happened once they took in the damage and the absolutely deadly aura he was giving off. Even All Might had the sense to not approach. It took him 2 hours to be able to hold a civil conversation with someone instead of snapping at them and snarling like a feral dog. Only one thing interesting happened when they were doing the interrogations at the police station. He had been taking a quick coffee break when he saw Todoroki accept a phone call. What caught his attention was the fact that the boy held the phone a good few inches from his ear. Then he heard the yelling. And by Kami, if that wasn't the most expressive he had seen the normally stone-faced student. He even raised his voice at one point. That was definitely a new thing. That was the only notable thing as the interrogations continued. All of the students told the truth on every question, and they learned almost nothing other than Moore won the League of Villains. But Rogue could be dead. So yes. He would be thoroughly worried and said until he got confirmation that his vigilante son was alive. Izuku had decided hospitals were mind-numbingly boring. He couldn't go out at night, he didn't have his laptop to hack. All he could do was watch the news. And Todoroki was on break right now and they couldn't go anywhere fun. He just stopped by Izuku's hospital room and they visited until he had to leave. The only noteworthy thing was Tsuka stopping by to interview him since he had been a suspect and he had gotten similar injuries to what they assumed Rogue would have. They asked questions that were a little harder to dance around this time, but that's fine. They must have figured out if he was Rogue, spoiler alert, he was, that he would know how to avoid Tsuka's questions. Which he did. But they didn't need to know that just yet. He was currently sitting up in his bed, Eri curled up in lap playing games on his phone. Todoroki was sitting in the chairs provided for visitors. If it had just been Eri, Izuku wouldn't have bothered the poor nurses for a mask to cover his face, but alas, Todoroki was there. Today was the day he was going to be discharged. Yippee ki. He's been waiting for this for 4 days. Now he gets to go home and sleep in his bed. He also gets patrol and go back to work, but DMN were the hospital beds uncomfortable. Miko, is there anything you need to gather? We leave in 30 minutes. Izuku looked over at his friend. Bro, I came here against my will. Of course I don't have anything to gather. Todoroki glared playfully at the bedridden boy. Plus Iyumi-san already took my notebook home, so we should be all set. Right, Ari? Yeah. Izuku frowned at the look she had in her eyes as she turned to look at him. Sashi and I? Can we go to that cat cafe on the way home? Imuto. I need to go home so I can rest and catch up on any missed work. The girl didn't seem deterred and instead turned to Todoroki. Shaochin? Can we go to the cat cafe on the way home? The boy stared blankly at the little girl. Miko just said no, so why are you asking me? Because he's not the boss of you. Eri blinked innocently at him as he just stared in shock. Izuku helped but start cackling madly, because that was his sister right there. Ari, where'd you learn to do that? Izuku wheezed. Eri just blinked owlishly up at him. Whenever you talk to, Otosans, you always talk to them like that. Izuku and Todoroki froze. Otosans? She didn't mean. Oh god. She was talking about Tsuka and Eraser. Izuku was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. He absolutely had to get her to call them that to their faces. Todoroki just looked at the two oddly. Alright. He didn't know anything about Tsuka and Eraser. Dan, that's going to be a beach to explain. Oh, right, I didn't tell you. Recently a guy and his friend have been kinda like parental figures for us. Although they're going to die when Ari calls them Otosan their faces. Izuku really hopes he can remember this explanation later because that was a on-the-spot lie. Oh. Izuku winced at the short reply. He reached out a hand that Todoroki took almost immediately. Izuku gave a masked smile. Sometimes it was hard for him to hide so much from the boy. He still wore his mask around him for heaven's sake. Don't worry, Ro. I'll introduce you to them when I'm ready to. I promise, all right. They looked at each other for a moment before Todoroki squeezed his hand and let go. Shall we go? It may be better to leave earlier. The boy suggested, standing up. He left the room for a short PRD of time to get a nurse to give him the okay and unplug him from all of the monitors. When he came back with the nurse, she did a few routine checkups to make sure he was okay to go sign out. It didn't take more than 15 minutes, and then they were all ready to leave. Take Ari out into the hall while I change into some normal clothes. The dual-haired boy nodded and took Ari's hand before leaving the room. Izuku sighed and got up to get dressed in what he would consider his civilian clothes. A black long-sleeved undershirt with a short-sleeved shirt on top and some nice old denim jeans. It was starting to warm up, which would cause problems for Izuku's wardrobe. He straightened up the already tidy room and stepped out into the hall. Ari handed him his phone and took one of his hands in hers so that she was connecting Todoroki and him. They walked down the halls and signed out at the receptionist's desk. Todoroki covered his entire bill even though Izuku had protested to hell and back about it. Ari used their arms to start swinging. Todoroki and Izuku played along, gripping her hand and lifting her just a little higher. Let's hope on the train and we'll stop by the cat cafe? Izuku glanced at the other boy in question. Todoroki gave a small nod that he would join them. Really, Sashi and I? Oh, thank you. Ari practically squealed. Izuku snorted and ruffled her hair with his free hand. Korsimuto. I think we all deserve a little treat. Shinsu's life was a mess. Dadzawa was beyond stressed and overworked, which equaled a more grumpy than usual man. Not fun for anyone in the Aizawa Yamada household. And the Yamadad was always trying to comfort his husband, so he was a little spacey. Lately, he was doing things like putting the remote in the fridge or not finishing putting up groceries. Shinso had made the decision that his dads needed a break, even if it was just a small one. So they were going to leave all of their electronics at home and go to their favorite cat cafe. Ever since the USJ and Rogue busting his butt to save everyone, it was very tense in their little apartment. The only thing they had gotten as confirmation that he was alive was him hacking into every computer at Endeavor's agency. It was times like these when he wished they knew the identity of Rogue solely so he could be adopted into the family. They were sitting in the same booth they always did, petting the cats, drinking coffee, and people watching. Then someone walked in that the trio didn't expect at all. Todoroki Shudo. And he was walking in with a green-headed boy and a small girl, probably no older than 6, who had light blue hair and a little horn on her forehead. Dadzawa choked on his coffee. Shinso patted his back a couple of times, worry evident on his face. That's Mamiko. He's one of the rogue suspects. The man finally choked out. Shinso froze. His eyes trained on the trio now. He was probably the only one who had gotten close enough to Rogue to actively identify him in public. How could he know Todoroki? Yamadad mused, watching them as well. The watched in fascination as the boy and the little girl got Todoroki to let down his guard. The Ice Prince of Wane even smiled and laughed. Are you guys seeing this, or am I just going crazy? Shinso asked, worried the stress had finally broken him. Nope. I'm definitely seeing this. Doesn't mean my brain is comprehending it. Dadzawa rested his head on the table, clearly done with everything relating anything to do with any kid he knew. Yamadad peeled his eyes away and went back to what they were doing beforehand. Shinso was about to look away when he saw it. Now it may have just been a trick of the light, but Shinso could swear on his life he saw a scar that stretched around the boy's neck. Just like Rogue's. Now Izuku wasn't stupid. He knew that the Aizawa Yamada family went to the same cat cafe that he and Eri went to. He could also feel their stares as he and Todoroki were talking while Eri petted all of her favorite cats. They were actually talking about UA coincidentally enough. You know, with 2 teachers and a student burning holes into their backs. They were discussing what actually made the school so great. They both loved the school, but sometimes it was just so irresistibly easy to bash UA. What really puts the school on top is its alumni and sports festival. Shiketsu is, if I dare say, on the same level as UA. Hell, they could even be seen as better, but because of those 2 things Shiketsu is seen as a runner-up. Izuku took a long sip from his coffee as his words sunk in. I will never understand why some things are seen as better, and because of that then everything else is just seen as inherently lower. Todoroki mumbled, stirring his coffee mindlessly. Hey! Izuku reached across the table and tilted Todoroki's head to where they were making eye contact. He could smell self-deprecating thoughts a mile away. We've talked about this, Ro. Just because your father is a beach doesn't mean that you and your siblings are on golden pedestals. You're all human too. Endeavor may have chosen you to train, but you're still Natsuo and Fuyumi's precious baby brother. Todoroki pressed his face into Izuku's hand. Thanks, Miko. You always know what's troubling me, and I thank you for just being you. He finished lamely, obviously hoping to get the point across to Izuku. Anytime, anywhere, Ro. You know that. Izuku was honestly a little scared. He always thought he would be the one to find Chisaki, not the other way around. It had been a concern, sure, but the probability was close to nothing. Here he was, watching as the Yakuza members patrolled his neighborhood. He had been hearing the rumors of how they would patrol a neighborhood for a week before moving on. Of course they were looking for him and Eri. Maybe it was time he told Eraser the truth about her. If anything were to happen to Izuku, the only person he would trust with his little sister's safety was that hobo-looking man. He wasn't prepared to fight Yakuza yet. His biggest catch so far had been a human trafficking ring. Yakuza was Japan's mob. He couldn't fight mobsters. He looked over at Eri's sleeping form. For once she was asleep on her bed, no nightmares having woken her up just yet. He really wasn't comfortable leaving her alone in the apartment while he was out on patrol. And he has to go on patrol tonight to let Eraser and Tsuka know he was alright. Sighing, he let his position near the window and went to their small kitchen. He bent down and opened one of the bottom cabinets where an unassuming brown box waited for him. Pulling it out, he placed it on the top of the counter and opened it. He was met with the costume of Bunny. He had decided it was too risky to hide her costume with his own, so he had hidden it away. Only to be used in emergencies. Tonight could be considered one, right? If Eri was going to join him, then he couldn't do any real vigilantism. But that's okay, he could just take her sightseeing, and may they would just happen to run into Eraser. He walked over to Eri and shook her slightly. Imuto, wake up, I have surprise. He whispered, continuing to gently shake her shoulder. The tired girl stirred a bit before releasing a large yawn and sitting up. Aizu and I, she asked, rubbing her eyes tiredly. Izuku let himself smile at the sight. He ruffled her hair a bit. She took in the sight of him in full vigilante gear, confusion clouding her eyes. I was thinking, what if you join me tonight? You could meet Eraser for the first time and we could see the city together. What do you say? It took a moment for her sleep-addled brain to comprehend what he was saying. When his words finally registered, she instantly became more awake. Really, Aizu and I? Now, let's get you suited up. Half an hour later, she looked exactly as she did when he brought Shinso over. Her hair tightly secured and hidden by her black hoodie. Her blue bunny masquerade mask covering the top of her face, one of the ears helping hide her horn. A black and blue tutu on two of some black leggings. Her favorite white sneakers covering her feet. Let's go! She cheered, practically vibrating in place. Chuckling, he picked her up. Hold on, Imuto. Teleporting to a block away, the top of an office building if he was correct. He never really knew what they did, but it wasn't criminal, so he let it slide. Izuku looked over the edge for any Yakuza members. They were in the clear for now, but who knows how long that could last. He picked Eri up and prepared to rooftop hop. They leaped between buildings, Izuku keeping an eye out for any threats. Eraser's route was a little far from his apartment, but on the plus side there were a few things to show Eri on the way there. Like when you were on top of a skyscraper and you could actually see the stars in the sky. Or the slushy place that was open at all hours. When they finally did line up with his patrol route, they sat down on a roof. He was supposed to be there soon. Are you excited to meet Eraser? Izuku asked, keeping his senses heightened as he listened for any approach. He actually has a theory that somehow he's connected to the shadows in some weird voodoo way that lets him feel if they are disturbed in any way. Yeah. Toshi's really nice, so his dad should be too. That is some flawed logic, Imudo. Hey, it's not my fault I'm only 6. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his little sister. Sometimes he did forget she was so young. Life really wasn't fair, was it? But currently he would have it no other way. He heard Eraser approaching from behind him. Perfect. Great. This is going to be so much fun. Kid? Thank God you're all right. The man sighed. Eri ducked quickly out of Izuku's vision. You're Mr. Eraser. Hello. You can call me Bunny, she announced, pointing proudly to herself. Izuku quickly snatched her up into his arms. If she got too close to Eraser, he might just decide to take her for leverage. What the F dash dot? Eraser's face was slack with shock. Guess a very illegal vigilante bringing one of his only vulnerabilities to meet a pro hero was a new experience for the man. You heard the girl. This is Bunny. My little sister. Eri was squirming in his arms, whining for him to let her down. Problem child. Why? He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Hey, can you give her your scarf? So she can play with it? Eri froze in his arms and instead gave the man her biggest pair puppy dog eyes. Glad she agreed with the idea. Eraser could only sigh once again and hand over the capture gear. Izuku let down his little sister and she immediately grabbed the scarf and darted off to farther down the roof. Keeping Eri in his line of sight, he dropped his voice and started talking. She's only here because she wouldn't be safe at home. Izuku hissed. I've kind of deceived you for a while about her. He couldn't look at the pro hero as the words started flowing. Bunny isn't my biological sister. She's still my sister, but we don't have the same parents. I actually got her from the Yakuza boss, Chisaki. You did what? Eraser's voice was louder than Izuku would have liked, so he shot the man a look. I'm telling you this because I've seen them around my neighborhood and I need your guarantee that if anything happens to me or, God forbid, they take her back, you will have my back. Her safety is top priority. Izuku was almost growling at the man. It was quiet for a moment as the watched Eri play around at the other end of the roof. He heard Eraser sigh. Man, he sure did that a lot. You have my word on her safety. But kid, your safety is also top priority, so don't do anything stupid. I can't imagine Bunny would be able to deal with her big brother's death as well. Izuku didn't answer. He had lost his sense of self-preservation the first month of the League's torture. It was kill or get killed now. Aizawa needed a coffee. Patrol had ended a little over half an hour ago and he still couldn't process what Rogue had told him. He had to be joking. No way that kid was stupid enough to PSS of the local Yakuza, right? Even the craziest pro heroes Aizawa knew weren't that goddamn stupid. He numbly grabbed his phone and dialed Tsukachi because this was certainly a development. Whether it was good or bad had yet to be determined. Eraserhead? Is everything all right? No. Everything is not all right. I ran into the kid tonight and I have a new lead for his identity. Maybe Tsukachi could find the lie. He hopes Tsukachi could find the lie. You've lost me. How exactly is that a bad thing? Because he set off the Yakuza Tsukachi. It turns out Bunny is from Chisaki's Yakuza branch. We thought that they were living with abusive parents, but they're being hunted by the Yakuza. Sheet. We've got to find out who they are before Chisaki does. I'll call Night Eye first thing in the morning since I know he's had his eye on the bullets Chisaki has been producing. Maybe he'll know something about Bunny. Aizawa closed his eyes. Now they had a race against the clock to figure out who Rogue was. Before, it wasn't the most concerning thing. The kid was helping people and Aizawa had a constant eye on him so they would know when his morals shifted. But now they had to find them before Chisaki did. Don't worry, Eraserhead. We will find them first. I swear by it. They talked about how they were possibly going to go about this for a while before ending the call. By the time the call had been ended, Hisashi had woken up and was looking at him worriedly. "Is everything all right, Sho?" he asked quietly, coming to sit by Aizawa. Aizawa leaned into him and buried his face in the crook of his neck. "Rogue and Bunny are in trouble and we don't have a solid lead to their real identities," he mumbled against his husband's neck. "Everything will work out. If you and Tsukachi ever need any help, I'd be glad to lend a hand." They fell asleep like that, curled up together on the couch, in their own little peaceful bubble. It had been about 2 days since Izuku told Eraser the truth about Eri, and Demon had everything gotten harder from there. Now not only the Yakuza was patrolling, but he had seen about 15 undercover cops and 2 pro heroes. Hell, a cop had moved in down the hall from him to keep an eye on Izuku. The biggest thing for Izuku and Eri, though, is that the Yakuza knew both of their faces since he had rescued her out of costume and she had been their test subject. That's why Todoroki and Ayumi-san now did any shopping. He was doing work completely from home and Eri could not leave the apartment. She would be immediately recognized. He had been talking to Ayumi-san about moving. She was disappointed but understood because of the injuries he had sustained not too long ago. He had told everyone but Todoroki that he had run into some of his dad's friends and they had given him the beat down. A warehouse that had been converted into an office space near the docks had caught his eye. Mainly because it was a lot of space for a low price. Plus it was air-conditioned and had plumbing. And there should be a break room with a kitchenette. The docks were about a 20-minute walk away from his current apartment building, so he could always visit and could continue to work for Mizuki. He had arranged to tour the place before his patrol tonight. Hopefully everything will work out and soon he and Eri will have a safe home once again. As Izuku's day came to a close, he got dressed so that he could meet up with the real estate agent and look more into buying the warehouse. He was making himself look as old as possible since he was angling for the 17-year entrepreneur look. It would make more sense for someone like that to be buying a warehouse that was turned into an office. Instead of his usual long-sleeved black undershirt with a short-sleeved layered on top, he had on a freshly pressed white button-up shirt. It was tucked into a pair of black slacks. He had scrubbed his only pair of white sneakers to look fresh and new. He had even cleaned up his haircut so it was quite so scraggly. And of course he had on his new black face mask since had lost the other one in the UFE. "You look great, Aizu and I. Have fun with the real estate lady." Izuku paused at his sister's goodbye. "You're going to finish up that report, right?" Eri had been putting off some of her schoolwork and Izuku hopes she isn't just thinking about goofing off while he was gone. "Aizu and I. She groaned, a pout already forming on her face. "Unless you want me to call Ayumi-san down here, that report will be done by the time I get home from patrol." His voice was firm. She was too smart to be this lazy. "Yes, Aizu and I. Good. I'll come home to change and head straight to patrol. Love you, Imuto." "Love you too, Aizu and I." And with that he left their little apartment and locked the door behind him. He gave a small wave to the officer and made his way downstairs. He only had to stop to talk to the ladies downstairs before he was outside. Deciding not to risk it, he went to the alley next to the apartment building before teleporting to about 5 minutes away from the docks. He took his sweet time getting there so that it seemed he was actually coming the long way from his apartment building. When the white concrete building came into view, he quickened his pace. A lady was standing by what he assumed was the front door. "Mamiko Hisashi?" she confirmed when he got within arm's length. "Correct. Mrs. Harris? I must say that is a very American name." The agent opened the door and let him walk in first. "Yes. I have American parents but was born here in Japan." With the introductions out of the way, they started the tour. It was mostly just private offices and a few public cubicles on the first floor, but there was 2 bathrooms and one of 2 break rooms. What was really shocking was the fact that the computers on every desk and came with the building. The second floor was the same, but there was also the security office and surprisingly a shower. According to Mrs. Harris, the building owner had a lot of workers in the red light district, so they didn't have access to running water, so he installed a shower. When they were done, they went back out front and discussed what he was willing to pay for the building. All honesty, the building owner wants this place off the market as soon as possible, so it's good you found this place so fast. If that's the case, I would love to raise my offer. This place is exactly what I'm looking for. She looked surprised before she nodded. I'll call right away. You should be a shoe-in with a higher offer. I'll contact you tomorrow to let you know if anything changes. They exchanged a few goodbye pleasantries before parting ways. Hopefully the call tomorrow would tell him he had gotten the building. They needed to be out of their current apartment as soon as possible. Izuku just teleported straight back to his apartment and got dressed. It was a tad early for patrol, but he needed to work off some built-up nerves. He secured the apartment and checked to make sure Eri would be completely and utterly safe. If Izuku reinforced the door and windows with shadows, nobody other than Eri would be able to tell you. Teleporting to the farthest block away, he started his staggered patrol route. He really just liked confusing Tsuka and Eraser on his patrol routes. One night he would be close by hunting information on the League, and the next he would be hunting the hero killer in Hosu. His patrol went normally, just stopping crimes in progression, avoiding heroes, and occasionally helping civilians with normal everyday stuff. That's when he ran across an alley with quiet sniffles echoing throughout it. It was close to 1 in the morning and he was just planning on heading back, but the crying sounded so helpless. Sighing, he jumped down and rolled so he didn't break anything on his landing. The sniffling immediately stopped, so he had to check the general area he guessed it was coming from. Lo and behold, there were 2 tiny forms huddled on the far side of the trash can. It was too dark to properly see who they were or what they looked like. All Izuku knew was that they were way smaller than they should be. "Hello. My name's Rogue. Do you need any help?" he asked, crouching a good 6 feet away. "Are a hero?" sounded like a little kid. "A boy, perhaps?" "Sadly, I am not a hero in the eyes of the law. I'm a vigilante. Do you know what that is?" Hopefully if he got the kid talking, he and the other one would come closer. "And no. Well, a vigilante is somebody that doesn't have hero license but still tries to help people like heroes do." Izuku answered the boy, making sure he seemed as non-threatening as possible. "Do you and your friend need help getting home?" he asked. "No. Nason says we're not going back there." So the other figure must be his sister. But why wouldn't they want to go home? Was there abuse? It had to be, since normally if a parent and child fought, only the child would run away for a few hours. They definitely wouldn't bring their sibling. "Well then, do you mind waking your Nason up? I would like to talk to both of you." The boy seemed to consider it for a moment before nudging his sister and telling her to wake up. When she was coherent enough to hiss at Izuku and pull her brother closer to her, he took that as a good sign. "Hi there. I've been talking to your brother for a few minutes, but I figured I should also talk to you since you seem to be responsible for him." "Yeah. So what?" she bit back. "A feisty one for sure. They kind of remind Izuku of him and Katsuki when they were younger. So, do you need a place to stay or should I help you home? Me not helping you at all isn't an option." It was silent for a few moments before they both crawled into the light. Izuku flinched at the dirty state of them. The girl had wild light brown hair that looked as if it hadn't been brushed in weeks. The clothes they both had on were ripped and torn and soiled. "What are your names, little ones?" They looked hesitant to answer. "Shimano Mahoro." The girl finally answered. "Shimano Katsuma." Izuku smiled and held out his hands for them to take. Again, they were hesitant but did so anyways. "Should I take you home or would you like to stay with me for the night? I can promise a shower and some food. Bed space will be tight since I'm already sharing mine with my little sister." "Can we go with you, mister?" Katsuma asked, with a quick glance to his now glaring sister. "Of course. But hold on. The ride there's can be bumpy." And with that he teleported them back to his and Eri's apartment. Shinso Hitoshi was being faced with something very troubling and he hadn't gotten it out of his head since the day at the cat cafe. Should he confront his dads and the detective about his suspicions? There was no way that the Momoko kid wasn't Rogue. How many people had a scar like that around their neck? There's also the thing with the guy always wearing that mask. Rogue's face was pretty scarred and Shinso bets that's what Momoko is hiding under the mask. But he didn't have proof. Any proof really. Though it was odd the boy had gotten admitted to the hospital for the same injuries they assumed Rogue would have after fighting the Nomu. And there was the problem of what would happen on the streets once Rogue was off of them. Sure, He definitely didn't want Bunny and Rogue to get caught by that Yakuza branch, but if Rogue were to be caught while the pros are barely keeping up with the rise in villain activity, it's like his country had a death wish. But in all seriousness, Shinso still didn't know what to do. Rogue and Bunny were happy, and besides the threat of the Yakuza and the rumor of Rogue hunting the League of Villains, they were safe. And it's not like they would do anything reckless, right? Izuku was a goddamn fool. What in the hell had he been thinking by bringing these kids back to his apartment? He and Eri didn't need any additions to the family, especially not now. First things first, he had kept his promise and let the kids use his bathroom to take baths and clean themselves up. He then gave them some of Eri's clothes to wear since they were all almost the same size. He then sat them down and brushed through their hair, pulling Mahoro's hair up into a French braid so it wouldn't unravel anytime soon, and just combing through the knots in Katsuma's hair and giving it a little trim since it was so shaggy. Since their current dining table was so small, they were all sitting around the coffee table to eat some breakfast. By the time he was done cleaning himself and the two of them up, it had been morning. Izuku had explained what was going on to Eri when she woke up, and the girl had been ecstatic. She did love to play with kids her age. So, little ducklings, is there anywhere you need to go? Anyone I need to contact for you to live with? Izuku asked, watching the two kids closely. Katsuma deflated and stared at his plate while Mahoro just glared at him. We're not your ducklings, and nobody we know would care anyways. She trailed off and glared fiercely at her breakfast. Izuku groaned inwardly. He had feared that to be the case. Why don't you stay with us? Nissan is really good at taking care of me all by himself, so he'd be great at taking care of all of us, Eri suggested with a giant smile. Izuku really needed to teach her what proper logic was and how to use it. That is another option. You could stay with us for a while since I have zero trust in the foster system and I'm not putting you back on the streets. Katsuma looked up at him, his big brown eyes sparkling. We can really stay with you? Course, kid. Don't worry about it. Izuku reached across the table and ruffled the kid's hair. And since you will be staying with us for a while, apparently you call me Izunai and her name is Erin. Hey, we never said we were staying. Mahoro protested. Izuku pet his head and hummed in thought. You planning on going anywhere else? Well, and dash. You got any other options with a running shower and hot food? No. Izuku clapped his hands. Then it's settled. Shimano, Mahoro, and Katsuma, welcome to our tiny family. Aizawa was running himself up a wall trying to find that brat of a vigilante and his little sister. It had already been 3 days since the kid had told him about the Yakuza hunting him and his little sister down. Tsukachi and Aizawa had contacted Night Eye immediately, and the Night Eye agency was now part of the investigation. They had been looking into Chisaki and his rumored research on bullets that could take away someone's quirk for quite some time. Aizawa didn't know why he thought these 3 days would yield different results than the last 6 months, but he just wanted to find his vigilante kid. It almost made his heart stop to think about the Yakuza finding Bunny and Rogue before the pro-heroes and police did. If anything happened to those two, he didn't know what he would do with himself. And they weren't even his kids. Although Hitoshi had started referring to them as his brother and sister, and Hisashi had been worrying about where the two of them would sleep. They were being considered as part of the family, and they still didn't know their real identities. What a sad life he and his family lived. He was deep into reviewing the interviews they had conducted a few months ago, looking for any clues, when his phone pinged with a new message. Rogue Bunny, hey Hawks. Brother Bird, yes my dear vigilante brother? Rogue Bunny, do you think you could sign 2 shirts for me? I'll swing by your agency to drop off the shirts I want signed. Brother Bird, sure. Rogue Bunny, same for you Eraser and Rat Overlord, except it's only 1 shirt. Tired Dad, aren't you concerned we'll try to capture you to get you into protective custody? Rat God, more importantly, are you going to sneak into UA again? I would love to see what class you could find. In my security system. Rogue Bunny, no, I have no qualms about getting caught and challenged accepted. Detective Dad, how are you not dead yet? Rogue Bunny, that statement is more ironic than I would like you to know. Izuku got the call around 2. He had gotten the warehouse. Demon, that guy really must have wanted it gone because Izuku was pretty sure this wasn't how buying an entire building went. Not that he was complaining or anything. He called the moving company and rented a little trailer to put all of their meager belongings in, and Mizuki said she would bring by the van to hook them up. So by 3:30 he had the van and the trailer all to himself to move his and Eri's stuff. He had gotten the kids to help pack up all of their stuff. Boxes with clothing slowly made their way to the trailer while the mattresses were a little harder to move. Izuku had to pack up all of his cork boards individually, which took way too long. When it was finally time to leave the apartment, Izuku had never seen Eri look so heartbroken. He crouched in front of her and gently wiped at her tears. "It's all right, Imudo. You'll love the new house and we'll make lots of new memories there, all right." "Okay, Aizu and I." She sniffled. Izuku pressed a kiss to her forehead before standing back up and taking her hand. "Say bye-bye to the apartment." She gave a half-hearted wave. "Be bye-bye, apartment." Izuku teleported her to the back of the van before coming back to do the same with the other two. After he had many reassurances that they were safely locked in and they wouldn't peek out of the windows, he teleported back to the apartment. He made it seem like he was exiting it for the final time before heading downstairs. The undercover police officer stopped him to hold some casual conversation where Izuku just so happened to mention he was moving. When the officer stiffened and asked why, he just gave the explanation of he didn't feel safe in the area ever since his biological father's friends jumped him. Once the officer deemed that a good answer, he let Izuku pass by and head down to the lobby, where he was met with another roadblock. "Ayumi-san. Kid, you'll come to visit us, right?" The woman grabbed his clothed cheek and pinched it real hard. "Only if you guys continue to make your delicious meals for me and Ari. You little dash." Izuku cut off what was sure to be an insult by wrapping the woman up in a hug. "I'll miss having you live upstairs," he mumbled against Ayumi-san's shoulder. "Take care of yourself, kid," she ordered, not letting go of him until he promised he would. They parted ways with Izuku having to swear to swing by at least twice a week. Izuku had to dart to the van with his head down in case any Yakuza were present. The Aslo had to make sure the license plate was properly shadowed so that nobody could tail them before he got into the van. It may not have been completely legal for him to drive since he was 15 and didn't have a driver's license, but he was a renowned vigilante and hacker. Breaking this tiny law wouldn't hurt his record much more. "All right, it's time to go, ducklings." There was 1 week until the sports festival, and Izuku had no plans to even go on patrol for that week since he was laying low to get a better grip on where everyone looking for him was at in their investigation. The kids were currently with the Yumi-san after Izuku had drilled into Katsuma's and Mahoro's heads that they had to go under fake names when in public. Mahoro was now Haru and Katsuma was Kuma. He really tried to give the kids names that resembled their real ones in some way so that they would be more likely to answer and a little less likely to slip up. Ayumi-san was told that Kuma and Haru were his and Ari's cousins that he was looking after for an undetermined amount of time. Anyways, the reason she was babysitting was so that Izuku could start making their warehouse more like a home. He also had to get to work on Mahoro's and Katsuma's new identities while erasing all 4 of their footprints. He would ask Todoroki to help, but he didn't really want anyone to know where they lived now. The less people that could spill the location, the better. So he checked his bank account, checked over the 2nd floor to see what it needed before making a list, and dressed up to go out. He had dubbed his teleporting ability shadow traveling since he had to use shadows to do it anyways. So he shadow traveled to all of the different stores, buying paint, some simple cheap furniture, light bulbs, 2 mattresses for Katsuma and Mahoro, and then he bought 2 surprises for the kids. When he got back to the warehouse, he changed into a ratty tank top and some old shorts. He then got to work on the first room, laying down the tarp and taping off everything that didn't need to be painted. He had found a ladder in a storage closet, so he put that aside for when he needed it. Pouring the cool lavender paint into the tray, he set to work. He was planning to use his limited art skills to paint a mural for the Katsuma and Mahoro since this was going to be their room. He wasn't really sure what they did and didn't like yet, but he was sure you could never go wrong with simple designs, like covering a wall in giant lilacs. He hopes all of the purple wouldn't be overpowering and it would stay peaceful. It took him 5 hours to finish painting that single room since he had to make sure the flowers looked as good as he could get them and that the paint job was clean and even. When he was satisfied with the paint job, he waited patiently for it to dry. Once it was finally dry, he peeled off all of the masking tape and removed the tarp. Positioning the ladder to let him change the light bulbs, he quickly switched out the fluorescent bulbs with much softer ones that were still bright. Grabbing the high-powered vacuum he had rented from some odd company, he worked on the floor. The carpet was awful and rough, but they didn't have the money to replace it, so it would just have to do. Once he deemed the carpet clean enough, he started decorating. It wasn't much in all honesty, but it was giving the kids a clean, warm room with beds. Izuku, in all honesty, had a distrust in bed frames. It just gave unwanted visitors a dark place to hide. But that wasn't a problem since there was no way he could afford 4 bed frames. He was lucky to have 4 mattresses. Back to the decorating. He put the mattresses on opposite sides of the room. He had gotten gray and white sheets for both beds paired with 2 pillows on each bed. He then added a mirror to the room and 2 empty clothing racks. And boom, he now had a room prepared for Mahoro and Katsuma. Moving on to the room next door, he prepped it the same way. This would be him and Eri's room. He had asked the girl if she had wanted a different room than him, and she had started crying, so they were still sharing. He was going for a light blue this time around, and the accent wall was going to be bluebells. Don't ask why he liked painting flowers so much. It was the only thing he could paint largely and in detail. This time it only took 4 hours to finish. It was a really good thing the kids were spending the night with the Yumi-san, because there was no way he would have been able to clean everything up in time. He brought in their 2 mattresses and pushed them together. He could move hers later if she wanted to be on a different bed. He took the time to assemble a desk for himself and the 2 clothes racks that would hold his and Eri's limited closet. When he was done setting up Eri's stuffed animals, he finally started to clean up everything he had used to paint and build the furniture. Now it was time to wrestle the bathrooms and the kitchen. But Todoroki was only slightly worried since Mamiko hadn't answered any texts all day. He had mentioned that he had just recently moved, so it probably wasn't anything like he was ignoring him. He really needed to find some other friends if he was going to be like this when Mamiko didn't respond. It had certainly proved to be a busy day at school though. Uraraka was still acting strangely as the sports festival neared. She had this weird dark aura surrounding her. Speaking of the sports festival, he really needed to talk to Mamiko about if he should use his father's side. Even if Mamiko said he would probably just end up not using it again. Though that would be a whole different story if Mamiko and Ari actually came to watch him in person. It was one thing for Todoroki to know that they were watching him from home and for them to be in the stands. Their thoughts on how he did mattered way more than endeavors. Natsuo probably wouldn't even say anything to him, and Fuyumi would be teaching, so she wouldn't be able to watch it. So Mamiko and Ari watching meant a lot to him, to say the least. It was close to midnight now and he was still having trouble sleeping. He could see if Mamiko was still up. Most likely not, since moving was stressful. But he could hope. Peppermint, are you still up? Energy drink, sadly. Peppermint? Energy drink. I've been decorating my new place since like 8 o'clock this morning. Peppermint, it's that bad? Energy drink, don't even get me started. We don't even have a TV now, just a shitton of computers. Peppermint, I could buy you one. Energy drink, OMG Ro, stop spending your money on me. Peppermint, but I like spending money on you and Ari. Energy drink, Sid Shuage Sixtens. Stop sounding so sad. Goddamn Ro. Peppermint. Energy drink, JFC. Go to sleep, you have school in the morning and that Aizawa-sensei sounds like he takes no excuse. Peppermint, I guess you're right. Good night Miko. Energy drink, night Ro. Bakugou had been in a bad mood ever since the He just couldn't figure out what his ties to that vigilante were. He wouldn't bully a kid with a teleportation quirk, those were strong and pretty rare. After a few hours of questioning, the detective and Aizawa were more confused than him. He had stated his only friend had passed and no detective, there was no way he could still be alive. No, he did not have a teleportation quirk, he was quirkless. After Detective Lie Detector had determined that he in fact was telling the absolute truth the whole time he was permitted to go home. How could he be someone's precious Katsuki if he didn't even know them? Or their childhood friend turned bully? Not to mention that weirdo vigilante talked to that mist beach like he knew him. At least he had his new annoying but friends to help him whenever he was too into his own head. Especially since it was nearing the 1-year anniversary of Izuku's kidnapping and then 1-year anniversary of his death. Good. That's something he didn't need to think about tonight. It was too late for that, it was almost midnight after all. He hopes that he wouldn't be too distracted at the sports festival since it was 2 days before his disappearance. Maybe he should tell his dumbass friends? They knew something was up and there was no way he would ever take advantage of someone he could call a true friend again. He'll tell them tomorrow. It would be nice for someone in the class to know what was up with him. Izuku was tired. He still had 2 hours until he had to get his ducklings from Yumi-san and he hadn't gotten much sleep last night. He had been up until 4 in the morning, but it was worth it. He had vacuumed the entire building and the carpet was much nicer now. Then he had attacked the bathrooms with so much disinfectant they would be smelling like bleach for the next few days. Of course, he then had to fix up the break room into a kitchen dining area. He was quite proud of that space. It now looked like it was meant to be like that. Then he had to spend the next few hours hooking up all of the computers that were so generously left. He had to kid-proof all of the cords and set up his own personal software on each and every computer. Thankfully, after that was done, he could start on creating legitimate documents for Katsuma and Mahoro. To add a little personal touch to the warehouse, he had printed out pictures of him, Eri, and sometimes Todoroki, to hang up around the area. He tried to space them out a little to make it seem like there weren't too many so Katsuma and Mahoro didn't feel out of place. When he had finally finished just cleaning it up to make it completely presentable for the kids, he had then immediately passed out on his bed. He ended up only getting 2 hours of sleep as he had to wake up at 6 so he could be on a call with Mizuki at 6. They had to talk about how he would be getting to work now, and after reassurances that he definitely wouldn't quit, they had decided to let him work from home until the sports festival. She really was too generous with the shifts she gave him. He probably only was working at the office 7 hours a week. The rest of the time he was at home looking after Eri. It was great for his schoolwork. He was close to completing his college courses. He checked the time once again to see that only 5 minutes had passed since the last time he had looked. With a groan, he dropped his head into his hands. He may be tired, but he was also bored as hell. Slowly he looked up and over at the box in the corner of the room. Well, there's something to do right there. He had never taken the shirts to Eraser and Nedzu. He gets to sneak into UA again. Aizawa hadn't heard from the kid in a few days, which was concerning. Not in the way that he might be dead, but in the way that the kid was planning something and it could happen at any second. So Aizawa found himself particularly tense when he and the other teachers had to assemble for a quick meeting during their lunch break. The meeting was completely and utterly uneventful, just some talk about the pros and cons of a few things the school wanted to implement. So when the bell rang and everyone was preparing to go back to teaching, a small alarm came from Nedzu's computer. Oh my! How does he do it? The mammal wondered, staring at the screen. Hisashi looked around before tilting his head. How does who do what, sir? The blonde asked. Don't mind me. I'm just wondering how Rogue has once again managed to sneak undetected into UA. There was a beat of silence before everyone exploded in their own way. Hisashi was cracking up, Namuri was rushing to see what Nedzu had pulled up, and Aizawa just deflated. The other teachers present were mainly concealing their shock and laughter. Shouts. He's captured your homeroom. Namuri cackled. All Aizawa could do in response was groan. He knew the kid was up to something. Nedzu pressed a button and spoke into the little microphone. Rogue, please leave the premises before I decide to call Endeavor. It was too quiet for a moment before the kid and his voice changer replied. UBSTRD. You wouldn't dare. Nedzu did his terrifying version of a smirk. Watch me. Izuku was once again finding it rather simple to sneak into UA. It wasn't hard at all to dress up as a student and convince another student that he had lost his identification card and he was running late to class. Surprisingly, it was easy to smuggle his vigilante gear in via backpack. And once he was in UA, he made sure to stick to populated areas of the building before going to the bathroom and locking himself in a stall. He quickly changed into his gear before stuffing his UA uniform in the bag and shadow traveling to the vents. Since he had been there before, it was easy to picture in his mind before he used the shadows to travel there. He slowly and quietly crawled his way to Class 1A. He arrived at the vent overlooking the class around 5 minutes before the bell was supposed to ring. And what Izuku found shocking was everyone was already in their seats talking quietly to each other. If he had to guess why, his first guess would be Ida had ingrained it into all of the students that they should be not only punctual but early to class. Well, makes Izuku's job easier. Just as the bell rang, he dropped down from the vents and blocked the class door with shadows so nobody would storm in and hold him at gunpoint again. Multiple surprised shouts came from the class as he desk hopped to Aizawa's desk. He sat down and faced the tense Class 1A. "Hello again. Just your friendly neighborhood vigilante coming to check on you all." He has said it many times, but he will never not be grateful for the invention of voice changers. "Rogue, please leave the premises before I decide to call Endeavor." The intercom announcement shocked many people but not Izuku. He knew the rat had eyes everywhere. But more importantly, the beach better not. After scanning the room for the button that would allow him to answer back and finding it, he quickly shadow traveled over and pressed it. "UBSTRD. You wouldn't dare." The reply was instantaneous. "Watch me." Izuku started mumbling some very creative and colorful profanities. Endeavor would burn him alive without a second thought. "Oh, he sounds like you Baku bro," Kaminari exclaimed. Izuku whipped around and plastered a smile. "It seems I don't have very long to stay and chat, but hey, we'll make the most of it," he announced before going back to sit on Aizawa's desk. "So, how is everyone faring after the USJ?" he asked, taking in each student's reactions. Uraraka politely raised her hand and Izuku gave her a nod to start talking. "Honestly, most of us are still in shock, but we are so grateful that you risked your life to save ours." She gave him a warm smile. Izuku was honestly caught off guard. "Don't sweat it. I have faith that you'll all be great heroes one day, and injuring that Nomu really set off Hangenkei, so it's a win-win situation." He grinned at the memory of stabbing the Nomu, even if he was still unsure of how the hell his quirk worked like that. "This may seem rude, but you seem to be familiar with that group that attacked us. They even knew you were going to be there. What's up with that?" Azui asked. "Yet me and the League have some history. But you have to be on friendship level 6 to unlock tragic backstory." He giggled a bit. "What friendship level is Shinso?" Siro shouted, a teasing smile on his face. "Toshi is friendship level, but my other friend is like level 5, which is bad for me since I'm getting attached, and if I don't tell him about this," he gestured to his gear, "then Beach might leave me." He pretended to wipe away a tear. "Anywho, I'm just going to leave this here." Izuku produced the shirts from his bag. "Good luck at the sports festival. I'll be cheering for all of you. Especially Toshi. You better win or I'm telling Dad about the billboard." "Okay, bye." And with that, Izuku's shadow traveled out, already snickering to himself about the chaos he had just caused poor Toshi. Shinso internally groaned. Rogue did that on purpose, calling Dadzawa Dad in front of the entire class. Wait, did he just say Dad? Your brothers? Shinso, is Rogue your brother? This time Shinso's groan was real as he banged his head on his desk. He was so going to get Rogue back for this. It was the morning of the sports festival. Izuku was honestly quite nervous because this would be the first time he had to go to a very public event since they all moved to the warehouse. Yakuza didn't stop looking. Plus, large crowds still triggered something in him. If he could go to a therapist, he may know what it was, but alas, so is the life of a legally dead man being hunted by villains. Aizu and I. Come on. Katsuma tugged at his pants leg. Me, Erine, and Mahorone are all ready to go. Izuku chuckled and ruffled his hair. Slow your rolo Toto. I'm coming, I'm just making sure I have everything. He was going as Mizuki's assistant writer. So that means he was in charge of the camera as well as the recording device. So all in all, he had to carry a pretty heavy bag. Not to mention he was lugging around his rogue costume. He rarely left without it these days. All right, everyone. Grab a hand. Eri and Katsuma obediently grabbed each one of his hands while Mahoro held onto Eri's free hand. He really was glad the two newest additions to the family were fitting in so nicely. They were starting to warm up and open up to Izuku and Eri. Mahoro definitely favored Eri though, while Katsuma had started just following Izuku around like a lost puppy. Okay, everyone hold on really tight, we're going to teleport there since we're running a little late. Izuku informed his little siblings before concentrating, and Shadow traveled them about a block and a half away from UA. When they arrived, they had to fight their way through the other reporters and civilians there. It was a battle to make sure he didn't lose any of his siblings. Katsuma was just so small, and Mahoro wasn't even holding his hand. Once they were finally in the stadium, Izuku pulled out his phone to see what directions Mizuki gave him. They had an interview with Midnight in less than 10 minutes. Keep an eye out for conference room B3 ducklings. They had to check the directions many times before Izuku gave up and stopped. They were 5 minutes late and so lost in the labyrinth of corridors Izuku's not sure he remembered the way out. Mizuki was going to kick his butt. Mahoro, that little brat, was snickering to herself as she watched Izuku's expression turn into hopeless despair. It'll be okay, Sashi and I. Katsuma reassured, squeezing his older brother's hand. Izuku scooped up his brother, already able to see Katsuma knew what mistake he had made. He had almost called him Izuanai while Ned's cameras were literally everywhere. Be really carefully, my little bear. You don't want Uncle to hear you. He whispered in Katsuma's ear. That was a new code they had come up with. They could now refer to the adults in Rogue's life as family members. Nedzu was their uncle, Tsukachi and Eraser were their Otosans, and Hawks was Kanai. It was sort of close to his real name but not alarmingly so. Sorry, Sashi and I. It's fine, Ototo. Izuku flicked him on the forehead before setting him back down with a smile. Hey, old man. Mahoro called up to him, tugging on his waistband. Izuku's eye twinged in annoyance. He was not an old man, thank you very much. Harne, be nice. Eri scolded with a light glare to the other girl. I don't mind, Ari. Izuku forced out. What's up, gremlin? He aimed his question towards Mahoro. There's a lady walking towards us. Why don't you ask her for directions since we're now 7 minutes late? Izuku snapped his head up, and sure enough there was a brunette walking towards them. She seemed to be lost in thought and most likely hadn't even noticed the strange little family yet. Miss. Izuku called out, him and his siblings jogging towards her to close the distance. She startled and came back to the real world. An easy smile appeared on her face. Oh, hello, sir. Can I help you? He could already tell she was the bubbly type. Not in a bad way, it seemed. Izuku made his body language scream sheepish since she wouldn't be able to see a smile through his mask. Yes, that would be great actually. We seem to be lost. I'm a journalist and I have an interview in conference room B3 but I can't find it. I'm running rather late. She considered his words for a moment. I don't know where to send you sadly, but if you would be willing you could go with me and we could ask my classmates. She offered. If it wouldn't be too much trouble. I know you all have to be preparing for the festival and I don't want to waste any time. He trailed off, ever conscious of the minutes ticking by that marked his lateness. I insist. Please follow me. She started leading the quartet down the hall. I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way. Mamiko Hisashi. And this is my sister Ari and my 2 cousins Kuma and Haru. He pointed to each kid respectfully. They all called out their own little hellos. Izuku and Uraraka sheet he recognized her as part of class 1A, not good, made small talk all the way to the door that was presumably blocking her class from the group. I do have to warn you we're fairly loud, so expect the worst. Our best bet is to ask Ida or Yamamo for directions. And without further warning she opened the door to reveal the sheer chaos that was class 1A. Like a woman on a mission she dragged him over to a girl with black hair in a ponytail, Yamamo his brain supplied, and the mini ingenium. Oh, hello Uraraka. Who's your friend? Yamamo asked politely, tipping her head to the side. I'm Mamiko Hisashi. He offered his hand and she shook it. I was hoping that one of you could give me directions to conference room B3. The 2 of them were able to immediately come to his aid. Ida even had a map of the area. Why hadn't Izuku thought of that? He could have easily gotten one as Bunny. Mamiko-kun? I don't mean to interrupt, but your kids seem to be missing. Uraraka interjected. Izuku looked down and sure enough 3 very small kids were missing from around his legs. He gave a tired sigh. Are you part of Class 1A by any chance? They all gave confused confirmations. Good, otherwise this would be a problem. Izuku grumbled before taking a quick look around and a very deep breath. This would have to be a very loud yell to carry to who he knew the culprit was. Todoroki Shuto. He shouted from the very out of his stomach. The room froze and all eyes turned to him. A telltale yelp followed by giggles was heard very clearly for Izuku. He marched over to the dual-haired male who was flopped on the floor with 3 very familiar kids on top of him. He had the decency to look partially sheepish. Hey Miko. Oh Ro. Unless you want to be on babysitting duty for the next 30 minutes, you better explain why the hell my kids decided to sneak off to dogpile on you. He tapped his foot impatiently. Todoroki saw right through him though. The other mate could sense his smile. 'Cause they like me better? He suggested smugly. Yes, Sashi and I. It's Xiaochin. Eri grinned up at him, the 2 others quickly following her lead. Fine. You're on babysitting duty for the next half hour. Drop them off at conference room B3. If you don't return them unscathed, I will make sure Ayumi-san skins your beach butt alive. Izuku threatened. He partially ignored Eri's whine of no bad words. Thanks for your help, you 3. I'll be leaving now. Izuku called out to his saviors. He then promptly turned on his heel and marched out the door, pulling up the map and Mizuki's contact. Sorry I'm running so late, I had to ask for directions after I got lost. I'm on my way now. Behind Izuku had left a very confused Class 1A. The actual F was that half and half. Izuku pushed open the doors to the conference room to find Midnight and Mizuki engaged in pleasant conversation. He bowed deeply. I am so sorry for my tardiness, I got quite turned around in the halls and could not find this destination. Mizuki's and Midnight's attention turned to him. Izuku rose from his bow and went to sit by Mizuki. He was an entire 20 minutes late, so the interview would only be 30 minutes instead of God. He felt terrible about that. Don't sweat it too much, kid. I had a wonderful little conversation with Kiyama-san. Mizuki reassured, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a quick squeeze. Oh yes. I must say your boss is quite the doll to talk to. Midnight added. She purred a bit when saying the word doll. Izuku gave both of them grateful smiles and set up all of the equipment he had been lugging around. And we should be good to go in 3, 2, 1. Now. At Izuku's mark, the interview officially began. Shuto was going to murder Momoko. He even told Ari as much. Seriously, how stupid was he? He left Shuto to babysit his kids without a simple explanation to the class or anything. To be fair, Momoko didn't really owe Class 1A an explanation, but still. Now Shuto had to deal with the fallout and his classmates' questions. What kind of good-for-nothing friend was Momoko? Oh well, at least he got to spend some quality time with the 3 kids. He felt like he co-parented with Momoko most of the time. Not like he thought of them as his kids, or as Momoko as a significant other. That would be crazy and a total lie. Hey Xiaochin, why is everyone looking at us? Kuma asked, tugging on his pants leg. They had gone from the 3 of them on top of him to him sitting in a chair, and they were around his feet. It's because your cousin is a big idiot and left you 3 here with me without telling anyone who he was or how he knew me. Shuto explained with a venomous smile. Yeah, Itoko is a idiot Ototo. Haru stated matter-of-factly. Haru, that's not nice. Ari scolded. Sashinai is stupid, not an idiot. Shuto burst out laughing. Ari, Haru, oh my god. He wheezed. Shuto barely even registered the shocked faces of his classmates. Him laughing this hard might be quite the shock for them. After he finally stopped laughing, he made himself more comfortable in his chair and Kuma crawled up into his lap. Ari grabbed Haru's hand. Xiaochin, do you mind if we go around the room and ask questions? Sashi and I would probably want to do the same thing. Ari gave him her best puppy eyes. It didn't take long for Shuto to relent. Fine, but don't be rude to my classmates, okay? I'll tell Sashi if you do. Promise. And with that, the 2 girls were off to interrogate his classmates. Poor BS artist. He sighed before giving Kuma his phone so the boy could play games on it. Shudo leaned his head back and closed his eyes, distracting his rising anxiety by carting his hands through Kuma's hair. Surprisingly, it took more than another 5 minutes before someone was finally brave enough to ask about the kids. Unsurprisingly, it was Kaminari. A dude? I didn't know you were so good with kids. Shudo cracked open an eye at the boy's pitiful attempt at conversation. I'm terrible with kids. These three just go along with whatever I say since Miko says they have to. Shudo deadpanned, much to the amusement of Kuma. Shoutchin. Stop teasing him. You know we all love you. The little boy giggled. Essay. Don't tell everyone my secrets, Kuma. That only made the boy giggle harder as Shudo smiled down at the little boy. Kaminari was very obviously even more confused, but Shudo wasn't going to explain whatever was happening in Shudo's life. He wasn't really sure what was happening currently either. Uku, Kaminari drew out before backing away. Shudo snorted. If the boy was weirded out by that, he would never survive a day with Mamiko. Suddenly he heard two shouts from across the room. Sash 3. She hit me. Shudo looked up from where he had been tickling Kuma to see Mamiko standing in the doorway with Ari and Haru latched onto his legs. Had it already been 30 minutes? Time really does fly. Mamiko completely ignored the little girls who were now glaring at each other. Everyone! Can I please have your attention? The boy's shout immediately got the room to fall silent as all attention turned to him. Thank you. Now Midnight Sensei would like for you all to file out and meet her at your designated entrance to the stadium. She said Ida-kun or Shinsu-kun would know where that was. Another thing, under a strict order from Principal Nedzumi, and my family will be sitting with you in the stands. Owl sheet. Izuku watched Class 1A file out of the room, keeping a tight hold on all of his kids. That goddamned rat was making him sit with the class so that they would have a constant tab on him. He really needed to start working on clearing Mamiko Hisashi from any rogue suspicion. Sashi and I? What's wrong? You look mad. Eri asked, tugging on his fingers. It's nothing, Imuto. Uncle and Otosan are just being difficult is all. His teeth were clenched in annoyance. Why did this have to happen to him? All he had done was coincidentally taken in Ari, just like his vigilante persona. There was no real reason to even suspect Mamiko Hisashi. They definitely didn't suspect him because of how his meetings with Tsukachi went. He knew perfectly well how to avoid his questions. Good. He hated the pros on his but so much sometimes. That's a lie. Their family and Izuku knows it. Izuku let out a loud sigh and made sure he had a good grip on all of his kids. Alright, we're going to the 1A stands. We should be the only ones there for a while, but that does not mean you can be too loud, alright? Yes, sir. They replied in unison. Izuku led them straight to 1A's viewing box since he had thankfully memorized where it was after midnight showed him. He really didn't want to miss anything. They all sat down in the first row of seats and watched as the audience got ready for it to begin. Hey! Make some noise, you rabid sports fans. Present Mick's voice blared across the stadium as it erupted. Into cheers. Well, here we go. Get those cameras prepped, media hordes. Izuku almost snorted at the voice hero's name for the media. This year we're bringing you some of the hottest performances in sports festival history, guaranteed. His voice lowered when he didn't have to scream into the mic to be heard over the audience. I've only got one question before we start this show. Are you ready? Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the big stage. Class 1A made their way into the field. This first group are no strangers to the spotlight. You know them for bravely withstanding a villain attack. The dazzling students of Class 1A. The crowd went wild as Izuku and his siblings sweat dropped. That was quite the introduction for Class 1A. Hopefully the others' classes will get at least a fraction of that. They haven't been getting nearly as much screen time, but this next group is still chock full of talent. Welcome Hero Course Class 1B. The 1B students join the 1A on the field. Next up, General Studies Class C, D, and E. Support classes F, G, and H. And finally Business classes I, J, and K. Wow, Mike, way to not be biased. Give it up for all of UA's first-year contestants. The crowd absolutely roared as all of the classes were herded into the middle of the field. Now the introductory speech. Midnight announced from her platform on the field. Immediately all the guys in the stands were oogling at her. "Silence everyone," she commanded, "and for the student pledge we have Bakugou Katsuki." Oh goddammit. Bakugou stalked up to the mic on the platform and the crowd quieted slightly so that he would be able to be heard. There was no way in hell Katsuki was going to say anything remotely decent. "I just want to say, I'm gonna win." There it is. The signature Katsuki attitude. What a great way to start off the festival. Katsuki's little declaration gained as much as a backlash as expected. Honestly, what had Izuku even expected from the temperamental blonde? An actual speech? No way in hell. The crowd of first years dissolved into boos and jeers, some of the crowd joining them. A thought crossed his mind though. From his slightly hazy memories of Katsuki, wouldn't he have added a self-confident laugh to the end of the speech? Maybe he is actually serious. Eri shifts in her seat beside him. Bakugou? Why does that sound familiar, Sashinai? Izuku was immensely surprised. She still partially remembered what he had told her of his backstory, but that was a couple months ago when it had still been just them and the apartment. He quickly leaned down to whisper in her ear so that the cameras don't see or overhear what he says next. "That's my old friend, remember? I told you about him. I used to call him Kaken." She makes a silent "oh" of understanding and Izuku pulls back to refocus on the field. Looks like they're spinning the wheel to decide the first match. What could it be? Midnight asked, trying to entice the crowd further into the excitement they were already radiating. Obstacle race was suddenly displayed on the board. That will be interesting to see. If Izuku recalls correctly, the obstacle courses of past years have had 4 different obstacles. "Tada!" Midnight yelled, swinging her rather weird tassel around. Did she really need to make SEC toys part of her costume? Diamen, he really hopes that her and Eraser aren't that close. She'd be a weird aunt. Plus, he really didn't want her around the kids. The 3 of them are at a very crucial age. All 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest. The track is 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game. She added a very suggestive wink and lick of her lips. Izuku blocked all his siblings' eyes from seeing her any further. His 5- and 6-year-olds aren't going to be seeing any more of that. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to whatever your heart desires. Midnight struck a pose and winked. Now then, take your places, contestants. All of the first years on the field slowly filtered over to the tunnel entrance before they were all mobbed around the entrance. Begin! Midnight yelled so loudly it distantly reminded Izuku of present Mike. All of the first years rushed forward into the tunnel. ODMN. That's really congested and slow. Hopefully Toshi and Todoroki realize that the tunnel itself is the first obstacle in the course. And we're off to a racing start. How about some color commentary, sleepy man? Present Mick's voice was the quietest it had been all festival. Izuku snorted at what the blonde called his husband. How did you talk me into this? Aizawa groaned. Hey yeah, how in the hell did present Mike rope Eraser into this? Husband privilege, he guesses. Hitoshi wasn't exactly surprised when he figured out that the tunnel was obstacle. It would make sense since the tunnel was so DMN small and long. He would use his quirk, but he's saving it for later. Besides, getting first in the obstacle course wasn't the most important thing. Shudo was already almost at the front of the tunnel. His mind was racing with ways to slow down his opponents when it occurred to him. He could just freeze their feet to the ground. It would immobilize some and make the ground slippery and hard to walk or run on. So that is exactly what he did. Katsuki had smartly positioned himself in the very front of the crowd. He had recognized the danger of a crowded tunnel as soon as they had gathered around it. So he had made absolutely sure that he would be leading the pack. As soon as he cleared the tunnel completely, he was blasting away, followed closely by some of his classmates. Mahora wasn't really all that interested in the sports festival. She would much rather they be at home watching a stupid show on one of the many computers they owned. It was too loud at the stadium. Too many people. Too big a risk of him finding her and Katsuma. Mahoro sent a sideways glance to her Aizu. She may act like she didn't care for her small family sometimes, but she really does. It's only been about 3 weeks and Izunai has been more of a father than she has ever had. She knows that her 2 other siblings also saw him as their father, but nobody had slipped up and called him that. Especially not when he promised they would have 3 men in their lives someday that would be their dads. Oh, that sly fucker. Izunai laughed, eyes trained on one of the boards showing the progress of the contestants. Listen up, kiddos. Do you see the position? That Shaochin has frozen the robots? Who knows what's going to happen in the next 10 seconds? He asked the 3 of them. Mahoro looked over to the screen and immediately saw what Izunai was hinting at. They're going to fall and create a wall of dead robots. But to the people on the ground it probably looks like a path. As soon as the words left her mouth, that's exactly what happened. Great job, Haru. You were completely right. Izunai reached over and ruffled his hair slightly. Shudo didn't feel sorry at all for freezing the robots the way he did. It left just him and quite the handful of his classmates in the front as they continued to race forward. Bakugou was way too close behind him for comfort. He would rather like to win this first event with only his ice, since he can practically feel it in his gut that Mamiko will convince him one way or another to change his feelings about his fire. So he races forward, staying ahead of Bakugou and his explosions. When he comes upon their obstacle, his heart splutters a bit in fear, but his feet continue on. He paid an ounce of attention to what Present Mike was saying about the obstacle. It was a tight crisscross of cords suspended over a rather deep crevice. It had a smattering of safe pillars throughout the length of it, so he wouldn't be at risk of free falling at all times. Shudo would have to be especially quick with this one, since Bakugou could just blast his way over. So he used his ice to encase the cords and sail through. It was significantly easier to just focus on putting the ice where his feet were going rather than focus on balance. Pretty soon he was across the 3rd obstacle and just a fraction of a second later than Bakugou. He faintly registered the voices behind him and the blonde as some of the others made it to the 3rd obstacle. Shudo didn't pay much attention though, as he and Bakugou just tried to outrun each other to the 4th obstacle. It was a fair stretch of land between the last 2 obstacles, but when they finally got the 4th they both stopped in shock. Of FING course, it was a glitter bomb minefield. What else to expect from UA? Bakugou scowled before starting to carefully traverse through the field. Shudo, however, paused and tested a theory and hopefully a budding plan. He encased a single mine with a thick layer of ice and briefly stepped on it. It didn't explode. With a self-satisfied smirk, Shudo sent out a straight path of ice with the same thickness before setting off in a dead sprint. Good thing his shoes were made for the best traction on ice. And that he had such wonderful stamina for this much running. When Bakugou saw him pass, he let out a cry of surprise before quickly going back to using his explosions to fly through the air. And like most of the race had been, they were neck and neck. It stayed that close until the very end, where Shudo got out of the tunnel that led them back into the stadium an entire 2 seconds before Bakugou. He had won the first game. When Shudo saw what the second event was, he's not embarrassed to say that he got nervous. A cavalry battle where you had to have 3 teammates. Now, it's probably not much of a shocker, but Shudo wasn't a social person, even with Mamiko's insistence that he at least try. Shudo was perfectly happy with Mamiko and his kids being his only social life. Sadly, that had a bit of an impact on how he was going to recruit people for the cavalry battle. Maybe it would have been easier for him if he hadn't scored first in the obstacle race and gotten the 10 million point headband. He had a good team in mind, but that was only if they agreed, so he hesitantly made his way over to the first person. Yaoyorozu. Hey Yaoyorozu-san? He asked, tapping her lightly on the shoulder. She spun around in surprise before a smile came into her face. Todoroki-san. She greeted. Shudo paused before deciding to just go for it. In class I noticed you were rather adept at strategy, much better than me if I'm honest. I was wondering if you would like to be on my team. He silently prayed that she would say yes. Yaoyorozu looked surprised for some reason. Oh, of course. She stuttered, face flushed from the compliment. You must excuse that I have promised Ida-san that we'd find a team together. Is that all right? Todoroki almost cried in relief. An unfortunate habit he had gotten from Mamiko, who just couldn't restrain his tears sometimes. I was actually planning on asking Ida to join as well, so that works perfectly. Yaoyorozu beamed and nodded. All right, so who next? We still need one more teammate. She placed a hand to her chin in thought. I was actually thinking that we could ask Shinso. I'm almost certain that nobody outside of 1A actually knows his quirk. He suggested with a shrug. Yaoyorozu apparently liked the idea, and soon they were grabbing Ida and making their way to Shinso. Shinso was trying to melt into the shadows apparently, but Yaoyorozu baited him out. The purple-haired teen was surprised by their request, but he readily accepted. Shudo knew that Shinso had a few friends in 1A, but he didn't want to team up with them, which was odd. Todoroki-sen, I was thinking that you, me, and Ida-san should be the horses, and Shinsaku-en should be the rider. Yaoyorozu proposed. Shudo thought about it for a moment before nodding. Yes, that could work. You could be the from horse and me and Ida-san would be in the back. If you just create some roller skates then him and I can use our quirks for speed. And Shinsaku-en, you should make the other teams think that you have a different activator for your quirk so that you have a chance in the next round. His team looked a mixture of surprised and impressed at his improvised strategy. Shudo just gave a half-hearted shrug. Mamiko likes strategy games. Was the only explanation he offered. Izuku had been keeping a close eye on Todoroki ever since the second even tea had been announced. He felt pride bloom in his chest when he quickly made up his team. He was going over a quick analysis of all the teams when Mahoro patted his leg, trying to get his attention silently. Izuku looked over at her curiously. She held up the phone he used for his vigilante work. Had he bragged yet about the fact that it looked exactly like his everyday phone? Well, it did. He made sure of that the minute that he got it. He took the phone from her and leaned near her to make it look like he was helping her with a hard level on a game. In actuality, he was reading the last's text from Eraser. Tired, Rogue? Are you at the festival? Brother Bird, actually, I would like to know that as well. Rat God, me as well. Detective Dad, same here. Rogue Bunny, that's for me to know and you all to possibly find out. But seriously, that Todoroki kid's insane, right? Brother Bird, I was thinking the same thing. Dude's clearly got skill, maybe I'll give him an internship offer since you like him so much. Rogue. Tired. You are aware that you and Todoroki are most likely the same age, right, Rogue? Rogue Bunny, if that's a ploy to find out my real age, I'm not falling for it. Eraser. You think you're slick, huh? Tired Dad, just doing my job. Plus, the sooner I know who you are, the sooner I can make sure you and Bunny are safe. Rogue Bunny, you know, it's funny really. Because the longer you don't know who I am, the better chance that you'll be able to live in Japan without fear. Detective Dad, Rogue? He turned his phone off, didn't he? Rat God, it would seem so, Detective. It would seem so. Tired Dad, God damn it, problem child. Izuku felt a small amount of satisfaction as he watched them realize that he wasn't going to be answering them anytime soon. He honestly hadn't thought that text out very thoroughly, but he didn't regret sending it. Sashi and I. Xiaochen's still in the lead. Katsuma cheered. Eri was clapping happily beside him. Izuku gave Mahoro the phone again, not before he ruffled her hair just a bit, pecked her forehead. She blushed in furious embarrassment and turned away from him with a huff. Izuku giggled at her reaction before he turned his full attention back to the field. There were still 10 minutes on the board, but Todoroki had managed to keep his 10 million headband and snag multiple other teams' headbands, keeping him and his team in the lead by a hell of a lot. Izuku made sure to also pay attention to Toshi though, since he was on the same team as Todoroki. The entire team as a whole was doing amazing. Ida saved his quirk for quick getaways. Todoroki would make giant ice walls to block the other teams. Yaoyorozu was making all sorts of weapons to help their defense. And Toshi was making each team think his activation conditions for his quirk was a different thing. Izuku could see it from a mile away. Once you were on the streets for long enough, you could tell when someone wasn't doing whatever was natural for their quirk. Izuku watched his two friends, the ones who were his age, intently. Their strategy was perfect from start to finish. Guess that's what you get when you meld Todoroki and Yaoyorozu together. Once there were 2 minutes left on the board, Uraraka and Katsuki's teams started actually going after Todoroki's team. They expertly dodged every attack from the two teams, keeping just out of reach. Izuku was torn between wanting to laugh his butt off or wince in sympathy when he saw Katsuki faceplant into the concrete as soon as the ending bell played. Todoroki's team was in first once again, and Izuku and his kids cheered loudly for their two friends. The end results ended up being: Number 1 Team Todoroki, Shinso Hitoshi, Todoroki Shudo, Yaoyoro Zumomo, Ida Tenya. Number 2 Team Uraraka, Tokoyami Fumikage, Hatsume, Number 3 Team Bakugou, Bakugou Katsuki, Shiro Hanta, Ishido Mina, Kirishima Ijiro. Number 4 Team Minoma, Minoma Nito, Kendo Itsuka, Tetsu Tetsu, Shiozaki Ibara. Izuku was honestly quite pleased with these results. The people who passed on to the third round would definitely make it interesting at least. He stood up and stretched when the break was announced, and that any student that needed medical attention could go to Recovery Girl. Todoroki would probably take them up on that offer since he probably had a touch of frostbite. Instead of getting lost in the maze of hallways again, he just dialed Todoroki's number after getting his vigilante phone back from Mahoro so he could switch it for his other phone. Hey Ro. Hey Ro. Hey Miko. Why were you calling? The boy on the other end of the phone asked. Izuku's sweat dropped and subconsciously started rubbing the back of his neck. Well, I wanted to congratulate you on your 2 flawless wins, but I'm pretty sure that if I were to try and find you I'd just get lost in the maze of hallways again. Izuku admitted a bit sheepishly. Don't worry about it, Miko. And thank you for the congratulations. Maybe I'll make it 3 wins. Izuku couldn't help but smile at his friend's confidence. Although it was more likely to be Izuku's sense of humor rubbing off on Todoroki. Well, maybe, if you make it 3 first-place wins I might just have to take you to dinner, Ro. Izuku hummed, picking at one of his fingernails. Like a date? Todoroki asked hesitantly, afraid of something by the tone of his voice. Izuku just relaxed with a grin and a slight blush. Sure, it can be a date if you want it to be one. I won't being any of the kids. It would just be you and me, Ro. Izuku was slightly mortified at how forward he was being with his friend. Especially since he hadn't given his very minuscule crush on his best friend much thought before this very conversation. But he really didn't hate the idea of going on a date with Todoroki. I would like that, Miko. And all I have to do is get first in this last challenge, right? Todoroki confirmed. Right. All you have to do is win the sports festival and I'll take you on a kid-free date together. Izuku was probably as red as a strawberry. Was he actually negotiating a date with Todoroki right now? Well then, good luck, Ro. I'll see you after the last event. Thanks, Miko. See you later. As soon as Todoroki said goodbye, Izuku hung up the phone and slid pitifully down the wall he had been leaning on. Holy shit. He really just made a move on his best friend. Thankfully, Izuku didn't have too much time to lament over the fact because he heard Mick's announcement. Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, what are the girls of 1A wearing? That piqued Izuku's interest, so he looked at the TV down the hall that was broadcasting the sports festival. Izuku almost actually choked when he saw the girls standing uncomfortably on the field in UA cheerleading uniforms. Izuku quickly made a plan that would take a matter of 2 minutes to carry out with his quirk. He stood up and went back into viewing booth and leaned on the railing so that his phone screen was out of sight of the cameras. He grinned as he hacked remotely into UA's servers and looped the footage together of him on the phone with Todoroki. He made it look like he was still on the phone but with someone else. When he started playing the loop, he shadow traveled to a bathroom stall, changed into some of his rogue gear before he traveled to the girls' lockers and found a spare cheerleading uniform. It was incredibly embarrassing to be in the girls' lockers without permission, but Izuku had a mission, so he put the uniform on over his gear before he took a deep breath and shadow traveled to the field where the girls were. He was met with surprised shouts and some squeaks from the 1A girls. Rogue? What are you doing here? Uraraka asked, tugging on the cropped top of the uniform. You ladies looked uncomfortable, so it's the least I could do to join you all. And maybe if you point me in the right direction, I can punch whoever made you do this. Hell yeah. Ishido cheered. Let's show them that the girls of Class 1A are made of. Plus our vigilante bro Rogue, of course. She tacked on at the end as more of an afterthought. Izuku grinned nonetheless and pumped his fist in the air. Let's do this, ladies. What's happening down there? Is that the infamous vigilante Rogue cheerleading with the UA girls? Mike yelled and Izuku smiled wolfishly. Infamous, huh? He could work with that. I need a new job. Within a few minutes #Rogue was trending on Twitter as people tweeted and retweeted gifs of Rogue dancing around in the cheerleader's uniform and then using cheerleading moves to knock out the pros that tried to foolishly apprehend him. And then the people who had been saved by Rogue's vigilante activities started sharing the short versions of their stories and showering the vigilante with thanks and praise. But none of that measured up to what Hawks tweeted. Hawks Poultrylick at hawks.the.real.burb. #Rogue everyone. I'm going to forever be using these gifs of him in a skirt the blackmail and it's all thanks to you wonderful fans. I now owe you my life. A gif of Rogue doing a cartwheel and then a backflip was included. A gif of Rogue getting thrown into the air as a flyer and then landing a mid-air kick to the pro hero Knuckles and effectively knocking her out. The comments were a mess of pro-heroes and fans freaking out over the implication that Hawks knew and was in contact with the vigilante. His PR team was having an aneurysm. Endeavor at endeavor.official. Hawks, what the hell are you doing? Hawks is #1 at Hawksimp. Oh my all might Hawks knows Rogue. The Hero Commission at the Hero Commission at hawks.the.real.burb. Pick up your phone right now. Needless to say, that gave #Rogue a giant signal boost, and soon everyone who was even remotely interested in heroes was tweeting about Hawks and Rogue. Artists were already having a field day with it. It took 10 minutes for the vigilante Rogue to become internet famous, and after that there was no going back. Izuku had no idea why the crowd was suddenly going wild around the time the break between events was ending, but he really didn't mind since it gave him more than enough of a window to slip away back to the bathroom after he gave the extra uniform to Yamamo as she asked him to call her. Izuku changed back into his civilian clothes and tied up all the loose ends with the security tapes so Nezu wouldn't even have a chance to link Mamiko Hisashi to the vigilante Rogue. DMN, that whole cheerleading thing had been a whole workout. Not to mention he had to knock out and pros who felt cocky enough to attempt a capture. It was a godsend that Endeavor decided to stay in the stands. Izuku settled back into his seat with his kids and Mahoro immediately handed him his vigilante phone. Sashianai? Your phone has been blowing up with notifications. Izuku ped his head to the side and made the transition between his two phones as smooth as he could before he opened his phone and saw he had texts and notifications from Twitter? Within seconds Izuku was livid enough to make a new Twitter account. Rogue Wolfface. At yes.I'm.the.real. Rogue. At hawks.the.real.burb. What the hell, Hawks? Try me and I'll post the pictures of you from patrol. The internet went wild. And Izuku knew that he had just made a huge mistake in helping the 1A girls. Instead of thinking about that for too long, he decided to reply to his missed messages. Detective Dad, Hawks you idiot. Brother Bird. Rude. At least I didn't give any of you hoes away. Be thankful. Sad face. Rat God. Please refrain with calling us hoes, Hawk-san. Brother Bird. Sorry Nezu-san. Brother Bird. Wait. At Rogue Bunny you wouldn't dare. I thought you deleted those. Well Bunny, stay mad. This is for your tweet. Tired it. Nezu? Is it too early for me to retire? Izuku laughed cruelly as Hawks continued to beg him to not post the pictures that he had taken during their shared patrols. Mahoro and Eri had looked curiously over to his phone screen before they were giggling as well. Finally, the end of the break and the in-between games was announced and all the first years were called back to the field so the third and final round could start. The 1v1 battles. 1v1 battles. Holy hell, Hitoshi was nervous. And in his humble opinion, he had a right to be when he saw the bracket for who was going to go against who. Shizuki Ibara versus Shiro Hanta. Todoroki Shudo versus Kaminari Denki. Bakugou Katsuki versus Aoyama Yuga. Tokoyami Fumikage versus Uraraka Ochako. Yayorozu Momo versus Kirishima Iger. Tetsu versus Hatsune. Ida Tenya versus Minoma Nito. Ashido Mina versus Shinso Hitoshi. He was against one of his classmates. And it was Mina nonetheless. Mina, who knew his quirk, had an acid-based quirk, and boasted about the 3 years of dance she did. His biggest trump card was out of the window. His quirk worked the best with the element of surprise, but with that gone it would be even harder to get Mina to answer him. Well, at least his fight was last. That was both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because he would get to watch his classmates do their best, a curse because it gave him all the more time to spiral into his own thoughts. Hitoshi shook his head and just reminded himself of what Dadzawa or Yamadad would say right about now. He would even take some of Rogue's shitty advice right about now. With a sigh, he made his way back to the Class 1A stands where the entire Class -0 was seated. Oh, and not to mention that the Momoko family was seated next to Todoroki, sharing giggles and whispered conversation. Hitoshi's eyes rose when he saw Todoroki bravely lace his and Momoko's hand together. If Momoko Hisashi really was Rogue, Dadzawa was going to hate that right there. Well, not more than he would hate Hitoshi's crush on Kaminari. Hitoshi sat down in the seat that was the farthest away from most of the class while he watched Shizuki-san's and Shiro's fight. It was just about to begin, so all conversation came to a halt while Midnight explained the rules. As soon as Midnight waved her little flag, Shizuki-san's vines shot forward in an attempt to quickly push Shiro out of bounds. Her plan was clearly to make it go as fast as possible. Shiro had other plans though. He produced a bit of tape and used it to glue Shizuki-san's vines together before he did a move reminiscent to Spider-Man and flung himself over the wall of now immobile vines. Shizuki-san sent 2 more waves of vines only to get the same outcome from Shiro before she changed her plan. Instead, she started sending out a vine at a time. They struck similarly to snakes. Shiro defended himself to the best of his ability, but his tape ended up not being enough to counteract Shizuki-san. One vine finally got a good grip around his waist when he tried to do his jump, and he was flung out of bounds. Needless to say, Shizuki won that fight. Out of the corner of his eye, Hitoshi saw the Momoko family wish Todoroki good luck, and Hitoshi made sure to wish Kaminari good luck. Todoroki and Kaminari showed up on the makeshift battle area not too long later, and they listened to Midnight once again explain the rules before she yelled for them to start while waving her flag. Todoroki evidently wasn't going to take any chances with Kaminari's quirk and its potential to react badly with his ice. The minute that Midnight yelled start, he sent out a huge glacier that engulfed Kaminari. Only Kaminari's head was visible, the rest of his body was frozen. Poor Kaminari didn't stand a chance. Bakugou and Oyama were up next. This battle should prove to be an interesting one, although it was abundantly clear who would be the victor. It wouldn't be surprising if this round closely resembled the last. Midnight explained the rules once again. She was legally obligated to do so before each match to make sure that the school didn't get sued. As soon as she yelled start, Bakugou set of a flurry of explosions and propelled himself towards Aoyama. Aoyama quickly let off a weak laser burst in hopes of clipping Bakugou and throwing off his momentum while minimizing his stomach ache. Bakugou, however, barely reacted. He just dodged the beam before grabbing Aoyama by his hair and flipping him out of bounds. The match didn't even last a minute. The old Bakugou would have counted it as an empty victory, but the new Bakugou knew that he did what he had to do to win as quickly and efficiently as possible. Tokoyami versus Uraraka was going to be evenly matched. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were good defense while Uraraka's quirk was good for offense. Midnight sped through the rules and both students got ready to fight. The first move was made by Tokoyami. He sent forward a already weakened Dark Shadow, due to the blaring sun overhead, to try and drive Uraraka back. Uraraka tried to get her hands on the Shadow Bird, but Dark Shadow expertly avoided her hands and kept his angle to try and trip up the girl instead. The fight dragged on like that for a good few minutes, with neither of the opponents being able to overpower the other. Since neither quirk created debris, Uraraka didn't have an advantage and Dark Shadow was weakening by the minute due to overuse in such bright lighting. They were nearing the time limit on the now endurance match when Tokoyami stumbled. He had already been pushed back far enough by Uraraka, so when she made him stumble, he fell out of bounds. It was truly a match of endurance, and both students were good sports afterwards. Yaoyorozu's match against Kirishima had a similar feel to it as the previous match. It just felt like it was going to be an endurance match. And that's exactly how it happened. Once Midnight had signally the start, Yaoyorozu just made a full body shield along with an Eskrima stuck that was electrically charged. Kirishima hardened his skin and started his onslaught of an attack. Yaoyorozu used her shield to effectively stop him from causing her harm. They danced around each other for at least 3 minutes before Yaoyorozu spotted her opening. When Kirishima had to soften his skin to avoid quirk overuse or bodily harm to himself, Yaoyorozu rushed forward and stuck him with her eskrima stick. The stick caused Kirishima's muscles to lock and the redhead fell to the ground unable to move. The match ended after it was proven that he wasn't getting up anytime soon. Tetsu versus Hatsum was a joke. The boy had readily agreed to help Hatsum show off her products to the audience. And when time ran low, Hatsum simply stepped out of the ring. The last match before it was Hitoshi's turn was Ida versus Minoma. Both students were strong in their own right, and if Minoma had picked his quirk right, the match could be over quickly. Midnight signaled the start, and apparently nothing happened at first. Ida looked as if he made the first move. He revved up the engines on his legs and shot towards Minoma. Only he was stopped short. Minoma had copied Honenki's quirk and softened the ground in a 5-foot radius around him. Ida was immediately stuck knee-deep in the cement and Minoma reversed the quirk's effect. So now Ida was immovably stuck in the hardened cement. The match drew to a close after that. Hitoshi was nervous. Scratch that, he was beyond nervous when he walked out onto the field. The only strategy he had to beat Mina was to find some well-known vine that started out as a question. It was already common knowledge that her and the Bakugou were memesters and total crackheads, so if he found a good enough vine, then Mina should respond like it was second nature to her. I'm sure I don't have to explain the rules too thoroughly to you kiddos, but I still gotta remind ya. Midnight cheered before she went through the rules of the match for the 8th time that day. Sadly enough, she would have to do it many more times today. Midnight finally signaled the start of the match and the students rushed at one another. Mina skated forward on her acid and Hitoshi ran just far enough forward that if she tried to fling her acid at him it would hurt him way too badly. Mina was also known for her huge guilty conscience when it came to hurting fellow classmates. Hitoshi knew he would only have one shot to try and get Mina to answer to a vine, so his mind raced as he had to keep dodging her attacks. He was hit with a burst of inspiration and hurriedly yelled out, "Hurricane Katrina? More like Hurricane Tortilla." Mina yelled back with a snort. She immediately knew where she went wrong though, because her shoulders slumped in defeat as Hitoshi's quirk took hold. Shinso Hitoshi was moving to the second round. Izuku was so proud of Todoroki and Shinso. They both had progressed to the second round of the 1v1 battles. Although the thought of Todoroki winning first place overall made his stomach churn with nervous butterflies. It was because of that bet that he had made without thinking. Going on a date with his best friend felt so right but so wrong at the same time. If he was going to go on a date with the boy, then he should probably start thinking on how he was going to explain his past along with the whole vigilante thing. Only if who was he kidding? With Todoroki's newly found determination and quirk, he was definitely going to win, and that wasn't Izuku's bias speaking. He was pulled out his gay panic by an excited fist grabbing at his shirt and tugging repeatedly. He looked down to see Katsuma absolutely beaming at the new 1v1 bracket. Shizuki Ibara versus Todoroki Shudo. Bakugou Katsuki versus Uraraka Ochako. Yaoyorozu Momo versus Tetsu. Minoma Nito versus Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku already had good guesses on who would be moving on to the third round of the 1v1 battles. Of course, it was always interesting to see if he'd be wrong. All Rariite listeners, we're going to take our customary 20-minute break to make sure all our students aren't suffering from any quirk problems. Present Mike announced. Enjoy a compilation of the best of today's events while we wait for our students to return. Izuku was slightly impressed when all the screens in the stadium started showing clips from the previous events. Of course, Nedzu was principal, so it wasn't that surprising. "Hey Miko." Izuku turned in his seat to see Todoroki waving at him from the doorway. "You and the kids want to get something to eat? Lunch won't be for another hour at least." Todoroki offered, opening the door even more an invitation. Food with Shaochin. Eri and Katsuma cheered before they leapt out of their seats and rushed towards Todoroki. Mahoro was just following behind. Izuku laughed and followed his kids. He felt the class's eyes on the 5 of them. Similarly to earlier that day actually, when Izuku burst into the waiting room. Todoroki closed the door behind them and confidently laced his and Izuku's fingers together, which obviously made Izuku's face turn beet red in embarrassment. He was glad that his mask covered the lower half of his face at that moment. So, you feeling confident about your next match? Izuku asked, nudging Todoroki's shoulder with his own. Todoroki laughed and shoved him back playfully before he answered. I dunno actually. I wanted to use my fire side in at least one battle, but using it against Shiozaki-san. Todoroki trailed off. He was probably thinking about flammable plants said plants were attached to Shiozaki-san's head. But Izuku really couldn't focus on anything other than the fact that, my fire side, just came out of Todoroki's mouth. He excitedly grabbed Todoroki's face with both hands. Izuku brought the boy's face down to his own and handed them nose to nose. Did you just hear yourself? You called it your fire. Yours. You're finally accepting it, Todoroki. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Izuku cheered, squishing Todoroki's face just a bit in his excitement. The kids had heard it as well, and they clung to Todoroki's legs, cheering about how they were happy as well. Izuku was so distracted by his happy ramblings about how much progress Todoroki had made in the few months he had known him to notice the soft look in the other boy's eyes. He also didn't register the hand that came up to cup his own. Once they realized that there was only 10 minutes left in the break, they rushed out and quickly ordered a few dishes of American funnel cake. Eri also got a caramel apple since she used her puppy dog eyes on Todoroki. They rushed back to the almost completely full class seating area with 2 minutes of the break to spare. Todoroki unfortunately had to rush back to his prep room, so he couldn't eat his funnel cake. Go. I'll keep it safe for after your match. Good luck, Ro. Izuku waved him off. He and the kids sat back down and started eating, Todoroki's to-go box tucked safely away. Shiozaki versus Todoroki. To most it was clear who the victor of the match would be, but there was also an undercurrent of doubt. Shiozaki had proven that she was already quite capable, so would she beat Todoroki? Midnight took a quick swig of water before going over the rules. Once again, Netsu really wasn't going to miss any legal loophole, was he? At the sound of the start, Shiozaki steepled her hands in prayer and had her vines shoot forward towards Todoroki. The vines were closely clumped together in one big wave, so it was obvious that she was aiming to push him out of bounds before they had to actually fight. Todoroki saw the move for what it was and sent up a giant ice wall that gave him enough coverage to sneak out of her line of sight. If she couldn't see him, she couldn't aim at him. Shiozaki had her vines probe the area, searching for Todoroki. But the boy was avoiding the vines with the practice that came with dodging the toys that Ari and Haru sometimes liked to throw at him. He had almost made it to Shiozaki when a vine finally did latch around his ankle and lift him up into the air. He acted fast in freezing the vine, since she could have definitely thrown him out of the arena with it. He made the ice speed down the vine until it reached her scalp, then he froze Shiozaki completely. Todoroki was declared the winner of that round. Bakugou versus Uraraka had an interesting air to it. Most people had seen their pictures from the previous rounds, along with what their quirks were. And as you can guess, misogynistic conclusions were drawn about the match. Because clearly Uraraka was too fragile to fight Bakugou. Midnight went through the rules once again and singled the start of the match. Bakugou made the opening move with a giant explosion aimed towards the girl. Uraraka dodged quickly and used the smoke that he had created to try and get closer to him. She stayed low to the ground the entire time as she continuously ran circles around Bakugou, making him fire off more explosions than he really needed. The more smoke that was created on accident, the better chance that she had at beating Bakugou. 4 of her fingers just barely grazed his ankle, and Bakugou quickly aimed a small explosion at the girl to keep her the F away. Bakugou really didn't enjoy the feel of zero gravity. Their match was almost rudely interrupted by the crowd starting to boo at Bakugou. Uraraka knew that her explosive classmate had some sort of severe trauma thanks to Kirishima and Jiru. She really didn't want him getting triggered, so she stopped dead in her tracks and yelled at the top of her lungs. I'm perfectly capable of handling myself. Bakugou-kun is treating me like a real opponent, like he should, and isn't just seeing me for my gender. So all of you F off. She returned to her attacks immediately afterwards, and she and Bakugou danced around each other for another minute before Uraraka revealed her trump card. She'd been erasing the gravity on all the rubble caused by Bakugou's quirk. Sadly, her plan didn't work out since Bakugou just raised his palm to the sky and set off an absolutely massive explosion. Uraraka passed out from quirk overuse shortly after, making Bakugou the winner. Yaoyorozu vs Tetsu. Nobody had any idea what to think about this match. On one hand, Yaoyorozu could create literally anything as long as she knew the chemical makeup of it. But on the other hand, Tetsu could turn his skin into iron. Once Midnight had gone over the rules again and yelled the start of the match, Yaoyorozu just made a spray bottle that full of a clear liquid. Up in the stands, Izuku started cackling madly and Mahoro was grinning evilly. The students in the seats around them looked at them quizzically. Izuku was begging for that bottle to be what he thought it was. Back on the battlefield, Yaoyorozu started spraying Tetsu with the liquid, much to the Iron Boy's confusion. "What are you doing?" he asked, warily eyeing the bottle in the girl's hands. "Spraying you with a mixture of water and salt. It has an extra kick in it to speed up the process," she explained, spraying the available joints with as much of it as she could. "Oh no! I'm going to rust!" the boy screeched, making a run for it. Yaoyorozu gave him a run for his money as she chased him around the arena, continuously spraying him. The match only ended after Yaoyorozu finally made him run out of bounds. Monoma vs Shinso. Honestly, this was going to be anybody's match. Shinso was not only in Class 1A but his quirk had very little limitations. While Monoma had almost an entire class full of people willing to let him copy their quirks, so he was a complete wild card. Midnight singled the start of the match and Monoma immediately showed his trump card. He detached his head from his body and threw his head up as far as he could. Apparently he had copied Tokage's quirk. Shouts of surprise came from everyone and all eyes fixed worriedly on the boy's head to make sure that it wasn't going to come plummeting back down. But to most of the audience's surprise, the head started floating once it reached the very top of the stadium. All attention focused on the fairly odd fight below. Shinso was fighting a completely headless body in what looked like a grueling sparring match while said body continuously was detaching its hands to try and drag him out of bounds. The sparring went on for quite a few minutes before Monoma's body detached both its arms and dragged a fighting Shinso outside of the barrier. Monoma was pronounced the winner shortly after. After the second round of 1v1 battles, it was finally lunch. They had changed the lunch schedule so that the students in the finals would have a boost of energy. Or at least that's what Nedzu's Sport Festival pamphlet said. Maybe they had packed the schedule so full that they had to come up with an excuse. Izuku really wouldn't put it past UA. They weren't the most organized sometimes. "Sashi, are we eating lunch with Shaochin?" Katsuma asked, tugging on Izuku's fingers. Mahoro rolled her eyes and flicked her brother's forehead. "Of course we are, Kuma. Old man doesn't do anything without Shaochin when he's around." She grinned up at Izuku and he lightly smacked her on the head to let her know that he was not pleased. Mahoro stuck her tongue out at him before she returned to Eri's side and Izuku relinged his hand with Eri. They were waiting out in the hallway for Todoroki to guide them to the lunchroom. He had disappeared to the bathroom around 2 minutes ago. But what nobody but Izuku knew was that his lunch was going to be cut short due to the fact that Mizuki had called a meeting with him. So he was going to have to leave his kids with Todoroki again. Did he feel guilty? Not even a little bit. "Hey, Mamiko-kun, right?" a voice asked, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts about leaving Todoroki with the hell children that lived with him. At some point Uraraka had appeared next to him with Azui and Ida. "That's me. You're Uraraka-san, correct? You helped me find Ida-kun and Yaoyorozu-san?" he asked with a tilt of his head. Of course he knew that it was all true, but he was trying to stick to his civilian persona. Izuku 100% does not drop the persona around Todoroki. "What are you talking about? That'd be ridiculous." "That's me. You already know Ida-kun, so I won't waste your time with who he is. But this is my girlfriend Tsuyu." Uraraka gestured to Azui beside her and Izuku had to clamp his hand down on Eri before she darted forward to ask questions. "Congratulations, you two, you're a stunning couple." Izuku complimented easily. "I don't believe you've been properly introduced to my kiddos. Mamiko Ari is my little sister, she's the girl with blue hair. Then you have Akirita Haru and Akirita Kuma, they're my cousins. They're adorable, Karo." Azui smiled and held her pointer finger to her chin. We were wondering if you all would like to eat with us. Ida suddenly announced, or was he asking with a bow? Izuku could feel Mahoro light up with her desire to wreak havoc upon the lives of these poor unsuspecting fools of UA students. Was he being dramatic? Not even a little bit. We'd love to. But I did promise that I'd eat with Todoroki. I hope that's not a problem. He was quickly reassured that it would be no problem by Ida and Uraraka both. The odd little trio stood next to him and his kids as they now all waited on Todoroki. Azui struck up idle conversation with him while Uraraka and Ida dealt with sating the kids' curiosity. When Todoroki did finally show back up, it had been 12 minutes since his disappearance, and Izuku could immediately tell something had happened. To anyone other than the Mamikos, it would have seemed that Todoroki was absolutely fine, but if you were a Mamiko you would be able to see it. How his shoulders were more hunched, see how his eyes were cloudier and his brows more furrowed. Todoroki didn't even mention the additional teens that were joining them for lunch. He just walked straight over to Izuku and wrapped his arms around his waist and burrowed his face into the crook of his neck. Izuku immediately wrapped one of his arms around Todoroki's neck and the other around his waist. With Todoroki this close, he could smell smoke on his uniform. And since Todoroki obviously hadn't used his fire today, there was only one other option. Indehor. With a rather forced smile, he looked over Todoroki's shoulder to the rest of the group. Why don't you all head on to lunch? We'll meet you there. They were quick to agree, and soon Izuku's kids were being shuffled away by the 3 students. Did it make him nervous to not have them in his sight? Oh, absolutely. But he couldn't have the conversation he wanted with Todoroki if they were around. When the 6 finally disappeared from sight, Izuku started carting his hands through Todoroki's hair. Do you want to talk about it, Ro? He asked in a low whisper. The other boy shuddered and shook his head before he pulled Izuku impossibly closer. Izuku easily accepted this answer and just hummed to himself and Todoroki as the other boy regained his composure. They could always talk later, but for now Todoroki just needed a hug, so Izuku was going to gladly supply him with one. They ended up being way behind schedule, and Izuku just had time to grab a few things before he had to rush to meet Mizuki at the guest bleachers. They planned out how they were going to interview the first, second, and third place winners, and Mizuki gave him the task of practicing and finalizing the questions before he was off, back to the 1A seating booth. He was able to collect his problem children Okami. He was turning into Eraser now, from Uraraka and Azui. Much to his surprise, all 3 of his kids practically glued themselves to his sides. When they sat down, Eri and Katsuma sharing space on his lap and Mahoro was sitting on the floor between his legs, he questioned why they were suddenly being so clingy. It was very unusual for Mahoro. Since she and Katsuma had arrived around 2 weeks ago, she had made it apparent that she wasn't one for showing affection. Eri's answer made his blood turn icy. I saw one of Chisaki's bad men. Hojo and Katsuanai and Mahorone saw their real dad. She answered in the quietest whisper she could muster. Izuku's first question was how the hell they were exposed to the crowd when they were just supposed to be around UA students. Eri was apparently expecting that because she leaned back in and whispered to him again. Uraraka-chan said that since we were running late we should take a shortcut through one of the public areas. Izuku had a very strong urge to strangle some UA students, but he quickly remembered that they didn't know that they had to be careful. They didn't know that every single one of the Mamikos was hiding from someone. So once again he pulled them all close to himself. He freed one hand and opened a rarely used group chat. One that he hadn't used since it was made when he got Eri. Momiko at Mama Bear, there was a problem at the festival. Can we all stop by for dinner tonight? Mama Bear, of course kiddo. Do you want to talk about what happened? And Kiko-san, you can come too. Boss lady, thank you Kamikyo-san, I'll make sure that I can make it. Momiko, Haru and Kuma saw their dad, and Ari saw one of our dad's friends when they were making their way to lunch. They're pretty shaken up about it. Mama Bear, I'm glad nothing happened. And that you moved because speaking of some of your dad's friends, there was a break-in at your old apartment. Apparently 2 or 3 guys went in and trashed the place once they found out you had moved out. Momiko, sheet. I just got jumped by them. Couldn't they have a cool down PRD? Boss lady, I don't understand how they keep getting away with this. The cops should be all over this, for minors are at stake here. Mama Bear, it's because they're all runaways, I bet. If they were to pursue the case, they'd have to split the kids up and put them in the nearest homes. Hell, they might even put them back in the hellhole that they ran away from. Momiko, you're right, Ayumi-san. I haven't filed an official report yet because I don't want for us to be separated again. My uncle and my dad aren't guys who should be allowed to have kids. Boss lady, I wish there was something I could do to help you for. It's hell to know that any of you could get hurt at any moment. Miko, I couldn't ask any more from the two of you. You're the only healthy female role models my kids have got. That's more than enough for me. Mama Bear, you and the kiddos are blessings in this old woman's life. Boss lady, the four of you bring us so much joy. Ask for anything you need. Miko, thank you too. We'll see you tonight. Mama Bear, see you tonight. Nedzu was an enigma of a mammal. It was his main selling point actually. But there was one human child that he considered to be as puzzling as he himself was. One Mamiko Hisashi. The boy himself was pretty ordinary looking in today's world of mutant-type quirks. But that was only if you ignored the mask, and the sometimes visible scarring around his neck, wrists, and ankles. What made Mamiko truly puzzling though was his invisible connection to Rogue. Nedzu knew for certain that even if he wasn't the vigilante, then he knew who was. He wouldn't even entertain that notion if Mamiko himself hadn't given him Rogue's contact. A civilian that shouldn't even know who the vigilante was gave Nedzu his phone number. And if his background was also examined, it was peculiar. Mamiko Hisashi, the quirkless son of Akirita Mamiko Ichika and Mamiko Hisashi. He has one sister named Mamiko Ari whose quirk is yet to be properly diagnosed and recorded in the federal database. His mother Ichika has a brother named Akirita Eito. Eito is the father of a pair of siblings, an older girl named Akirita Haru and a younger boy named Akirita Kuma. Their quirks as well have yet to be recorded and diagnosed federally. All of the information had been double and then triple checked by Nedzu himself. The family tree went so far back it was impossible to believe that it was fake. When Detective Tsukachi and Eraserhead asked the apartment complex Mamiko lived at previously about why Mamiko and his sister, now with addition of two cousins, were living alone at such a young age, they got one answer: abuse. As Nedzu gradually learned more about Mamiko Hisashi, he felt confident in saying that only Mamiko knew everything about himself and that he never let people see too deep. So, when Nedzu saw how frightened the three children were when lunch was over, his fur stood on edge. The Mamikos had seen someone who had caused harm to them at one point, and UA had just let them waltz onto campus. How disgraceful. There were just two matchups this round. Todoroki Shudo versus Bakugou Katsuki. Yaoyorozu Momo versus Minoma Nito. The two main powerhouses of Class 1A were being pitted against each other, and the two people with the most versatile and unpredictable quirks were as well. Even the business students were hesitant to make their bets for this round. It was like pitting someone against themselves. The contestants of these fights were thinking something very different though. One of them was going to end up in fourth place no matter what at this point. So that was a 3-4 chance for everyone to place in the top. If they wanted internship offers, they were going to have to place in that top. It was even more important for Minoma, who would get overlooked with the rest of the class if he wasn't on those podiums in an hour. Todoroki, however, he just had a date with his sorta kinda crush on the line. It was still hard to admit he was crushing hard on his best and only friend. They were co-parenting 3 kids together though. Shudo walked into the arena for the 3rd time that day with his head held high. Mamiko may not know what Shudo's father had said to him, but he had restored his resolve to finally use his fire this round. Shudo had been sitting in the waiting room just slowly getting a feel for regulating his flames. He had flames dance on his palm and then ups and down his arm to get used to the feeling of his fire. He was ready. He had put up the precautionary walls up in his mind and had felt his flames. He wasn't going to lose. Midnight recited the rules as quickly and clearly as she could. Thankfully, she would only have to do this 3 more times after this match was over. With a wave of the flag, the 2 contestants sprung at each other. Bakugou was propelling himself with his explosions and Shudo was using his ice. When they got close enough, Shudo ducked under Bakugou's left hook, good for him for switching it up. His leading right hook was way too predictable and sent a wall of ice towards his opponent. Bakugou easily blasted through it and lunged at Shudo again. For the next few moves, Bakugou continued to take the offensive as Shudo danced out of range on the defense. Shudo's first real offensive move was him finally managing to succeed in trapping Bakugou's legs in a thick case of ice. And before the boy blasted out of it, Shudo showed half of his hand. With minimal effort, he completely encased the stadium in a thick layer of ice. The temperature plummeted, and Shudo knew from his careful observations that so had Bakugou's quirk. If Bakugou's quirk relied on his sweat, then he would just have to make that impossible. Bakugou freed himself with a roar and swung at Shudo's right side, and it was the perfect opportunity to reveal Shudo's true trump card. His right side ignited in unfamiliar flames, and Bakugou's eyes widened for a split second before he had to completely redirect his trajectory so that he wouldn't get burned. From there, Shudo took a ruthless offense as he slowly wore down Bakugou. In the end, Bakugou passed out due to the cold, leaving Todoroki Shuto the winner. Shudo was going to fight in the finals. Nito was never nervous. Not even when he stepped foot in the sports festival arena to face off Yaoyorozu in the semifinals. He wasn't nervous because at the beginning of the year he had decided to play the long game. Instead of patronizing his class like he so desperately wanted to, he formed solid alliances with his classmates. It was easier to access quirks from a class full of people who liked you than from a class who hated your guts. And he had copied the perfect 3 quirks to combat against Yaoyorozu. So, he confidently stepped up to the concrete and half-heartedly listened to Midnight explain the rules again. And when she finally waved her flag, Nito smirked and rolled his shoulders before pinching his nose shut and using his first quirk as Yaoyorozu darted towards him. Mushrooms of all shapes and sizes suddenly sprouted from the concrete. Thanks to the previous match, the concrete was just damp enough to accelerate their growth. Kinoko's quirk at its finest. Yaoyorozu yelped and quickly made a gas mask so she wouldn't breathe in any of the spores. She lunged at him again with a shield and a dulled sword. One was made for protection and the other was made for school-safe offense. Nito danced out of the way and activated his second quirk. He brushed a hand against both of Yaoyorozu's weapons and they immediately welded together. Awei's quirk was called weld for a reason. She had to abandon the now useless hunk of metal and make new and different B-tools. It went on like that for too long in everyone's opinion. Yaoyorozu would make a pair of weapons and Nito would simply touch them both at the same time and then they'd be useless. Not to mention that Yaoyorozu's breathing was impaired thanks to the gas mask. The mushroom spores didn't bother Nito because he and Kinoko had made sure he wouldn't summon any life-threatening ones. When Yaoyorozu was starting to wear down, Nito revealed his third and final quirk. They were just close enough to the out-of-bounds line that Nito was able to inflate his hand and shove Yaoyorozu out of lines and disqualify her. Nito was going to be fighting in the finals. The fights had just ended when Izuku got the call from Mizuki. She only said 2 sentences, but still Izuku felt his stomach drop. Ingenium has been attacked and gravely injured by the hero killer Stain. His current condition is unstable. They don't know if he's going to make it to the end of the week. Izuku wouldn't say he was particularly fond of heroes. Not when he was abandoned with the League and their hellish torture methods for 5 months. But that statement was pretty obvious by now, wasn't it? Maybe even a bit redundant. However, there was the rare exception. Like with Eraserhead and most of the UA staff, sans All Might, because Izuku was a petty beach who didn't dismiss wrongs that were committed against him. And among those exceptions was the pro-hero Ingenium. He was a good man with a good family. He did regular charity work and his track record was spotless and impressive. He was the textbook definition of what a hero should be. So hearing that he might not make it to next Friday was hard. But that's how the hero killer rolled. Ingenium was lucky to still be alive right now. But it was so unlike the man to strike during the day, and that discrepancy made everything slightly worse than it was. If only Izuku had worked harder. If only he had spent more time actually looking for villains than spending time with Eri, Katsuma, and Mahoro. Then Ingenium wouldn't have had the opportunity to try to stop Stain's reign of terror. But that was entirely unfair towards his kids. They all so desperately needed a stable and healthy parental figure in their lives. Much more than Izuku needed vengeance or the satisfaction of taking down a big-time criminal. He was being stuck into an impossible place. It was either find the league and stain and possibly die fighting for the greater good or stay home during the day to help 3 traumatized kids experience the feeling of a real home and family. How could he possibly choose other people over his kids? He also had Todoroki to think about. Along with Eraser, Tsukachi, Ayumi, Mizuki, and the mom he had abandoned almost a year ago. Just like Ingenium had his family to think about every day before he went to work. The work that made him risk his life on the daily just because he couldn't bear to see civilians suffer. Did that make Izuku selfish? Was it selfish of him to want to see the people he loved day after day instead of sacrificing himself for someone else? Izuku shook his head to dispel the train of thought he had gotten stuck on and watched with no small amount of empathy as the youngest Ito was pulled aside to have the news of his brother's condition delivered to him. There were 2 fights left. Then Izuku would be able to forget his guilt for a night with Ayumi and Mizuki and his beautiful kids. Only 2 fights. And the next fight would determine if he was going to have a date with Todoroki sometime soon. Consequently, that was the next panicked rabbit hole that Izuku's mind decided to dive into. For Shudo, this was the determining fight for more than one thing. This fight against Monoma from 1B would decide if he was going to get first place and if he was going to get a date with Momoko. So, to sum it up, he had a lot riding on this fight. But his opponent was entirely unpredictable. Monoma had an entire class's worth of quirks at his disposal and the ability to copy more than one at a time. And Shudo was already feeling drained because he used his fire last round and his body was only so tolerant to his ice. So Shudo had 2 available strategies. Go big and knock Monoma out before he has a chance to launch his own attack. Or he could wait until Monoma reached his presumed time limit on quirks and then strike and knock him out of bounds. Shudo was calling his options Plan A and Plan B. If Plan A doesn't work, then he'll just swap to Plan B. Simple. So, with that in mind, Shudo walked onto the arena floor with a cool, unbothered air surrounding him. Monoma walked on with a self-satisfied smirk and stood directly 10 feet away from Shudo as they listened to Midnight go through the rules for the second to last time. Unlike for all of the filler matches where she tried to say them as fast as possible, for this match she made sure that her words were clear and that everyone showed that they understood the rules. It was only after she got nods of confirmation from both contestants did she announce the start of the match. Shudo didn't even give Monoma half a second before he sent out a massive ice glacier that trapped Monoma. The stadium was deadly silent as they waited with bated breath to see if Monoma would escape. Midnight started counting down the seconds until Monoma will have officially lost. The counting was only implemented when an opponent could not speak for themselves and in the finals to add to the ambience. When she got to the 5 seconds mark, Monoma finally burst through the ice with Kaibara's quirk gyrate. His arms were spinning like 2 twin drills. Shudo cursed and threw up a wall of ice to separate them. Kaibara's quirk was a great combatant to his ice. But Monoma only got 15 seconds of inactivity and then he automatically lost the match. So, all Shudo had to do was create a dense enough and large enough ice prison that even with gyrate it would take Monoma more than 15 seconds to drill through. Man, it must really SCK to not have a fire quirk in the class right about now. Shudo's mind was racing with all the possible quirks that Monoma had access to. He had been studying the Class 1B kids very closely lately, thanks to a suggestion Momoko had made, so he knew almost everyone's quirks. The only quirk that would truly work against Shudo at this point during the match would be Bando's Semidine, but copying that particular quirk may be detrimental to Monoma. So with the idea that Monoma didn't have any other truly important quirks up his sleeve, Shudo started working on warming up his overall body temperature while he dodged Monoma's attacks. It took up most of their time limit for Shudo to finally get Monoma in the best spot for his attack and for his body temperature to finally be back to normal. Shudo didn't pass up the opportunity and focused all of his energy into the density of the ice in his attack. And when he thought he had it, he sent out the attack. An attack that ended up being as large as half the stadium. Monoma was completely buried in the ice and Shudo was desperately using his fire to stop the frost spread on his own body. Midnight started the countdown and 15 seconds have never felt so excruciatingly long to Shudo before. But she got all the way down to 0 without Monoma emerging and Shudo felt his world tip. He had won the sports festival. He was going to have a date with his best friend. Oh shit. It took a while to fully melt the ice and clear the arena, so Katsuki's and Yaoyorozu's match was pushed back a few minutes. Their match was the last one for the festival. It was deciding match for third place overall. It wasn't nearly as exciting as the finals match, but it still mattered because there were only 3 podium stands, so the loser of Bakugou vs Yaoyorozu wouldn't be nationally recognized as one of the top contestants. Katsuki wasn't worried in the slightest though. His opponent was strong, but there was nothing that she could make that could directly combat Katsuki's explosions. And by the time she could make any type of fireproof protective gear, Katsuki would have already pushed her out of bounds. Did he think his victory was a guarantee? No, life was unpredictable. Did he think that he had an overall advantage? Absolutely. So he stepped into the arena with Yaoyorozu, and Midnight did the same thing she did last round when she was explaining the rules. She made absolutely sure that both contestants heard her and understood the rules before she started the match. Katsuki immediately went on the offensive side and started aiming giant explosions at Yaoyorozu as he raced towards her. Yaoyorozu made plates of armor that protected her like Kirishima's hardening wood. Katsuki wasn't worried in the slightest bit. He just started aiming his explosions a certain way so that the kickback of the explosions created enough air force to push Yaoyorozu back. Despite both contestants' best efforts, the match continued to drag on, and Katsuki knew he had to stop using his quirk soon or else height damage his wrists. So, he aimed a massive explosion, his biggest one yet, at Yaoyorozu. And he knew that there was no way that she was still in the circle after the explosion. She had been too close to the edge beforehand for it to be possible. And sure enough, when the dust settled, Yaoyorozu was knocked out in the grass and Katsuki was named the winner. Izuku and his kids were cheering the loudest as the winners were given their medals. Todoroki Shudo was in first place, which scored him a date with Izuku. Minoma Nito was in second, and Bakugou Katsuki was in third. Izuku was so proud of Todoroki and even Katsuki. It was a big accomplishment. Izuku had never been more flustered in his life. Confirming his now official date with Todoroki, his best friend, made his stomach just ignite in butterflies. And of course his kids were no help. They just danced around the pair's legs as they sung about the two of them finally getting together. Izuku left the sports festival with a range of emotions. The guilt from Ingenium's accident mixed scarily well with the foreboding of the prospect of actually telling Todoroki the truth. But the biggest emotion? Elation. A giddy, nervous kind of elation. It made his heart beat fast and his cheeks warm. It was definitely a new emotion for Izuku. But it wasn't an unwelcomed one, it actually felt kind of nice. He slapped his cheek gently to shake those kinds of thoughts from his head. Cammy, these kinds of thoughts lowered your guard and got you killed. Come on kids. I think the readers have forgotten that we have a dinner date you get to. Izuku said as he picked up Mahoro and Eri before offering his hand to Katsuma. They had walked far enough away from UA that it was safe to shadow travel back to the warehouse. It was getting close to 3 in the afternoon and they should probably be at a Yumi's. That was just enough time to get everyone dressed and presentable for a Yumi and Mizuki. Aizu and Ai? Who are the readers? Eri asked him, her head tilted in confusion. And where are we going? So full of questions, Imudo. And have you forgotten that we're having dinner with the Yumi-san and Mizuki-san? He huffed just as they arrived safely inside of the warehouse's first floor. He set his 2 sisters down before bending down to Eri's level. And don't mind Aizu and I didn't mean to say anything about the readers. He grinned, ruffling her hair and standing up. Alright ducklings, we need to start getting ready to visit a Yumi, so why don't you all go and get changed into your dinner clothes? Okay Aizu and I. Eri and Katsuma chirped in unison before they started to race each other to their rooms. Mahoro stuck around until they were out of sight. Her eyes were downcast and she was fiddling with her fingers nervously. Old man? You won't ever give us back to him, right? We're your kids now. Right? She asked in a small voice. Izuku was a little taken aback by her question. But after a second it clicked for him that seeing her SPRM donor today, she probably had started to doubt how long Izuku's guardianship was going to last. Izuku didn't say anything at first, he just ruffled her hair before hugging her to his side. You doubting my commitment, HM? Well, guess what? You'll have to try a lot harder to get rid of me, you little gremlin. He reassured, and when she looked up at him with teary eyes and a huge grin, he knew he'd said the right thing. Now go get dressed. You don't want to look bad in front of Ayumi-san, do you? Izuku was very proud of how well he and his ducklings cleaned up. They looked like they didn't live in a warehouse for once. Personally, Izuku was dressed in a black turtleneck sweatshirt tucked into some dark gray slacks. He was glad that his favorite black mask matched so well with his outfit. Eri was all dressed up in a purple turtleneck that closely resembled Izuku's own and a sort of black hybrid tutu. It wasn't as puffy as a normal tutu, but it was primarily made out of tulle. Her hair was French braided in 2 braids. Mahoro and Katsuma were actually matching, and for once Izuku saw just how similar they were. Mahoro had on a pink jean dress on over a short-sleeved white t-shirt. Her caramel-colored hair had somehow been pulled up into 2 buns. And she was fixated on a little charm bracelet that Izuku had ordered as a housewarming gift. Katsuma was wearing a pair of white overalls with a black and white striped long sleeve in under it. The poor boy had gotten ganged up on, and now 3 bobby pins were pulling back some of his bangs. You look good, ducklings, quickly now, or else the author might miss their deadline. Izuku ushered his kids over to cling to his legs as he prepared to shadow jump them to their old apartment complex. The 8 precepts had moved their search elsewhere, but Ayumi mentioned a break-in, which frazzled poor Izuku's already frayed nerves. He felt a strange sense of déjà vu as he shadow traveled the group to the old alleyway that he used to use frequently. It was crazy that it had only been almost 2 weeks since they moved. It had felt like months. The building's inhabitants that hung out in the lobby were very happy to see Izuku and Eri again. Mahoro and Katsuma's sudden appearance was heavily questioned, but Izuku was able to just brush it off with a, "They're the reason we moved. I was the only one suitable enough to look after them, so we needed more space." It took a minute for the group to make it up to Ayumi's apartment, but it was worth it when Ayumi opened the door and Izuku was able to smell her heavenly cooking. "Hey kiddos. Kiko-san is just in the dining room. Dinner should be ready any minute now," she welcomed, opening the door further to allow them access to her apartment. The kids immediately rushed to the couch where they found their box of goodies, coloring books and markers that had been left here due to their frequent visits, along with a few toys that Ayumi had collected for them. Izuku followed Ayumi to the dining room where he found Mizuki. He sat down across from his boss and idle chatter soon started up. They talked about every little thing, from the sports festival to the kids to what story they should cover next. Ayumi returned to the table around 20 minutes later with steaming pots full of rice, plates of onjairai, and a few servings of each of the kids' favorite meals. "Diner's ready, brats." Izuku's announcement was quickly met with the sounds of 6 tiny feet rushing in his direction. There was just enough room for them to all sit comfortably around the table. They all said their blessings and Izuku started to help all of his kids get food on their plates. "Mamiko, why don't you keep telling me that story about your friend?" Mizuki proposed to get the conversation flow started back up again. "Oh my Kami, a story like this definitely needs a bit of background information." And so Izuku started explaining one of his and Todoroki's most recent antics. As he talked, Izuku noticed how bright and relaxed the atmosphere was in Ayumi's apartment. It made a warm, buttery feeling spread in his chest. Being surrounded by family was a nice feeling. It would only take a few seconds for Izuku to want to strangle one of his siblings, though. "Nii-san is going on a date with Xiaochin soon." Eri suddenly blurted when a short lull in conversation happened. "Excuse me? Really? Mamiko, why didn't you tell me?" Izuku felt his shoulders droop as he raised his face to the ceiling and had a single bitter thought. DMNU author.